fuck, that's been 30 minutes? Jesus Christ. My bad. Oh. My bad. Sorry, I was just talking to Kara about work stuff, and I didn't realize how long it was. Peanut Swag Lord 420. Yes, hello. Thank you. Welcome in. Not usually. Yeah, the 30 minutes of my getting started music. Peak content, clearly. Okay. Let's see. Yesterday, I was editing the video, the Dumb Duke video. Got further on it for sure. It was a bit more involved. I was trying to find some like sources and stuff to go into it, and then I was like contemplating a few different ways to like really kind of elevate it quite a bit. And then it was just super late. I was like, fuck. I just didn't stream yesterday. Yeah, and that's whoopsies. Sometimes I'm a little slow at editing, I find. But I figured one of the ways we can get started was by doing our normal bullshit real fast. My little hashtag real gaming, hashtag I'm dumb and want to be less dumb. Wait, is this too loud? Let me make sure. Still kind of loud. Bring it down a little for background music. I had to get rid of my volume. I have like a little. I used to have a little volume plugin for Firefox. Firefox sucks compared to Chrome. I miss Chrome so much. I just wish that Chrome was not like weirdly combative with ad blocks. I mean, obviously they're an ad company, so that makes sense somewhat. But fuck, you know, sucks. Because that thing would break small video players. It broke like TikTok players. It broke Instagram. It broke even like the YouTube. It broke like the YouTube, like when it would send me a thing saying, hey, your clip is, this clip is something that had copyrighted content and it was bad. I would try to play it to get context and it wouldn't play. And like, so it was too annoying to constantly turn it on and off, on and off, on and off. So I'll have to figure out if something gets too quiet, how to fix it. But yeah, let's start off our daily penis Wordle thing. Penis. Just an E, huh? A long penis. Penis along. Okay. A-L-A-E. But I gotta add an L to it. I'm definitely bad at words and definitely bad at saying it out loud. And do your best not to do too many spoilers, but so let's think. I guess I've listened. There's like Half-Life too much. Hail. The S is not in. Hail. Hail? I think hail is just a 4-letter word. I want to use the L. So, but the E can't go in position 2. H-A-L sounds like something. Double L-E is not right. E-L? No. Hamel? Yeah. Sometimes it seems like the thing you're not supposed to do is what you end up doing the most. And it's like, Okay, we got the A. So now it's L-A. What was it? That's laugh, but then I want to say lame, L-A-M-E, but the M obviously is not right. That would also be the wrong E position. I don't know L. Now I'm thinking lamp, but again, wrong. Lake. but then S is not right. So Laker. L-A is right. E. Oh, I had the E in the same spot as last time. Fuck. Okay. Running out of guesses here. L-A. Lay. Oh, it's maybe the E has to be at the end. L-A blank blank E. L-A-H. Or H-E. A-H-E. What does that look like? Well, I'm gonna say maybe no, but Leech, obviously, a whole bunch of letters are wrong. All right, maybe it's E here, or H something E. Lahat. I mean La. Yeah, I mean that's not one, obviously. Lebe. Leish. Lachey. Oh, woof. Oh, woof. Okay, lathe. Okay. The H and the E. Yeah, there we go. We got there. This is commonly where I end up getting it, and then a few buzzer beaters. Got a couple of the 2-word ones. I'm super lucky on those. One day I'm gonna get a 1-0. I'm gonna get the penis. It's gonna be a fucking instant penis. Okay. Connections. Sometimes these are really hard. Sometimes they're not that bad. 4 groups of 4. Exactly 4 groups of exactly 4. Horror, murder, romance, obviously fantasy. These are all like genres, but then mystery is here too. See, hold on. Now that's not a perfect 4 group of 4, so that would probably make it wrong, and it's too obvious. So there's probably, well, hold on. Fantasy, romance, mystery, like murder. Oh, man, I'm trying to think of different, like, which one of them is not like the other, if there's even one that's like these. It might even imply that none of these choices are supposed to be right. So what else do we have? A gaggle, a murder. Hold on. These are different groups of things, right? A bloom and a parliament. These are names for like groups of things. Well, maybe bloom's not right. Fuck. Well, now I don't know the last one. Shit. A gaggle, murder, parliament. I thought maybe bloom would have been it, but I guess I'm just dumb just to pick one. Oh man, now I'm just guessing. Okay, well, if this is it, then that means fantasy. Okay, no, wait. So that means this is one. Yes. Okay, got it. That gets that. That cleans up the words a little bit too. Levy, gaggle for sure, murder for sure. Parliament is like a name of like a bunch of swans or something. There's something, or a bunch of monkeys is called a parliament. There's something like that. There's something like, oh, it's a joke. I get, because like, oh, look, a bunch of monkeys. That's a parliament. Get it? A butler doesn't really sound like a group. An angel, not a group. A pumpkin, not really a group. Sugar, a love, maybe, or a levy. Because I don't know what a levy would be otherwise. I don't think that's how you spell levy. Right? A charm also could be it, so not really sure. So what else we have? Bloom is to spread and grow and I don't know. Open. Sugar is so pumpkin, sugar, butter, and love is like ingredient in a Pumpkin pie. I mean, love would be the stupidest ingredient, right? Also, pumpkin is not really just an ingredient, right? I think. Charm is not the name of a spice I can think of. Bloom is not the name of a spice. I don't know what Guthier. Guthier? Guther. Fuck. This is gonna be a nail biter, I think. It's possible that an angel is the name of a group for some reason, or a charm. Oh, wait, this is butler, not butter. Okay, I'm glad I didn't go for that angle then, because that is not the right way to do that. Okay. Butler, angel, charm. I think having these two words is just things I just don't know what to do with, just because I don't know enough about the words, is really fucking me, for sure. All right, we gotta just try. Fuck. Wait, now we're not one away, or was the one away message good, inaccurate? Because then that would imply a gaggle, parliament, and murder is actually not correct, and then I'm just totally wrong. Well, a murder of crows is a group of crows. Famously one of the fun ones, because normally things aren't called murders, you'd think. And crows are like spooky from all the different, I don't know, stuffs. So I think I'm just omega fucked here then. Because this is the closest thing I had to one I thought. Oh, this one. Wait, did I have... I hope I had the correct thing selected. Did I have sugar selected before? That would have been embarrassing. It said one more when I did this, I thought. Yeah, already guessed. Okay, good. And then I did this, already guessed. Yeah, okay. If it's one away when this is here, then that means one of these two or this one is not right, which is very weird to me. I think it was still one away. It's just the message was too fast for it, and then it auto-cleared, I think. I'm gonna just guess and just say charm. Oh, whoa, whoa! Big last second Hail Mary there. So a charm is the name of a group of things. Okay, so now it's basically a 50-50 shot. Pick one of the four that I think is the most doable, and then the other is going to be, you know, what is it called? Process of elimination. And then either I get it or I don't. So butler is a servant. An angel is a servant. A Guthier is a servant. And then maybe a levy is like a servant. It was, yeah, obviously, yeah. The message cleared so fast, I thought maybe it wasn't, right? But it's just a website. It's just a little game. So, Bloom, love, pumpkin, sugar. I don't know. Well, let's just see. Oh, very wrong. Very wrong. What do we have? Terms of endearment. Oh, hello, pumpkin. Oh, okay. That's not so insane. Man, you can see how fucked I was. Hold on, let's go back to here. And then people whose first names are U.S. cities. Yeah, I was never gonna get that. Yeah, murder of crows. There's been a murder, and it's a flock of birds. That would be kind of funny. Like you can say, like, there's been a murder, as in, like, look. And there they go. They are flying away. That it's no longer been, because now they're all spread out. You can see where all the individual crows have gone from here. So that's why there has been a murder. I like that. Okay. And then a new thing I wanted to try to improve my brain was Duolingo. Now, I wasn't sure if setting it up would like cause a bunch of bullshit, but So far, I'm trying Chinese because China #1. Let's be real. I told you I know nothing about Chinese. So, based off what they're showing me here, which one of these is tea? Cha. And it looks like a little tea in a house with a power line.
Cha.
Oh.
Cha.
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 Hold on, let me turn off the music. I don't even hear him say cha. It just almost sounds like ah.
Cha.
Ta.
Cha.
Okay. Ta.
Cha.
I hope it's not too loud.
Cha.
Oh, that's kind of loud. Okay. This is where one of those fucking volume tools would be useful. Ding dong. Each mistake costs a heart. All right, let's keep going. Wait, okay, continue. Select the correct meaning. T. Oh, look, we just saw it here. A small T? Wait, I don't understand.
Ta.
Is that like a baby's voice saying it?
Ta.
Ta. Which one of these is water? Shui. Shui. Is that? I don't know what to do with that accent, Mark. But
水
shui.
水
Shui.
水
So you got ta and shui,
水
and that one's a letter K with a busted ass check mark next to it. This lady wants a water. Shui. Wait, is that right? Shui. Shui. Wait, am I losing data? Let's see. Uh-oh. We're losing some bit rate. Oh my. Internets. I should have a thing that alerts me whenever network frames go down. They don't want me to learn. Save me G. Why is my bitrate 12 fucking... My bitrate is way too high. That's the problem. That's like a bad... How is that even a possible problem to have? Yeah. Are we good? Did it stabilize? I think it stabilized. We have stabilized. Okay. 3 a.m. stuff? Weird. Okay. Water. Shui.
水
Shui. I keep saying shui, but it's shui.
水
Shui.
水
Oh, I'm adding too many American sounds in there.
水
Shui. Shui.
水
Okay.
茶水
Gosh,
Cha?
remember that? You can always hover over them and see what they mean. Gosh, way.
水
Oh, well, I don't care. That's cheating. Okay. Yeah. It's tea water. Is that correct? Or is it tea and water? Oh, okay. Cool. Tea water. Ew, that's tea water. Amazing. That's right. Cafe. Cafe. I'm going to guess it's cafe. And it looks like a bunch of boxes. I assume they'll get better and better at picking out the letters in a bit. Cafe.
咖啡
Coffee.
咖啡
Okay. Coffee. Coffee. Coffee.
咖啡
咖啡
That's just coffee, but that's just coffee, man. That's all you want. Yeah.
水和茶
New word. He. Shui is water. And tea?
和
What?
和和
What?
和
What?
和
Okay, that's really cool that it's kind of like a little bit of
Huh?
everything. And with an or. What? Yeah.
茶和咖啡，
Oh. Okay, it's slow. I like the turtle one slower. I think it was cha he cafe.
茶和
he. So that's tea with
咖
or
啡，
tea and coffee or tea with coffee, something like that. Tea and coffee. Okay. They're proud of me.
茶和水，
Cha is tea and shui water.
咖啡和茶，咖啡和
和
茶，
Hua cha. Coffee and tea. Yeah. Uh-oh. Tea and water. So that would be cha
茶
he
和水
ha hua shui. I want to hear it again. Well. Coffee. Coffee.
咖啡
Hua.
和
Hua. Hua. Almost like hoorah. Hua. Hua. And tea. Cha.
茶
Coffee. Hu. Shui.
咖啡
He.
和
Hua. I saw the E. I'm like, hey? And water. Shui.
水
Shui. Way. Shui. Boom. Boom, dude. Boom. But like, only because, wait, why is she like dismissive? Like, whatever, bro. What the fuck? Hey, okay. I thought I did good. Look at me go. Whoa. That was quite the animation. Why does he do the fucking superhero landing? You've unlocked Duolingo Chinese score. Hmm? Your score connects your course progress to real life skills. I'm level 5, baby. Day streak. Watch out. Well, okay. This is already Thursday, technically. So. Good. Great. Incredible. Let's commit. Let's just do a straight up 50. You'll be 7x more likely to complete the course if I do a 50-day streak. How long is the course? Jesus. All daily quests completed. You've earned 5 gems. Uh-oh. Why is there no sounds for this? That's weird. Time to create a profile. Okay, I'll do that off screen just so I don't share information. Okay. Not bad. And now, let me try out my new thing. We can get filled in. And now I have one button that I can hit that should automatically update everything. Let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. It missed. It missed. It was close, but it missed. Oh, I think it missed because this wasn't put in the right spot. Well, that's okay. It almost did it. Okay, and now it's probably going to be super fucked because it's out of space. Fuck me. Okay. Get rid of that. So that way that's not an issue. Is this going to stay up the entire time? Let me see. Unpin after manually. Okay, it's not bad. It's not terrible. Okay. my score is 5. Look, I have a badge. I got an achievement. Hold on, let me show you, please. I assume they would be less prone to war crimes just because they're just not as They're not as like imperial with their forces as the other nations in the West is. I feel like we'd have a better chance of negotiating our non-slaughter. But maybe that's just you might as well. It's worth a shot.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. And today,
oh boy, can't
we've
wait.
got about 7 things we need to talk about, starting with this. Trump just threatened to send now multiple branches of the military to U.S. cities against their will. Because
Hooray.
yesterday, Trump delivered an hour-long rambling speech before U.S. troops in Japan, during which he spent a lot of time bragging about his achievements. And at one point, he was discussing all the cities that he thinks are crime-ridden and how his deployment of the National Guard in those places has made them perfect crime-free utopias, with him then going on to say,
people don't care. If we send in our military, if we send in our National Guard, if we send in Space Command, they don't care who the hell it is. They just want to be safe. We have
He knows it's called Space Force, right? Like he is the one that made it.
cities that are troubled. We can't have cities that are troubled. And we're sending in our National Guard. And if we need more than the National Guard, we'll send more than the National Guard, because we're going to have safe cities. We're not going to have people killed in our cities. And whether people like that or not, that's what we're doing.
Now, with that, Trump did not elaborate, but when questioned about his comments during a press gaggle on Air Force One today, we saw this.
What did you say last night when you said you were prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities?
Sure, I would do that if it was necessary. You know, if it was necessary to do that, but it hasn't been necessary. We're doing a great job without that. It was necessary. As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you need other branches of the military
As you know, I'm allowed to do it. So
to send in, or
Who are you with?
the New York Times?
That's very good. Very good. Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But, you know, I want to enact a certain act. I'm allowed to do it routinely, and whether about 50% of presidents have used that, as you know, and I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. But we haven't chosen to do that because we're doing very well with that. But I'd be allowed to do that, you understand? And the courts wouldn't get involved, nobody would get involved, and I could send the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, I could send anybody I wanted.
I'm sorry I let him talk to you unattended for so long. So, a few things to break down. So first of all,
he wasn't allowed to do that. Just unilaterally to use the government, use the army, the forces of war against its own citizens. Literally, what you're not supposed to do. He's trying to look sexy. Yeah, I mean, maybe the seatbelt light is on, and he's just trying to be safe. He has that Trump lean that he does all the time. So, with possible turbulence or whatever, maybe he wants just to kind of be supported. It always does look like he's like, what did you say? Like he's coming out of a room and just kind of like hearing out for a second and then ready to go back in. But yeah, just that's his resting position.
well, the act that he's referencing appears to be the Insurrection Act, right? It's that centuries-old statute that allows the president to deploy active duty troops for civil policing purposes when there is a rebellion or widespread public unrest. And specifically, the act allows the president to send in those troops when a state government requests it, or if the president declares that the unrest is obstructing the enforcement of federal law. And if you've watched the show or you've paid attention to the news, you're familiar at this point. Trump has floated this idea over and over again. But, very key thing, he is wrong or lying or was lied to and is just regurgitating that this is something that's been routinely used by about 50% of presidents. In all of our history, it's been used by just 17 presidents, so you're talking about 37%, but also, the act has only been invoked 30 times, so it's not common, especially in modern times. In fact, it's only been used 3 times in the last half a century. And the last time it was used at all was more than 30 years ago during the Rodney King riots. Right, so if Trump did decide to pull the trigger, it would be absolutely massive, especially because countless legal experts and leaders in the cities that Trump has targeted all agree that
Uh-oh, did my robe slip open? Gee whiz.
there is nothing actually going down right now that's even close to the level of public unrest that is historically used to justify invoking the act. But for now, we're going to have to see what Trump does, right? Does he follow through on this threat, or is he just saying stuff because he wants to intimidate and threaten? But the next step today, if you're active on social media, there's a good chance that you've seen one of these kind of slick video montages routinely put out by the Trump administration.
In Washington, as left-wing politicians choose to sit back in their posh, taxpayer-funded offices, our officers are on the ground, often without pay, working hand in hand with the American people. to throw back an invasion force of criminal illegals, Antifa terrorists, anarchists, and thugs.
But here's the thing. It turns out that many of these videos are not just clearly propaganda, they're also what Trump would call
fake news.
And you've had groups like the Washington Post using reverse image searches, geolocation tools, and other techniques to track down the original sources. Right? And it found that just over the past few months, at least 6 videos have claimed to show one thing while actually showing a completely different and unrelated thing. So for example, in this video that DHS posted back in August celebrating its takeover of DC,
Now that the border is secure, the battle for the soul of our nation turns inward as federal agents work day and night to arrest, detain, and deport vicious criminals from our nation's capital.
it turns out that several of those clips are actually from Los Angeles, West Palm Beach, Nantucket Island, and Martha's Vineyard. And in fact, they appear to have pulled footage straight from the Nantucket Current, a local news outlet, without giving any credit. And that's also definitely not the only time that DHS has been caught stealing journalists' work, where you also had this video supposedly from Portland.
In Portland, Oregon, as Antifa terrorists have surged against our federal facilities, our officers have survived their attacks and worked swiftly to round up and arrest these violent criminals.
But when freelancer Ford Fisher saw that, he quickly identified it as his own footage, and it was actually filmed days earlier, not in Portland, Oregon, but in Broadview, Illinois. With DHS apparently even cropping his watermark out of the video before publishing it. And then footage from that same protest in Illinois was also used to show that Memphis had apparently been, quote, abandoned to crime and lawlessness, and that residents had been resounding in their thankfulness when DHS arrived. Also in another video, there's footage.
I mean, you couldn't use any of the Portland footage because a bunch of dudes and a bunch of people dressed up in fucking, dinosaur costumes and frogs. So that it wouldn't fit the narrative. I mean, I thought some of that like tear gas footage or whatever was like from like the BLM stuff from like years ago, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't take anything they say. I just don't believe anything they say for obvious reasons. And also, of course, they're going to randomly throw up. Oh man, I lost another couple of frames there. They throw up a picture of a black person being deported because that's what they want to show. That's what they want people to go, oh, thank God, they're doing what we want. I don't know if he's going to cover it, but the JD Vance thing where he was on the stage and saying, yo, we want to reduce total immigration now, which is like just the worst idea as a nation overall. The worst American idea for sure.
Smuggling boats and migrants crossing the border at night being used to show how past presidents had let illegal immigrants into the country. But as you had the Post pointing out, some of those clips are actually from Donald Trump's first term. Now with all this, there are going to be people that go, okay, well, the fake or misleading posts, are they really that important? Right? Who's really looking at these or watching this anyway? But like, if you look at their engagement, some of these reach bigger audiences than even mainstream news reports, which is also notable because they're often shot in a format similar to a newscast. Right? And the DHS frequently debunks the mainstream media, claiming to provide the facts.
These pathetic journalists clearly don't understand the reality of protecting the American people at all hours, day or night.
And so a meaningful number of people, they probably watch these as an alternative to real news. And so all of a sudden, we're talking some 1.5 million views on just this video, for example, which claims to show Chicago in absolute chaos. Though you can tell much of it's actually from Florida, since for one thing, as the Daily Beast pointed out, palm trees don't typically grow in Chicago. And actually the AFP news agency traced other clips to Arizona, California, Nebraska, South Carolina, and Texas, some of them from Biden's term. Now with all this, when the Post asked for comment from DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin, she countered that the videos in question were a small percentage of the more than 400 posted this year. But you've got critics saying,
I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Like, the amount of work that goes into putting out the slop, very little. The amount of work that goes into fact checking and trying to get comments and to point out that it's garbage, much more intensive. That you have to somehow reverse search all these clips and try to figure out what they're from exactly and match it all up. And then match it up to what they're trying to say or whatever. And it's just, I don't know, the Gish Gallop or whatever it is. It's one of those like common fascist tropes. Flood the zone. And even if you, not that they would ever actually retract any of it, but even if you pointed out that it's wrong, you're fake news, you're off the grid, you're no longer a part of you're not invited back to the fucking White House press room or whatever. Just, how do you beat it? How do you solve the problem? I've heard the critique of state-owned media so many times. And I guess we immediately show the issue with it because as soon as we have our own state changing up the rules on the media, it immediately is worse.
That regardless of the number count, that the whole practice of crafting these high-res movies is itself obscene, whether the clips are accurate or not, though there is a big concern when they're not. Though connected to the obscene comment, you have people pointing to things like, ICE agents, so whether they're raiding an apartment complex or yanking someone out of a car, they've got in-house photographers and videographers following right behind like it's a reality TV show. I mean, they even added a $28,000 drone to their aerial recording fleet recently. So for these unlucky migrants, like the worst day of their life, it gets turned into this epic action montage that millions of people apparently watch for entertainment. Or alternatively, there's a tone-deaf meme where the brutal reality of someone's door getting blown open is paired with the surrealism of the Pokemon soundtrack. And so with that, you've got Eddie Perez, a former director for civic integrity at Twitter, telling the Post, "What we are witnessing is the collapse of government accountability through communication based on facts. They're not trying to communicate actions and outcomes. They're acting like filmmakers trying to make people laugh, to make them feel scared, to inspire certain emotions regardless of the truth." Right? And the White House also doesn't seem to be denying this accusation. I mean, you had a spokeswoman saying, quote, and again, this is from a government official, "The Trump administration will continue to highlight the many successes of the president's agenda through engaging content and banger memes on social media." Right? And keep in mind, all of this is in addition to what the DHS is doing on its official website and their news and updates feeds that have just
That's a banger meme, sir. Banger.
kind of become a spigot for blatantly partisan propaganda. I understand they've done so much of this, it's become normalized, but it is important to remember, this is supposed to be a nonpartisan professional law enforcement agency. While it doesn't shock, it almost doesn't even register, it is important to remember, all of this is batshit crazy. But yeah, now we're at a point where it feels like more of the same, because career professionals across the government, they've been silenced or purged and replaced with the president's loyalists. And then we've got more news that we're gonna talk about in just a minute, but first let me say, my brain, it doesn't have an off switch. It just trades one chaos tab for another science to sync with your lashed framework when it should and rest when it needs to. But then next up in the news today, Drake and
Brain.fm sounds like one of those things that's definitely going to have a big scandal about it. Just anything brain related in a YouTube ad, I can't imagine is good.
Aiden Ross are promoting and profiting off of illegal gambling. But that is what this new lawsuit's alleging, with a guy in Missouri filing.
Oh yeah, I saw this on Twitter, or someone sharing it. Yeah, on all of them.
A class action complaint against both Drake and Aiden, as well as the company that owns the online social casino, Stake.us. And as you may have seen, Drake and Aiden, they frequently promoted Stake online, either on streams or on social media posts. In fact, just this week, you had Drake posting a video where he runs through his house to check a $1 million Bitcoin balance on his Stake account. Well, there have long been controversies around gambling streams and people promoting.
Yeah, it was Carter's post, actually. I forgot. And that's what it was. He was like, quote, replying to something, and it was just like, wow. You mean the guy who sucks? Or I forget the exact phrasing. I think it was kind of another sarcastic post, though.
These kinds of things to their audiences. Now you have this lawsuit accusing Drake, Aiden, and Stake specifically of, quote, deceptive, fraudulent, and unfair practices, alleging that they've actively misled consumers by promoting Stake.us as a harmless social casino when it's actually highly addictive and unlawful, noting that in many states throughout the US, including Missouri, online gambling is either banned or heavily regulated, but it claims that, quote, to evade these restrictions, Sweepstakes Limited created Stake.us, which conducts online casino gambling in open violation of Missouri state gaming and consumer protection.
Huh. .us domain is a top-level domain for the United States and indicating a connection to the United States. You would think that would definitely let them be under way more laws than they currently are at stake.com or stake.us.
Laws, right, claiming that it's a virtual clone of the global casino Stake.com, and it's kind of just rebranded to trick online users. And you've got the lawsuit saying that Stake really starts crossing legal lines via its dual currency system, explaining to hide the true nature of its online gambling operation, Stake asserts that the only chips it sells to consumers are tokens called gold coins, which can only be used for casual gameplay on the Stake.us platform, have no real-world value, and can never be cashed out. However, Stake bundles every purchase of gold coins with a second type of token called Stake Cash as a supposedly free bonus. Unlike gold coins, Stake Cash can be wagered on casino games and cashed out for real money. The suit claims that by offering Stake Cash, it's operating an unlicensed and illegal online casino.
That's the stupidest, and it was obvious. Like, What? Like, oh, you're not buying tokens to gamble with. You're just getting them for free along with your purchase.
With the suit then pointing to the influencers that Stake uses to promote, saying that this messaging includes slick ads and flashy visuals, making its game seem safe, fun, and harmless, but then saying in reality, Stake creates exactly the kind of dangerous environment that Missouri gaming laws exist to stop. Right? And that's where Drake and Aiden come in, because the suit alleges that they promote Stake under deeply fraudulent pretenses because they don't gamble on Stake with their own money, even though they tell the public otherwise. With it even going as far as to call Drake the unofficial mascot of Stake and accusing him of glamorizing the platform to millions of impressionable fans, many of whom treat his wild betting habits like gospel, saying the defendants have been unjustly enriched at the expense of those involved in this class action. And with that, it's seeking to recover gambling losses and to prevent Stake from any further violations. And with all this, as far as reactions, you had Aiden Ross responding on stream, dismissing the claims of the lawsuit.
I will tell you guys this. Read through the case yourself. It's bullshit.
For now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. Though I will say, right, this is not the only.
I imagine all of the children that are in Aiden Ross's stream will read through the entire lawsuit, and then through their well understood breadth of knowledge on the law, they will decide this is totally frivolous. Yeah.
The kind of thing that we've seen in the space. Earlier this month, you had California Governor Gavin Newsom signing a law cracking down on dual currency models and other potentially deceptive strategies that can be used on online platforms to simulate gambling. And also, back in August, the Los Angeles city attorney sued Stake, calling it a rogue and real money gambling racket with destructive repercussions for its players. So definitely just a lot of moving pieces right now. But then next up right now, Jamaica is fucked right now. If we're just that's the headline. Flooding.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty bad.
Power outages, no cell service. That's just some of what Jamaicans are dealing with after facing Hurricane Melissa yesterday. But it's the strongest storm in the island's history, and in fact, things got so bad that Prime Minister Andrew Holness declared the entire country a disaster area. Though also, other lawmakers have said that areas in the west and central Jamaica are far worse off. Right, and that's because the west is where the bulk of the storm and its eye wall made landfall, leading to the area being completely ravaged amid the extremely high winds. Which, quick tangent there, some Mad Men researchers also flew into the eye of this Category 5 storm, which is extremely rare and dangerous to get this crazy footage that kind of just adds to the story of what happened here. I mean, you had Holness describing St. Elizabeth's Parish as being underwater, right? And all of this is the authorities are still trying to get an idea of just how bad the damage actually is. But what we do know is that the winds reached speeds of 180 miles per hour, meaning that anything that wasn't like a concrete building's just gone. Even structures that had withstood major storms for hundreds of years, they couldn't take on Melissa. I'm talking about structures like the 300-year-old Anglican church in Black River. Of course, the biggest impact is to the actual people there, right? And hundreds of thousands of children are expected to face struggles with flood, housing, and school as part of the storm's aftermath. All while 3/4 of the island doesn't have electricity right now. But I will say that the good news, or it could have been way worse news, is that right now the death toll seems relatively low at just 7. But I also have to add an asterisk to that because no official numbers have actually yet come out. Now, all that said, as far as Hurricane Melissa, after hitting Jamaica, it went from a Category 5 to a 3. And yes, while that is a big difference, it's still extremely dangerous, and now you just have to look at Cuba to see that. Where the southern part of the island got hit by Hurricane Melissa, which led to hundreds of thousands getting displaced. Even major cities like Santiago de Cuba were facing major flooding and damaged buildings, although as of recording, there have been no deaths attributed to the storm in Cuba. Right, and then as far as what's next, that's likely going to be the Bahamas, which is expected to face a Category 2 Melissa later this afternoon and evening. And again, like everywhere else, you have officials warning that lives could be lost, especially amid 25 inches of rainfall and 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. So obviously, this is something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. But then next up from that today, we've got to talk about how Israeli airstrikes just killed at least 104 Palestinians in Gaza, including at least 46 children, according to Gaza's health ministry. With a spokesperson for Gaza's civil defense claiming the Israeli strikes targeted 10.
I mean, the least surprisable. Wow, they violated the ceasefire. They were not actually there in good faith, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, now we'll pause it, bomb you, and then resume it again. No takes backsies. No takes backsies. I didn't take my hand off home base. Hold on." Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen crazy storm surge in person before. Whenever there was a storm that was supposed to be really, really, really bad, a couple of times I've actually evacuated or whatever. But yeah, that would be wild. And like the storm surge comes in and not like a wave, right? It kind of just comes. There we go. I have a second microphone that was turned on. Good catch. Yeah, and also just thinking about all of that, because you probably also saw the Greta Thunberg Israeli comedy shit where they're like, oh, we don't have a ceasefire anymore. Now what do we do? Or we can't fight for a ceasefire anymore. But it's like, the genocide's not over, not until sovereignty, apartheid's gone, all these different things, man. Not that people want to have to fight this shit. I mean, there's got to be somebody. Oh, no, that's fair. That's fair. There's got to be somebody that likes Sabra hummus and would like to eventually stop doing BDS. I don't know who that person is, but there's got to be somebody. But just a bunch of things that people would want to resume being able to do and enjoy.
For displaced people, homes, and the vicinity of a hospital in
the human lives, like, obviously.
Strip. And with that, describing the situation in the territory as catastrophic and terrifying, and calling the strikes a clear and flagrant violation of the ceasefire agreement. But even before last night, you had Gaza's media office accusing Israel of committing 80 violations since the ceasefire began, killing 97 Palestinians and injuring 230. And that is, Israel has also repeatedly accused Hamas of violating the ceasefire as well, including in response to its failure to return the remains of all the deceased as is required by the ceasefire agreement. So far, the group only returning the remains of 15 hostages and claiming that they don't know the exact location of all of the bodies.
All things that were very well shared and communicated at length in the negotiations that they all agreed to. There's complete reasonable understanding to see how having to remove the entire city's worth of rubble makes it difficult to find every location. They didn't have supplies to begin with, so as places were destroyed and bombed and caved in, expecting proper communication, expecting full intel at all times on every single thing is just beyond unreasonable. But they love having their plausible deniability, because then outlets like this will just say what they said. Like, well, they haven't given only 15 out of 20. Oh, hold on, or whatever. Then, it's like, ugh. Frustrating. And then the whole world still just backs. It's the PR win that they were looking for in all of this. Speaking of the whole world, also the Cuba embargo vote was yesterday, and that ended up with 7 no votes. It used to, like, for the past 3 or 4 years at least, it was just USA and Israel, but now there's 7 nations that have said, actually, no, they shouldn't get their embargo lifted. Let me see. I think I have it. It's, Albania, Costa Rica, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Morocco, Romania. It's just a bunch of places. What, you mean against the blockade? Oh, you mean just the other nations? I assumed it was just like Poland was on the list, right? I think. Oh no, sorry. I was looking at the abstentions. That was my bad. The abstentions are just pussies, I guess. But that's Poland. Poland's one of the extensions. Sorry, I was reading some of the other ones. Yeah, Hungary is what's his name, right? Hassan likes to say his name because he's like a big idiot, and they act like they're best friends between him and Trump. Yeah, Viktor Orban. That's who it is. Yeah. But yeah, it just sucks to see the world capitulate to that direction. It's getting less progressive, in some ways, and it's like, oh, fuck. Which also means all the more reason to dig your heels in and fight, because yeah, it does. Yeah, that was an abstention from the previous one as well. The Ukraine was also abstaining in 2024. I mean, honestly, theoretically, the vote doesn't matter, right? Because when it was everyone versus 2, it didn't pass because U.S. was a veto. So abstaining doesn't mean anything. You're never going to shame them into doing it. So if it does help your country to do something like abstaining or whatever, it might have even been like to try to like save face on like tariffs or whatever it is. But still, just gives me a little more reason to not like flee to another country other than China. And you might need to fight fascism here, because if it grows here, it will grow elsewhere. And this is your best shot. You know what I mean? To fix. Also, you can fix so much more of the world if you can fix America. Like there's the reason that like I see so much hope and possibility in what America could become with the amount of wealth and or stuff that it has. But there's also, I can also see how much more harm reduction could be done if the United States is actually ran by socialists or whatever. So like, holy fuck, man! Like there's like a double-edged good reason sword to stay and fight as much as you can. At least for cishet white dudes, it's a lot easier for me to fight than others. But holy shit!
Territory. And with that, claiming that it's lost contact with several of its units that have been holding the captives and were then killed in Israeli attacks. Right, and with that, earlier in the week, you had the group handing over body parts that Israel said were actually partial remains of a hostage recovered earlier in the war. And you had Israeli PM Bibi Netanyahu describing this as a clear violation of the ceasefire agreement. And with that, you had the Israeli military also publishing footage of what
if they discovered that they had body parts that they did not return, that would have been a clear violation. But if they give them parts of the body that was returned earlier, that's a clear violation. Whatever, right? It doesn't matter.
It said were Hamas members reburying remains in order to stage a false discovery, accusing the group of attempting to create a false impression of efforts to locate the bodies. And adding to that, a firefight between Palestinian militants and Israeli troops in Rafah resulted in the death of an Israeli soldier who also reportedly held American citizenship. And while Hamas denied any involvement in the shooting, you had Israeli.
I would literally not trust anything coming out of the outlets like that. Honestly, they could have, straight up been playing video backwards. You know what I mean? Like, if not, paying people to go and do a thing to then claim it's another thing or whatever. Like, there's 100 different things that they could do that they've done. That they've had staged people, actors on the phones pretending to be different individuals. Yo, we're gonna do another 9/11 or whatever. Like, oh no, we accidentally bombed our own hospital. But actually, no, there wasn't even, it actually was them that did it. So then what's with the fake phone call, that kind of shit.
Accusing the group of being behind it, and Netanyahu ordering the IDF to carry out, quote, forceful strikes on Gaza. With that, you had Israel's foreign ministry spokesperson.
It is crazy. It's crazy that they did it, and they did it so poorly. Like, what the fuck? You've got a bunch of those illiterate like turncoats that go to the other side. You've got so many paid actors that do that. Like, why did you do it so poorly? You've got the traitors already. What the hell?
Claiming the high death toll on Hamas using civilians as human shields. And as far as the U.S., claiming that the Trump administration had been informed about the.
Yeah, I mean, comedically incompetent does, like, Kash Patel is an Austin Powers character, right? It's goofy and stupid. It doesn't make sense. His name is Cash, and he has like merch about him being like cash sign symbols and shit. And he's the guiltiest man. Like he's in a high confidence position with he's Mr. Imposter syndrome. Like they weren't kidding when they had those CIA ads. Like, oh look, I'm gay and have imposter syndrome and anxiety. I'm a CIA operative. Now it's all the way up to the top brass.
Strikes, and that they had been carried out in full coordination with the U.S. Right, and with that, you did have Trump defending Israel's actions, saying that the country should hit back when its troops come under attack. All the while also insisting that the ceasefire is holding.
Nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're
if 100 people can be killed, and what do you mean it's holding?
The rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated.
And with,
I mean, this is also coming from a guy who is bombing boats outside of Venezuelan waters and just saying that they're evil and then saying that they're drug runners, which is not even a valid punishment for the crime, assuming the crime is right, which no reason to assume, especially given this current insanity in the administration, lost all respect. Trust is law. You know, respect and trust is earned over time, and now that it has been lost, it will take a long time to recuperate those things. I mean, honestly, American foreign policy in general hasn't earned its trust for a while, but even to the layman, I think. So even if like, oh man, look, they're covering up the dirt of the body, and they did it with those malicious intentions, bomb them, also bomb civilians. They bombed like, oh my God, like it's just difficult to even describe all the different layers without accidentally minimizing a huge proportion of it. And then you'll talk to somebody and they will deny what you're saying or not want to listen to it. And you're just like, how is that possible? Like it's already so difficult to even include it all. There's so much wrong with it. And yet there are still those who are like, well, we got to trust Israel. And it's like, okay, can you just tell me why? Can you just say that you don't like, brown Arabs or something? Like, what is it, man? Just say it. Like, I'm more stunlocked by the confusion than the evilness.
That, at least for now, you have Israel also claiming that the ceasefire is back in effect. And then we'll get right back to the news in a minute. But first, let me say, traveling abroad,
it's crazy that, the numbers have been insane. The numbers are still insane, but the world can just keep going on. And then the more and more you learn about like Sudan and the much larger numbers that exist over there, it's painful. Painful to say the least. Again, another reason to fight for a better world.
And sail through your next trip. But then, next up today, you've got mass killings and atrocities just underway in the Sudanese city of El Fasher. And this situation may be only about to get worse, which is also saying a lot, because even before this week, things were just so bad. Because Sudan, it's a country that's been engulfed in a civil war since April of 2023. As many as 400,000 people have been killed by some estimates, more than 14 million people have been displaced, and
that's what I was thinking of the displacement, because like I honestly thought maybe this is more of a centrist take or whatever. I thought the death count was way higher, but just how like 2 million people are being displaced in Gaza, but then you get like 14 million people being displaced, and you're just like, what the fuck? That's wild. Obviously the landmass is orders of magnitude larger than Gaza's, in difficult to understand how small it is. You know what I mean? Because you think about countries and you see a map of just a country and you're like, okay, that's probably like pretty big, and then you realize, wait, like, holy crap.
25 million people have faced extreme hunger. And in all this, you have both sides, the Sudanese army and the paramilitary force known as the RSF, both being accused of widespread atrocities. Right, with the United States even accusing the RSF of genocide back in January.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Because apparently we're the ones funding them, right? So it's like, oh, what? Okay, well then, real easy, Leahy law, buddy. Real easy. One weird trick to just, oh look, we are funding a thing that is causing war crimes. Therefore, stop giving them guns. Oh, man, like I remember hearing like oh man, we can't get rid of our guns because the world will have, the bad guys will have guns. And I'm like, okay, as a dumbass, you're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But then you realize, wait a minute, all the bad guys get guns from us. Like the majority of basically every bad guy, especially local bad guys, they get guns from us. It's like, who do you think made those gang guns? Who do you think, where do you think they came from? What the hell? Fuck. It's kind of, and then people were talking about how all the arms that we're giving Ukraine, and when that's over, the insane groups in Ukraine that are seen as the freedom fighters that are seen as the righteous defense force that have all of their, fucking Plattner tattoos all over them, they are now armed to the teeth with whatever clearance stuff we sold them. But still, it's. I mean, guys, I guess it's very American to be a giant exporter of guns. I mean, obviously some guns exist in other ways, but it's a lot.
Will say maybe that's not the most surprising thing, because the RSF actually grew out of the Janjaweed militias that were accused of genocide in the region of Darfur over 2 decades ago. Right? Of course, they're also the group that for a year and a half has held the city of El Fasher under siege. And throughout that time, you've had experts, activists, and humanitarian organizations warning that the fall of this city, I mean, it could be a catastrophe. With many pointing to what happened back in 2023 in El Geneina, another city in the region of Darfur, as an example. But there, the RSF slaughtered as many as 15,000 civilians in ethnically motivated killings after taking control. Right, and then in the case of El Fasher, as this siege has dragged on, the roughly 260,000 civilians who remained, half of them being children, were trapped without aid, with many having no choice but to try to survive on animal fodder, right? Food that they're giving to livestock. But then
I was like, I'm going to guess what fodder is, but I didn't really know until he said it. But I was like, that makes sense what it's supposed to be. It's also crazy that this is what I grew up seeing, right? In the arms of our angels, music playing, and, for a cup of coffee a day, you can save a child kind of shit. But like, cities in Africa are like just normal cities, right? It's like, there's situations that are like this. There are places that are like this, but like they paint, maybe it's a combination of them not, trying to help individuals. Charity stuff, I guess, is not required to show random footage of a big bustling city. Like, there are good things over here too. Like, but it's just Western media. I mean, I thought the same thing about China, right? Because it used to be a starving kid in China would want that. Now it's a starving kid in Africa instead. But it's really funny to me when movies like War Dogs or Lord of War come out and they're decent hits, but they don't start a convo. Both these are based off real Americans that were just funny the fuck out of terror cells. Yeah, there's just one bad apple. Ah, shucks. Man, we gotta really keep an eye on those couple of apples. Don't look at the fact that the tree itself is just a rotten tree of Nurgle producing, little demons instead. It's just like, you watch The Wire and you see police corruption, right? It's this, it's like, oh man, that's just some bad apples. But police overall aren't bad, you know what I mean? Both movies describe how the government. Oh, okay. The government knew they didn't do anything until it stepped on their toes. I haven't seen those movies because I'm bad at seeing media that's not small creator focused. Because I'm a YouTube Twitch guy. Did they talk about current governments? Were they always like just far enough away that it's like, well, that was how it used to be, not our problem today? Because sometimes I feel like that is used because it's like, well, that was Vietnam or whatever the dates are. You know what I mean? Is Lord of War the one with Nick Cage? Yeah, and that's the one with him being the Russian one that made the news a few times. Well, I guess you know what, dumbasses like me didn't see the movie, so maybe that's it. But yeah, I mean, because the culture, the media culture, it gets stuck into the zeitgeist. It does the thing that I was just talking about, how like it paints my own mental image of what Africa is or isn't, or what China is or isn't. So movies like that should get into our heads in that way, but it's still different. War Dogs is mid 2000s. Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, even being 90s as a person who's the younger people would see that movie and go, well, that was just literally ancient history, because like when I would see movies about the 70s or whatever, I'd be like, wow, that's like literally impossible, so far long ago that it's a joke. But then like kids, in the 2010s are looking at a movie about the 90s, like, yeah, that's literally like grandpa shit. And it's like, well, no, hold on, wait a second, okay, hold on. There was some stuff in there. I mean, like, shit, dude, like there's definitely It doesn't feel good. It's not my turn. No. Because yeah, I definitely in my mind painted any movie, any TV show from that era as just like, ew, gross. I can't even look at it. It looks so hard. It's hard to look at. Like movies from the 70s and the 60s, fuck man. The lenses and shit and the film transfers or whatever it is that they had. Oh man, some of them are real bad, man. It's hard to watch. And I don't know if we're in that same thing or if we ended up hitting a certain, like, I mean, because also, oh, well, actually, there was that time period where digital was being utilized and film was being paused. Some places still use film, some places didn't. I'm trying to think of which shows it was specifically. There were, oh fuck, I can't remember what it was, but there's certain like DVD specials that you can get. I think someone said like Supernatural or something, because I had a very dedicated Supernatural fan, which I found out, I guess, is a common thing among some of the neurodivergents out there. She loved Supernatural. Every time I talked to her, when I was like switching out of shifts with her, she would just tell me about Supernatural. It was definitely one of the shows that it's like on it's on either a time of day or it was on a network that I never really overlapped with, even when I was watching TV. So it completely bypassed it's like Monk and Psyched or, you know, all these other shows that are on like the TBSs or on the, I don't know, whatever other channels they were on. They always just completely I'm like, oh, I've heard of that. But just completely missed me because I was only ever watching like Cartoon Network and Adult Swim and, Comedy Central, you know what I mean? Yeah. But they were actually filmed with film in the era when a lot of places weren't. And that means that there's actually more to the frame. So when you watch the thing, you can choose it to be the full framed, like, I don't know, scan or whatever. And you can even see like C-stands and like actors on the edges of the screen waiting because they were actually out of frame when it was on TV. But the actual raw footage that had been transferred over actually had the full frame or whatever. But there was definitely a lot of media, a lot of TV shows that were made almost like entirely in what was the best digital thing that existed, which was just digital. And there was no real good way to upconvert it. There's no way to like rescan it because there's no raw film out of it. So some shows look like ass because they're just as digital as possible and there's no way to save it. A couple of things were still done properly, but there's definitely a little like period of time between probably like, I don't know, somewhere in the 90s is like a period of time where like some media is kind of like just sort of never going to be able to be salvaged. And it's just kind of either wasted away or it's still stuck in the time capsule that it's in, which is interesting. Forget how I got on that topic specifically. Oh yeah, we're old. That's what I was thinking of. So then there could be some kids who go like, ew, that media that is stuck in 320p and never can be fixed. Gross. I mean, maybe AI could fix it, right? One of the random uses of AI that's okay is like background removal and up converting images.
Big news on Sunday with the RSF announcing that it had taken control of the army's main base in the city. And you had the Sudanese army chief acknowledging the loss of the city and saying that his forces had withdrawn to a safer location. While another 26,000 people managed to flee the city as well, approximately 177,000 civilians are still trapped as the RSF has constructed a 35-mile barrier further sealing off food, medicine, and escape routes. All while we've seen reports that the group's been...
It's like they got notes, right? They're like, oh, look, there's a whole playbook right in front of us. You know, it's like one of the scandals in the NFL where people are stealing plays or whatever, and they're looking at like baseball player signs. They're like, oh, look at that. Look what they're doing. We can just do the same bullshit and get away with it. And then they have the added benefit for them is that they're in Africa where people just literally don't care.
shooting civilians who are trying to flee. Or with Shayna Lewis, for example, a Sudan specialist for the organization Preventing and Ending Mass Atrocities, saying residents who previously left the city are finding out about the death of their loved ones through footage of executions that are widely circulating on social media. Right, and with that, there are accusations that they've executed more than 2,000 unarmed civilians in recent days. And you've got Yale University's Humanitarian Research Lab, which has been monitoring this war using open source intelligence and satellite imagery, saying that the evidence is consistent with accusations of mass killings by the RSF. Writing in a new report, the city appears to be in a systemic and intentional process of ethnic cleansing of indigenous non-Arab communities through forced displacement.
I'm reading this because I remember this was a big deal, is when after 2 years of Gaza being bombed, Google Maps finally updated their satellite footage. And that was a big deal because they only do it every so often, not automatically. But they're using satellite footage to see blood stains on the ground from space, obviously right around the time that these things are happening. Which, I mean, obviously that is an insane thing that, like, you know, you can see the Great Wall of China and this massacre from space. That means obviously like the scale is obscene, but like this is a tool that could have been used a long time ago when people are allowing themselves to be blind to things. I'm glad that it's being used and shared or whatever, but it's just one of those, like, maybe they learned their lesson or something. I don't know. Unlikely, but just thinking of a way that this can be used for good in the long term. I mean, I guess like relitigating the past, but it's still not over yet as far as both situations are concerned. But I'm just going to assume it's some form of corruption / covering it up kind of shit.
Placement and summary execution. With then the lab's executive director, Nathaniel Raymond, adding, "We are only at the beginning of a wave of violence. I have never seen a level of violence against an area like we are seeing now. Saying the only thing that even came close were the first 24 hours of the Rwandan genocide." And so also with that, it's worth noting that foreign powers are fueling this bloodshed. Right? Turkey, Russia, and Iran, for example, they've supplied or sold weapons to the army. Also, the United Arab Emirates, they've provided drones, artillery, and other weapons to the RSF. Right? And then with that, you've had the U.S. getting called out for its close relationship with the UAE. For example, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy writing on X in a response to the events, "Why is the U.S. allowing the UAE, which we fund militarily, help the brutal RSF engage in mass atrocity?" And then,
well, you know, hold on. Let's ask Bill Burr if the UAE has any Chili's and Applebee's around. Maybe he'll be okay with it then. Maybe he'll be like, whatever, it's chill. I feel like Riyadh is in Saudi Arabia, but still, right?
adding, "FYI, this isn't just about Trump. The Biden admin
I honestly don't know if it's not in the UAE or not. I'm pretty sure it's in Saudi Arabia, though.
was letting this happen too. And so we'll have to wait to see if anything comes from that. But what I will say is we are seeing a potential major turning point in this war. Right? El Fasher was the last remaining major city in Darfur controlled by the army. And now with the RSF in control, you've got the army excluded from a whole 1/3 of Sudanese territory, which is a development that experts say raises the possibility that the country could face partition. Then, finally today, let's end with one more thing and a congratulations. Starting with a congrats to Sarah G. SeatGeek's late. I mean, there's like a weekly $500 prize. Nope, just came out today, crashing out with myself and Alex Perlman. And of course, you can watch or listen to the full
He's got 2 podcasts.
hour plus. I got links to the YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify in the description. But for the here and now, I wanted to share where we were talking about term limits and age limits and more politicians just needing to step down. Because we were talking about it for a number of reasons, including what just happened with House member Eleanor Holmes Norton, who's 88 years old. I think legacy matters. I mean, when I was looking into this piece, people
Wait, what happened to her? Did she
were
die?
like, oh, she used to be a dynamo. And it's like, legacy matters, but I think that we need to really be of the mindset, especially right now, but in general, of what have you done for me lately in regards to the people that are supposed to represent us.
And like, hey, if we like Bernie Sanders because he keeps doing the things we want him to do. It's not just that he did this thing once. It's that, well, depending upon the exact specifics, but like him saying, yo, I think Trump's doing a great job at immigration, which is like, Bernie, that's not great. But like him keeping the message, keep pushing forward, keep doing things, trying to draw attention to things. Like, if you're going to keep kicking ass, you can keep kicking ass. But if you've resting on your laurels and just kind of riding the coattails and then not keeping up with the times. And hell, even Bernie, technically, you could fall into that category of not keeping up with the times. So, you know, stay relevant.
And if this is what's happening, you gotta scoot out, like get out, scoot out.
Yeah.
Who am I?
But it's also, and I understand that she's done a ton. She's done so many different things.
Yeah.
And again, the most gracious thing, there is a famous Roman named Cincinnatus. We have named cities about him. Okay. The term dictator comes from ancient Rome, and I'm going to harp on this a little bit. It comes from ancient Rome, and it was the idea of when we were in an extreme crisis that the Senate and the consul power, all this different stuff would be vested in one man, a temporary king, who would handle the crisis and then leave power. And the first person to do that was famously called Cincinnatus. He was a soldier, farmer, consul. They came out.
I never really understood that thing, but that is interesting. That is the reasoning for it. Oh, I lost some frames again on network. God damn you, world. Wow, internet. Yeah. Wide Open West, I think it's what its brand is. Because you know, as a young person, I was always told that like a benevolent dictator is like the best form of government because they can do something very fast. Normal government is slow and bureaucratic, but obviously there is no such thing as a pure benevolent individual. Nepotism, family lines, all that kind of problem of that. So that, oh, the internet frame rate dropping. Yeah, I'm losing another couple frames here again. Frustrating. I should definitely set up a streamer.bot alert for when I lose network frames. I think that should be doable. Just so I have like a little like special sound effect that plays, even if it's just for me, so I know that, oh, hold on, let me make sure I'm not, you know, dropping and people are losing track of stuff. But it's interesting that was set up as a like, it's a temporary measure to allow somebody to go crazy and fix a problem and then cede power back, just like Emperor Palpatine, right? Cool. I have my stats panel, but sometimes it's out of eyesight, so it's easy to miss.
He was plowing the field. They said, we need you. He released his hands from the plow. He went, dealt with all the issues, said the issue's done. Immediately
That's his like, they brought me out of retirement, like literally.
immediately gave up power and went back to the exact place he was plowing. That nickname was then given to George Washington because George Washington did 2 terms as president and said, I'm done. I don't need to do this anymore. And there was a very, very long time in this country where giving up power was considered the greatest thing you can do. And right now, especially on the Dem side, and God knows from this president on the Republican side, giving up power seems to be the number one thing that is their greatest fear. They are so afraid of relinquishing it to a future generation or to anyone else with a different idea or a different perspective.
But that, my friends, is where today's video is going to end, but you've got more just a click away. You can watch.
I think Ginger, Mike from PA, and myself have the exact same microphone arm. Oh, shit. What? Why would that change that? Well, wait, what? Why did that change that? Whatever. I was going to try. Okay. Little twisty lock, curved thing, and then it could be a different brand. They're probably all very similar. So this looks exactly the same. Never mind. It's exactly the same. I wonder why that would have done it. Interesting. Oh, probably. Okay, I think I got it. That's fine. I was changing a source inside of a thing, and because that source is like a direct capture, and that capture hasn't seen this thing yet, the window hasn't been named the right name yet, then it didn't. I don't know, something like that probably. It doesn't matter. Interesting. All right. What else? There's a few different things. Let's. Oh, damn it! I checked the loop button for the music player, but it loops once, and then once it's done looping once, it unloops it, and then it won't loop this for the third playthrough. It's a small problem, I guess. Right, that's the Philip DeFranco show one done. We are all properly filled in. Trump's doing fucking nuclear war testing or whatever. I feel like that was good that we didn't do that anymore. Let me try. Oh, it's recent browsing now. It's this one. Look for bookmarks. Nuke. Well, I don't have it. It's fine. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. This was every nuke test ever done. Because, like, how many nukes? Oh my god, this must be a really old video. What the fuck? DivX video. Okay, this is the worst one possible. This is the one you probably want instead. Yeah, this is it. Like, you might think to yourself, how many nukes have we tested in the entire Earth so far? Hello? Probably hundreds. I don't know if you can count Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well, I guess these are just every bomb exploded, testing or otherwise. America was going all crazy. It wasn't until 1949 that someone else even get on the map. Wait, is that must be USSR? Not China? Sometimes I see the cross and that's like supposed to be China. Yeah. It makes sense because obviously China was not industrialized to the same degree, and also Russia was definitely the Cold War stuff. So. Hey, Britain did one. USA is #1, baby. Even into the 70s, it's like, dude. I mean, you blew up the bomb once or twice. Yeah. Like, did you need to test 800 nukes? Like, Nevada's getting, just fuck Nevada in particular, man. Like, no wonder aliens came to fucking, Roswell, New Mexico, or wherever the fuck it is, because it's like, they're like, what is happening in this part of the planet? What is going on? We have to see. We've never seen anything like this before. I guess in theory, Russia's kind of the same way. So it's a bunch. And then I learn about stuff like low background steel, also known as pre-war steel and pre-atomic steel. Any steel produced prior to the detonation of the first bomb, typically obtained from ships and other steel artifacts of this era, and is used for modern particle detectors because the steel is contaminated with traces of nuclear fallout. Like, we have permanently changed the way Earth is because we blew up one bomb, right? And then we've also done like over 1,000 fucking bombs, and then the USSR also did 1,000 bombs, and it's like, wait, you know, like, we have ever, you know, I mean, think about how many years of like clean coal, you know, roll coal, hell yeah, brother, fucking energy we could have if we just did not do what I assume is an obscene amount of carbon emissions when a goddamn nuke explodes, right? Like, I mean, I'm not a climate scientist, but I have to imagine that's like at least one Taylor Swift's worth of private planes. It has to be, because it's incredible. It's insane. It's like, what's going on with that? I mean, there's got to be. It's bad enough to ruin metal forever, basically. You know, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, we're allowed to not like Taylor Swift now, right? Because she had an album that wasn't good, and or was like plausibly right wing or whatever. My brother's wife is a big Swiftie, but also a big normie. Right? Very offline, very not plugged in. And when I went to visit a couple of weeks ago, I was like, oh, hey, you know, how's she handling all this Taylor Swift problem? And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, oh, well, I was asking my brother in the car when we were driving. I was like, oh, I mean, I've heard that like people are very mad at her, saying that she is right wing now. He's like, oh, what do you mean she's right wing or whatever? Huh? Like they hadn't even thought about it at all, which I think is very funny because they don't really use Twitter. I guess that's what makes them normal is they don't use Twitter. Okay. I put Asmongold stuff in the title. Everyone has probably, I mean, drama is drama, but also right-wing freaks are right-wing freaks. Old man bad. I saw the right-wing Cope post.
This is controversial, but
here.
They have to crush the other side.
Also, just watching Nick Fuentes and like having a good time, that's already like fucked vibes. You know what I mean? Like that, you're already down bad historically.
That's right. Oh, that's right. 100 fucking %. Absolutely.
You have to, because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left.
That's
and
right.
let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them. And
you destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all the people that were doing the
So, put them up for Insurrection Act for sedition. That's not using the law the way it was intended. That's not even within the law.
Shit in front of the detention centers. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps.
They're just doing their First Amendment right. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing illegal about that.
Any of the
about what the people he is saying they should go to jail and into a labor camp, right?
Them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them.
Not within the law. Well, just because it's getting to this.
Completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this.
People say he's a centrist too, which is like, you're crazy.
Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism, put them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking.
Like, the thing that people wanted to remove because of inhuman. I mean, Obama didn't do it, but inhumane treatment, totally pro it, totally illegal, right?
Talking about scorched earth, Old Testament, get them the fuck out. That's what I would do. Thank God. Super prison? Yeah. So basically, the Republic is dead? No, the Republic is alive. An election was held, and the will of the people is being upheld.
Remove hope from the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested.
That's
like
right.
we're just this
exactly.
isn't.
Yes, make it to where there is not even a possibility that you're going to get away.
That's not doing. I mean, and if it's accurate, that does not bode well for us. You know what I mean?
Away with it.
Insurrection. There's
hold up.
From the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested. Like we're just this is an insurrection.
That's right.
There's 10 million people here illegally. We're getting them out. You're rioting. You're going to jail too.
Just ignoring. Well, obviously Nick Fuentes is talking to Tucker Carlson, so the Great Replacement is what he wants to hear, but very clearly not grabbing and deporting actual criminals or illegals.
Done. Finished. Fuck them.
I forgot how long this clip
Like
was.
it has to be crushed.
Yep.
But if you do anything less than that, if you do
authoritarianism, it's not authoritarianism. It's called the law. I'm not trying to invent a new law. I'm saying we apply the existing laws to the people that are breaking them. That's it.
But that's not the law. Like, obviously he's just responding to a chatter and he thought that was the best thing to respond to it, but it's like you were completely talking about new laws, new methods, you know what I mean? Yes. Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, or greater than Nick Fuentes, greater than neo-Nazi? I'm not really sure. Yeah, he's reading the definition and saying it's the law. There was another one. I didn't see this clip just yet, but it was the cat person showing off something. I wasn't sure if it was recent or not. This was a post from a couple of days ago, or
gentlemen.
So I'd seen someone play a compilation of just a bunch of insane shit. And sometimes I'm bad at like providing. Like someone's like, "What? Why do you not like Asmongold?" I wish I could just like. I want to be able to like thumb or like on a bookmark thumbnail it or whatever, just so that way it's like, okay, here you go. Like this is all you need to see, and that's why I generally don't like this guy.
I want to let you guys know that I am going to do my best. I'm going to try as well as I can, and we're gonna take care of this problem. Okay. I don't know. I can't guarantee results, but I can guarantee effort. It might not happen immediately. It might not happen instantly. You need to make a post for this.
Richard Spencer was before my time, when at least, like, I'm old enough or whatever, but it's like before I was tuned into a lot of things. I mean, I definitely heard of Richard Spencer, but like couldn't tell you what it looks like. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean by like it was before my mind was put in. I think this. Let's see.
Yes, and we're going to try to get rid of these people and get the fuck out of Twitter. Yes, exactly. So I'm thinking about, a lot of these people are accusing me of weaponizing my community. I'm thinking about proving them right. Maybe I should do that, and then we'll see what happens. I don't know. But if you want to act like a victim and you want to post stuff like this, maybe I'll make you deserve it. I'm not saying I'll do it. I'm just saying I might.
I don't even know what it's supposed to. I mean, oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Threatens to weaponize his audience. Yeah, okay, yeah, but it's not good that a person who can do his best to run campaigns to get people deplatformed then does and agrees with and says illegal things that, if not directly violent, are just abhorrent, and doesn't get pushback and gets fucking, because you'd think that even the ratings should go down. You know what I mean? But it's concerning that it doesn't. Although it's theoretically possible that he's still botting or whatever, right? Because they know the botting was put in and then kind of came back, and numbers were seen. Richard Spencer failed because he was pre-Trump era. So 4chan just made fun of him. Then around 2015, Reddit banned the Donald, and those people flooded 4chan. Interesting. I got you though. I saw the correction. Okay. I didn't have too much on this one other than just trying to show that he's a piece of shit. This is sort of similar in the sense that it's along the same lines. JD Vance calls for reduction in legal immigration at a Turning Point USA event. Maybe now just called Turning Point. Vice President, he took questions from students. Oh yeah, he said that he said that we have to get the overall numbers way down, not just like the illegals or whatever, but the overall numbers of immigration down, which is now that ratcheting effect that slowly they seed the ground. Democrats say, fine, maybe immigration is a problem. Fine, maybe we should have a border wall. Fine, maybe we should crack down on the illegals or whatever. And now we have to get all numbers way down. Whatever happened to, we want them to come in legally. We love the ones that come in legally. Now it's actually, we want to have even less than that. Actually, we don't want you here at all. It took questions from students at a Mississippi event. Optimal number of legal immigration is far less than what we've been accepting. Optimal number of legal immigration is far less. It was a lie the whole time? Yeah. Huh? Me when I'm dumb, huh? Yeah. Just, I guess now they're like, okay, now is the time to bring it out. Or maybe it's just that the mask is slipping. A little bit of both. I don't know. And you would hope that this would be the end. You would hope that this would be a backlash. That all those moms that swallowed their fucking, feminism and voted for Donald Trump because, I don't know, he says it like it is. All those fucking dads that act like they don't like when he talks rude, but damn it, it needs to be done or whatever. They are all like, oh, we love legal immigration, and then they start saying this shit, and then they're gonna go, well, or they might join in and go, you know what, we don't want that many of them. It was 2008 and 17 when they were on 4chan. The whole Trump support was ironic at first, just to piss off people, like the MAGA communists, I guess, of now. Then he got banned. Those people joined, didn't take it, ironically. Yeah, lucky for me, I never made it on the 4chan. I don't know. I was never much of an actual forum poster in general. The closest I ever got was my brother was on the Something Awful forums, another longtime famous internet corner of the past. And I would watch him do stuff. He would keep me in the loop about some random forums and shit that were going on and weird internet culture of that time. But even when I got into the forum and tried posting, it was only posting in Warhammer 40k threads and stuff. It was only an incredibly small sliver, and I would only be there for the threads that are about the game that I play, and that's it. There was a painting thread and then just a discussion thread, and that was about it. Only the two. There was also one weird choose your own adventure game where some very dedicated author was writing stuff about some cool hero that was fun, that went on for years and years and years and was in depth as hell, but whatever. That was the only other place I really poked. Oh, also I poked my head out once or twice for the ketosis Atkins, not paleo. It technically was just low carb diet, but keto was what I was into when I first lost weight. And that's when I learned that people's diets is actually kind of almost like people's religions, in the sense that they have their doctrine, they have their scripture, and everyone else is a holy war, and they will fight for the grounds. And then no one will ever be like, no, veganism's the best. Actually, no. Like, it'll cure the diseases that you have. No, keto will cure the diseases. Look at all the diabetes that's gone and brain problems and your focus is up. No, it's actually, I don't know, a well-balanced food pyramid diet. No, it's, everyone had their fucking views. The term troom? I'm used to goons. Like Goonhammer is a group of people that play Warhammer. They're friends of mine, and they're really good friends of my brother, and they make a bunch of really cool websites and apps and stuff for the game of Warhammer 40k, which is awesome. Vegans are literally Hitler. Was he a vegan the whole time? Really? As far as I know... Oh, I did not realize that. Thankfully, I've never heard of it, and now will not commit it to memory. Goon is something awful. Oh. Weird. I didn't realize that they would separate it. Well, I mean, goons were definitely sort of all over the spectrum when it came to their own direct political identities. Case in point by there being different things. Although, the creator, Richard Anania, aka Lotax, he was a very conservative, libertarian, whatever kind of guy, apparently, and had a hilarious and long history until his death. Although I would think if anybody would fake their death, it would be him, just based on what I've heard. Yeah, I mean, now it being far left, I could definitely see that being a thing. My brother tells me about some stuff here and there about like some of the goings-ons. Like there was a problem at one point where just the other day where the website was down because they updated some kind of security backdoor and they did not do a good enough job, and then somebody got into the FTP server or whatever the hell it is, and they uploaded like 100 terabytes of goatsy pictures, and it crashed the thing for a while. This is like after the AWS outage or whatever. It was like its own dedicated problem, and then they fixed it. Again, but just forms posting, you know what I mean? Like that's such a... I still have an account. I paid my $10 a long time ago. I have an avatar with a little orc with a brain, a cranial bomb. You know, I got my avatar. Lotax was a painkiller addict, so he couldn't stand any pain/feels. Interesting. You think that he'd be immune to it, though? You think that he could just tank it because he's just so juiced? I don't know. I remember watching Doomhouse a bunch of times back in the day. Fragmaster 85, Fragmaster 8000. I forget the guy's name. Really weird, terrible voice, but he did a lot of voiceover stuff for a bunch of the cartoons. Smorky, but I think Smorky came out to be kind of like a freak, and yeah, I don't know if it was just a pedophile or if it was like just like a Nazi. I forget the exact specifics, but like, you know, the Flash tub. I was aware of a bunch of things. You go off painkillers. Okay. Yeah, there was a bunch of weird stuff in the history. There you go. Yeah, there. Yeah. I knew there was something bad about him specifically. That was very bad. It's just the memory is a little bit like fuzzy, which is a shame because there were some. I mean, they're Flash cartoons, so they're all dead now anyway. But there was a couple of things from memory that were like formative when I was a young person, similar to like Homestar Runner, but just the edgier, weirder version online, and probably a little bit later. Combined, there's like a 5 to 10 year period, I guess, where that kind of like had relevancy. Let's do something a little bit different. We're doing a bunch of news. I saw this thing about. Okay, we'll do some tech stuff. Will tech save us? Should capitalize us. That's crazy. Okay. I can hit the pause button for the music. Bink. And then this. Okay. Hopefully this should work now that I have my Windows in the proper place. I didn't hit the button all the way. Copied. Pasted. Set to manual. And we're good. All right.
It sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, but tech companies.
Because from what I've heard, quantum computing, all the different people that said they made the breakthrough have not had it. And this was a few days ago, the 27th now. So you'd think that this would make huge news. So it might be all smoke and mirrors.
Companies are competing over developing quantum computers. Google is one of those companies, and as the New York Times reports, Google.
What do you mean, kind of gay? Careful with I mean, I get you were or at least aware of gooning or goons or whatever. Not gooning. Gooning's different. But general pejorative gay. that was definitely an era though.
Google recently said its machine can run
software
13,000 times as fast as a traditional supercomputer. That means it can solve formulas in minutes that would take other computers trillions of years. Joining us now is the author.
Fuck. Trillions. Jesus Christ.
Of that article.
That's like so a 5090 would take trillions of years to compile something. Dang, that's like, I don't know. I was going to make a joke and say maybe it's like a 6090, but I mean, apparently the generational leap from 40 to 50 wasn't that good. So I guess it would be like, I don't know, a trillion 90.
Article, New York Times technology reporter Cade Metz. Thanks for being here. What are the practical uses of computers like these?
An actual quantum computer would be literally anything. Everything would be quantum computer if you could. What the fuck? What do you mean the practical use? It would be the best thing ever.
Well, today there aren't practical uses. This is still in the future. This is still technology that's going to come to the.
Quantum computer makes breakthrough, but it's like a piece of a quantum computer?
For maybe 5, 10 years out. But when this technology reaches its promise, it will help with things like drug discovery. So identifying new medicines and new vaccines. It might accelerate the progress of artificial intelligence even further.
I thought quantum computers can move at the quantum level. I mean, I guess I don't know shit about any of it. Let's be real. I barely understand true computers. You mean that you can just fucking cook a piece of sand and then put electricity through it and then somehow have literally what's in front of me and me being beamed out? There's a bunch of transistor gates that say yes, no. And that could somehow make everything that is everything now. You can watch a video of this guy speak that's all turned into ones and zeros at some point somewhere, and it all runs off of a fucking chip. That's crazy, man. So it is all fucking magic. Yeah, I mean, I even thought that, yeah, I mean, I guess my understanding of the quantum part was that it was jumping as, faster than even electricity can jump or whatever, because electricity is going through the circuits, whatever, and that's different than what a quantum thing would do, where the quantumness is allowing the transmissions to happen at the quantum level, because they go from like a 5 nanometer chip for the Intel Pentium 1, then now we are a 3 nanometer chip, and that's the Intel Pentium like 10. That's such a big difference. And then so you can't get lower than like a 2 nanometer thin wafer of transistors or whatever the fuck it is. Like you run out of the ability to make it. There's a bottleneck of the physical fucking thing that needs to be made. That's even more highly specialized and expensive to manufacture. But then quantum can just go, actually, we can get thinner than you could ever possibly imagine instantaneously. And it's like, oh my God, how many teraflops per millisecond? Oh, yeah.
It can help scientists build new materials for building all sorts of things, whether it's cars or consumer products. It's a way of specifically understanding the way that science works, in a sense, physics and chemistry, and building all sorts of new things that can be used across our society.
Artificial intelligence uses up a lot of energy, and a Bank of America analysis.
I wonder if that's similar to, because like when people are mining Bitcoins or doing certain large tasks, they have to crunch through a gigantic algorithm math problem, run it through until they can brute force their way through. there's definitely a part of computing, because that sounds like it's trying to get through like a specific thing, right? It's trying to solve something. But maybe that is even down to a simple program is also running numbers through a line. Because I know that like in certain software elements of things are broken down. Sometimes instead of binary, they're broken down into like hexadecimal, which includes way more digits and even letters and stuff, which is different than a bunch of ones and zeros. But I still thought that in the end, I don't know, bits are individual fucking ones and zeros or something. But it's so far, it has, sort of not mattered. You know what I mean?
Has found AI is causing utility bills to increase. Could quantum computing help with that or make things worse?
Well,
I mean, like, is my understanding would be if you had quantum computing just unlocked and you just had one there and you used it in a data center instead of a regular computer, you would be able to mine Bitcoin way faster. You'd be able to crunch the numbers of a solution. You'd be able to replicate the entire Bitcoin fucking blockchain in a minute or instantly or whatever the speed it's supposed to be, which then kind of ruins, because like the security of the what do you call it, the blockchain or whatever is supposed to be that it's so hard to emulate the entire chain properly to fake a transaction that there's no way you could ever do it. But then with insane computers, you could.
The short term, it's not going to help with that, and it won't necessarily make things worse.
But maybe I'm understanding a pie in the sky eye version of it, and actually it'll again just be in one small iteration up. But maybe we're not talking about the same thing.
Computing is good at very specific things, and it will help those specific things that I discussed earlier.
Because they're like, yeah, see, China has committed billions, but Google made one. Take that, China. Which is like, it's possible that they could have beat them to the punch, but I don't know.
And it can, in helping to accelerate drug discovery and accelerate the discovery of new materials, it is going to use less electricity, less power than today's AI systems, but it's doing a different thing than today's AI systems.
You write that China has invested more than $15 billion in research. Is it more of a player right now than the U.S.?
It is very much a race akin to the AI race. This is something that China has taken seriously for years. It has
the AI race is such a terrible, boring ass race in comparison to like the space race. At least the way that history has shown what the space race was.
A lot of talent in the area, and a lot of the important research that is coming out of the field is coming out of China. American researchers will tell you that. Again, this is a race that won't reach the finish line for another 5
B-roll of a flag zooming in slowly. B-roll of a child around flag, so you know she's Chinese, and also that she's under government control.
years. But China is certainly in the mix.
Kate Metz, thank you so much.
Oh, fuck. I did not want to click on that video. I went to pause it, but I forgot that it just ends. Some random gumball machine video. He was like, it's a race, and they're definitely in the mix. Actually, only Edge AI. There's been a couple of times where I've like go to search something and being able to just type my search, like I would explain it to a friend or whatever, and then Google has like an AI mode. I think I said before that the example was Tylenol had just been deemed by RFK as autism causing. But I wanted to look up a study that I learned about from Mike from PA about how acetaminophen, Tylenol is not good at chronic pain. So I wanted to find that study, and I even typed in like study from years ago that was, whatever the right way to Google search for it. But only thing that was coming up was the SEO was fucking ruined by that specific new release. Every story was saying that. But at the very top, the AI overview was like, it understood what I was trying to say. And then it found the actual study that I wanted. So I was like, wow, that's actually kind of nice. And a couple of times I've been like, I'm looking for a video of this thing. And I've tried Googling for it. I can't find it. So I type in a very like spoken word sort of like thing and put it in there and say, find it. And then it might still take a little bit of like drilling down, but it's sometimes it's easier than searching Google, endlessly. Oh, local network. I got you. I got what you're saying. I think because people are saying I think you can run DeepSeek locally as a thing, depending on what you're looking for. And then like, just like how when HD was new, everything is HD ready, HD this, HD that, 4K. Oh, this computer is 4K ready, 4K gaming, 4K ready, motherboard. Like, what the fuck does that mean? TVs all got that. Then 3D. This computer is 3D ready, 3D that. VR. This graphics card is VR ready. Now my motherboard that I just bought, a few months ago, whatever, says my motherboard is AI ready, and it's like, okay, sick. I mean, as long as your local network, I guess, is good. I don't know what I guess I've never done one before, but I assume like your system resources would go up if it's trying to do something, but maybe certain things like, I mean, I guess if you're like generating images or something, that would be a localized system. You miss 3D TVs. Yeah, we were, oh man, we went to a park to do, like, as part of the DSA, one of the things that we had for the weekly calendar was a nature walk where people can all get together and walk through and just kind of talk and hang out. And we went through their sort of like welcome center little room. It was like a little building. And it was really cool. They had a bunch of like animals from taxidermy, like whatever. So I got to like, ooh, we can touch an otter pelt and you can learn some things about all these different animals or whatever. And then they had a room that was playing a video about their thing, and it's only a few minutes long, whatever, and it was on a loop and it plays every X minutes. So we finished the walk all the way through and we came back to sort of end in there. And they said it was a 3D movie. And I was like, okay. Then I sit in there a few minutes before getting ready, and I'm thinking like, where are the 3D glasses? And I was like, hey, it's starting, but like, where? She's like, no, don't worry, you'll see. And then instead of it being like 3D, you put on glasses, there's just like another TV closer, and then it's like hooked up to play lights in the room that like shine on like the shelves and stuff. And I was like, oh, that kind of 3D. Like they mean like it's an immersive experience or whatever, which I thought was kind of cute and funny. Because I remember looking up, going like, why do they have a grid with a bunch of like little play lights for this tiny little room? Like you would never be able to hold a play in this room, but it was literally for this one experience. And it was kind of a lame video. I was just like, they really dedicated a whole thing just for this. Like, it's cool, but it's, I don't know. That's some local charm, I guess. Yeah. If you're into tech, can you run over your own search engines that connects to other people running it? Oh, wow. I have never heard of that before. I'll leave up a Google search for Sai, which is kind of funny, Googling for the thing to replace. All right. The next tech story. This is what I saw from a few days ago, and I was wondering what this is. I have no idea what this is, but I'm always interested in weird shit. Like the guy that invented the Steadicam, which is a camera on a counterbalance gimbal thing that you like, the official gyroscope gimbal, very hardware focused, attached to a spring arm on a vest. That guy invented the Skycam, which is the cam that flies over the football field. So
make no mistake, there's nothing quite like watching an
that does sound like Yahtzee, doesn't it? I probably should call it Yahtzee.
NFL game at the stadium. But man, this has to be the next best thing. Welcome to Cosm.
What is the Cosm, though? You come in and it's like you're actually there, like you're at the game.
Using some seriously advanced tech, Cosm CEO Jeb Terry says the goal isn't just to bring the game to fans, it's immersing them in the magic.
So you're just in the Sphere, or you're in an IMAX theater. So in Tampa, there's the Mosey Museum of Science and Industry, and they have a IMAX theater, but it is insanely bent, but it's huge. It's like a planetarium where you're like leaned back and you watch your shit on it. It's very big. It fills your entire vision, but it also is distorted as fuck on the edges for sure. And I don't like it because of that reason. Looks like ass.
of being there.
So this is it. This is it. We're coming into the dome. Yep. This is the showstopper, right? And your face says it all.
This is two fucking, you know, CEOs, press shirts, pants done up. They probably paid for this thing to be done. This news report about this advertising.
Because even this, right? It feels like I'm walking into my seat at the stadium.
CTO Devin Pullman says Cosm is leading the way in a larger trend: technology changing the way fans consume sports.
Working week in and week out.
You can't storm the field and have a drunken brawl. What? It's just the worst way to watch TV, right?
Did over 400 live sporting events in the last year.
While Cosm brings people to the sidelines,
Perez going to the air.
Mindfly puts them right on the field for the first time.
That's Canelo in motion.
I guess that'd be weird to see that on a huge wall.
On first down and 10.
This year, the company brought its POV cams to the players of the United Football League, hoping their take.
Ooh. Would that make you want to watch a UFL game? Ooh, I don't know.
On live sports will
I haven't even heard of you. I heard of Arena Football League, but I never heard of UFL.
Capture fans.
As you see there's the virtual measurement.
This NFL season, we've already seen new technology take the field. Sony's Hawkeye Instant Replay, changing the game itself and viewers' experience, replacing the traditional chain gang, which physically measured first downs. Back at Cosm.
The best way to watch.
If you're on your own text message service. What would that be for? To like text two different phones?
Watch a sport ever. So I've been to every Eagles game.
Fans say they're eager to come back for more immersive tech.
Oh shit! What was that called? It was like Adrenaline Mike or something. It was like something Fred. It was like something like that.
Is this the future of how we should be watching professional sports?
So normally there's a guy. So like when you're running with the ball, you get marked down wherever the ball is, and a lot of guys are like stretch their hand out and try and extend where they think the ball should be placed. But then the refs walk over and then move the ball to where they last thought it was supposed to be. And then like, you know, is that where the first down line is? If it's obvious, they say first down. If they're not sure, they have the first down guys keep the chain taut and they run down the field to make sure it's still taut. And then they check to see if the ball is on either side of the chain. Like that's how they would normally measure it. But I guess now there's like a sensor in the ball that then there's sensors on the sideline. So it just knows if it is or isn't. I don't know. I haven't watched football in a while.
Look, there's nothing.
But now you can't do that thing where you stretch your hand out and pretend to get an extra yard or two. You know?
Better than being at the game itself. There is an energy about.
Hold on. That is a boot tucked into his pants. I don't think I have ever seen that on these incredibly tight khakis, like you've said.
Look, there's nothing better than being at the game itself. There is an energy about a live sport, and in that facility that we're not.
It's a big thing is when they bring it down and then they wait and then they
trying to replace, and that we never will, right? But for other fans that can't be at this stadium, that can't go to the game, that want to come out and have a great experience, we don't think it's the future. We think it's the now.
We don't think it's the future. We think it's the now. That's like they practice that line in a fucking reading room. Yeah. I'm more of a suburb/city slicker. But I guess if you're like doing drug deals and shit, you'd love, well, or perhaps running some sort of counter government thing in a place that has a government that's watching you. That would be handy for both of those purposes.
a night in the stands, transporting fans in ways
Imagine the TV show The Wire, but they were using a decentralized text messaging thing. They would never have been able to catch them, right? The burner phones wouldn't even be burners. They could just keep them.
we never could have imagined. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Oh boy, I can't wait to get my fucking season ticket to the Dome video thing. I mean, like, all the footage they have of the players and the ball, you can just put that on regular TV. You know what I mean? Is this just a live feed from different cameras in the area and then someone is directing this show? Do they even have commentary and like the whatever? Are there even commercials in here? I mean, that could be, if there's no commercials, but I imagine there's going to be a gigantic Bud Light ad just playing on this in between plays or whatever. And you're going to be like, I live in a dystopia, as this like 60-foot ad just plays it when you're sitting right next to it, just getting sunburnt by the ad. That sounds bad. The first humanoid robot for house cleaning. Oh boy. Oh, really? Jesus.
You probably wouldn't be opposed to having some extra help around the
This would be like the Jetsons, right? They're gonna call her the Judy.
house, but how would you feel about a robot taking?
I did that once when I was on Progressive, and I had a little thing that I put in my car. I don't know if it was a thing I put in my car. It must have been something. And it would only ever notice when I brake hard. And then it deemed if I broke hard too often, that means I'm a bad driver. And it's like, no, I'm not. I have to brake hard sometimes because someone's doing something stupid. Or I guess it means that either you're a bad driver or there are people who are stupid around you and therefore your rates go up in either way. But it's like, but it did make me, because I got pissed whenever that thing would beep. It made me a slower braker. I do a little bit more pumping. I do a little bit more soft. So I don't like brake at the last 10%. I brake at the 30, 15, 10%. You know what I mean? Yeah. That was the thing. That's a great example, is like, I would be going up and I'm like, oh, I don't want to run this red light, but I will brake hard to not. And then they go, you broke hard. You're in trouble. And I'm like, what? Because I was thinking of things when somebody pulls out in front of you when they shouldn't, and I like pump the brakes, getting ready for them to like get in my way, and they go, you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, yes, I should have, you fucking asshole. Like,
on your chores. I want to introduce you to Neo. This is the latest creation by a tech company, 1X. It's billed as the world's first consumer-ready robot designed to transform life at home. Oh, making coffee. The company says Neo can complete the tasks you see there: opening doors, folding laundry, tidying spaces. And I'll reiterate, making your coffee. It's available now for pre-order. Here for more is Jacob.
Totally not a dude in a suit, Tesla. Totally not a guy in a suit. Oh, this is not a Tesla, so it might actually be a robot.
Award tech journalist and host of the Rip Current podcast. I'm in immediate need, apparently, of a cup of coffee. How big of a deal is the arrival of a consumer-ready robot like this? And do you think that people would utilize this?
Yeah, they probably do. Now have more sophisticated things, aren't just checking one thing, but like your speed and other things.
To welcome it into their home?
I mean, it's absolutely a revolution in terms of what a robot can do. I was once the editor-in-chief of Popular Science back before 2013, and back then, just a single digit of a robot's hand would cost what the sticker price of this thing is going to be, which is about $20,000.
Oh boy.
Forever, right? Our robots have been ones that have been specifically committed to a very single task, right? Grabbing one piece and putting it into a car chassis. And that's because we haven't been able to build robots at an affordable price that could do something like deal with a rack full of clothes or deal with the coffee that you want so much, Kana. And so this idea that you, for $20,000, can pull that off is kind of incredible. On the other hand, right?
Terrifying. Literally nightmare fuel. Why of all the things, like its face looks like it's going to eat your soul. Like, what the fuck, man?
$20,000 is quite a lot to pay up front for something like this. And the company says that it's going to need human operators to teach certain tasks to the robot remotely, because it's not always going to know your coffee maker or how to get a few dishes into your dishwasher, Kayla.
That is very interesting detail. Some guy, you know how like you have to like ask the IT department to remote into your laptop to fix it or whatever? Now you have to like ask the fucking customer service dude to remote into the robot. So with his fucking VR gloves on, can like walk the robot around your house and operate your fucking Folgers cup. And he's like looking through the eyes of the robot. Someone is going to be strangled to death by the robot remotely. It's a thing that out of all the millions of human beings, it's going to happen. And that is crazy. Like literally, you know, fucking, you know, Russia will hack the robots in the White House and do like, you know, a crime that I guess maybe I can't say out loud that would unseat the presidency and cause a power vacuum. And like that seems like, I don't think people would want a robot in their house that some guy can just walk inside of. You know, some guy can just basically, like the Matrix, is load into your fucking house. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, the specifics of your house. But in terms of cost and ability, let's look 5-10 years down the road. I mean, how quickly is this thing going to go? How low could the price drop? And do you see this as something common in households?
Well, I think the big thing to think about here, right, is that as we think right now about AI, which is what I spend so much of my time thinking around, you know, we've been talking.
He runs a tech podcast. He can't avoid it, the poor bastard.
Talking about the threat to jobs when it comes to knowledge work, right? And we've thought, well, but being a barber or being a plumber, that job is safe. Well, I would.
Bro, you're going to let a fucking flanker cut your hair? It's going to pull out the straight razor? Don't worry, sir. I was trained on a hand model. I have a lot of... It's like,
just point out, this thing is evidence that all sorts of automation is coming for all sorts of work.
You know, I didn't like the white one, but I definitely don't like the black one. That's for sure. Oh my God. Why would they do that? I don't like that at all. Guys, you have you have infinite number of colors to work with. I don't like that. I mean, I understand tech normally has a few color options, including black, but think about it for a second.
And so on the one hand, I think this could be really good. We're in a position where we're going to need an incredible amount of help at home. Boomers are about to become the absolutely #1 category of population as they get older. We don't have the help they're going to need. Is this going to stand in for that? Not really clear. But what we're seeing here, of course, is that the price of an actual robot that can come in and manipulate things in such a way that they could conceivably replace a human worker, that's all been science fiction in the past, but that's...
Imagine being senile, and then you see that thing walk into the room as it comes in to change out your bedpan or something. You're like, oh, the T-1000's coming to kill me. You know, I don't see that. I mean, people, you know what? I guess if you just hit a robot, you only hit a robot. But, oh my God.
Becoming real now, Kayla.
Right. It's a good point there, how this could look for someone like a nurse or a caretaker or people in need of those folks. Jake Ward, it's always wonderful to have you on. Thank you for.
So Bernie had a thing a while back, not that long ago, but a week or two, a month, I don't know, some time's weird now, where he was talking about how workers are important and should never be replaced, and we need to have these certain policies. And he had a bunch of new policies I've never heard him talk about before. Usually you've heard him say the same things forever, but he was talking about how if robots are going to replace workers, then people need work to give them their life purpose, and maybe on the mass scale, but I don't know. I would love a place where robots do exist. If these things are in mass, populated and pumped out, and every ditch jigging, every lineman, every sewer worker was just a humanoid robot, that would be my idea of a utopia. No longer would you need to force people to do the trash pickup, toilet cleaning jobs. Those jobs always sucked, and now they are no longer have to be done by people. Sick. Awesome. But the problem is capitalism will not allow people to then just not work. They need to then make profits somewhere for somebody, and then you're going to have a major issue. But in theory, I love the idea of AI doing all kinds of bullshit, and then physical robots doing all kinds of bullshit, and then people can just live and enjoy life and find pursuits and passions, become masters and experts at things, learn new things, literally pontificate the idea of existence, right? I don't know the exact history, but a part of my weak history understanding is Athens and Greece, and once we became agregorial in society, we were able to have leisure time, which then allowed people to think and then come up with new things that was a good thing for art and for philosophy and all kinds of stuff. So that sounds like a good thing to allow people to have. And also, most jobs people do even today are bullshit jobs. And then there are backbreaking, painful, hard, dirty, real jobs that are logistics jobs that have to get done. And I want both of those people to be able to just have leisure and enjoy and seek pursuits in life. But alas, we don't live in a world where that happens. But I would like robots to do a bunch of bullshit for everybody. That sounds cool. Will it happen? I don't believe the resources involved on our current scale in my lifetime or whatever would be able to pump it out into mass. That way everybody would have one. But it does make sense for them to be humanoid because our current world is designed around a humanoid form. Other than specific made robots, like this is the robot that picks up the door of a car and puts it onto the thing. Everything else is just, human, cabinets are human size, door handles, knobs, bottles, everything is made to work with our current form. So robots that need to integrate with that form, especially as a Swiss Army knife, make sense to be in that form. But yeah, jobs being demeaning is a thing. Also similar but different. I heard that the CEOs of Japanese companies clean their own toilets as like a form of respect or something, or as a form of like they have their own duties or something. I don't know. Because I'm thinking like, how could you have a world without the janitors? But also like, just pick up after yourself for the most part. You know what I mean? Like other than like, I guess there's like deep cleaning, like doing a full vacuum run across the entire place. But even then, people have a job and like once a month they do inventory or whatever. You could do cleaning as a part of your job. There was one point where I was told to do certain things and I was like, man, I feel like I'm just like the best paid janitor. And I was like, why would I be mad about that? You know what I mean? What would a 70 centimeter diameter spherical floating robot with 2 tentacles have problems with in a human world? I mean, I guess if we get levitation down without, it's not energy inefficient to be able to hover, then I suppose if the tentacles are rigid and then also have digits that are opposable in the sense that they could grab things in the way that we're used to things needing to be grabbed, I suppose it would be okay. But if we're doing like floating propulsion things, then we're already kicking ass. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because like, especially if it's supposed to like be able to become your personal assistant or become the floor worker for, or like a warehouse is able to do the jobs or whatever it needs to do. It needs to sit into a forklift to do the forklift part, but then it needs to get out and then, put a label on a thing, peel it, stick it. It needs to be able to check off physical sheets that could be moved to digital, but even then you get the idea. You know what I mean? With evil red eyes. I mean, the eyes in this one are pretty evil. Now, when I first saw this one video, I was like, maybe not. And then I moved on. And then I saw that the MKBHD had a video talking about it. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna include this as a package. So I want to see what he has a problem with, because I have my problems with it, but let's see.
Okay, we have to have a conversation about this. I feel like it's been a minute since I've done just like an old school, straight to camera rant video, but this has been all over my timeline lately, so I feel like I have to. So meet Neo, potentially the most futuristic product we've ever seen.
They do have like I don't know which one it is, Princess Mononoke mask thing going on here. That's probably the stupidest way to describe it because the mask is probably its own thing that happens to be used in one or two of the Miyazaki movies, but you know what I mean.
This thing is a full-fledged humanoid robot, 5'6", 66 pounds, 4-hour battery life.
5'6"? Damn, dude. You don't want the robot to take your girl or whatever, right? Okay, Spirit Away. Thank you. Sorry. 66 pounds, but can lift 154. Impressive. That the homie can do a, what do you call it? A pull-up. I can't do a pull-up.
Self-charging, and it lives in your house. It's finally here. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's for doing.
I did not think about fucking it. Nothing about it. It had kind of a square ass. There was no part of my mind that I thought that it was going to be fuckable. I haven't even considered that part of it yet, honestly, but that is a whole nother element of it. But holy fuck, bro, I did not think about fucking this thing. It looks like a Google Home, you know what I mean? It's got that fucking fabric cover on it, and it's all, you know, inoffensive.
Doing chores. It's a housekeeper. It has the same dexterity as a human because it's shaped just like a human, walks around on 2 legs, has 10 fingers. It can fold laundry and put it away for you, or it can do the dishes for you from start to finish and then put everything away. It can go around and water the plants outside.
Of course. Totally true. Totally true. No arguments.
Outside or inside on a perfect schedule, and it never forgets a single plant. And then it'll go around and vacuum and tidy up the house if anything gets left out. It always knows.
As you would imagine with a Model 1, it does look rigid. It does look like somebody with a GoPro to their chest pretending to be a robot. There's certain parts that like the you can kind of tell the rigidness of the fingers and the weird gear parts or whatever, but I kind of am leaning more towards the ball tentacle in a sense that I want it to eliminate the uncanniness of it being a bad performing human. If it was clearly a robot in some other aspect, it would be less terrifying. Because again, you turn around and that thing's in your fucking, like, at the end of your periphery in a shadow looking at you. You're like, whoa, what the fuck? You know? Going like, you know, human, I desire my charging bay. Please, I need it. You know, like, oh God, I didn't move it, I swear.
Where everything is, it can find the TV remote, and it'll basically actively do all the chores.
Yeah, you would think it would need a little bit of grippage / you know, something. Hell, your refrigerator probably has a capacitive touchscreen. It's got to be able to like add the fucking groceries to the thing or whatever.
That you know you have to do, but you don't actually want to do. And when it's done, it goes back to its little docking spot and charges itself. Imagine going out for the day of work and coming back a few hours later and everything's done. All the chores are finished. Every single time, every day, you never have to do chores again. That's amazing. Or maybe let's say you have mobility issues. This thing can sort of act as a personal assistant in a lot of ways. These are things that represent massive value for.
So also, based off it needing to be trained to, I don't know if it needs to be remoted into every time to do certain tasks, or if it needs to just be trained and then it knows, but I doubt it would. Because it's like, if you needed to have it take all your groceries and put it away properly, that's a very evolving thing with what your house has, it doesn't have. And then especially if you have like a checklist inside the fridge, it needs to be able to like check off, like if you, I never had a fucking touchscreen fridge, but if you needed it to go, okay, I just put in 2 bottles of soda, so that's now 2 bottles of soda more, and then I put in a thing of eggs, and that's how many eggs in the fridge. Like, it would it be able to understand the idea of the evolving task in front of it? That's where AI is supposed to come in, but obviously not.
A lot of people, and it's available to order now. This is available to order. This feels like it could be the best tech announcement of all time in 2025, except this isn't real.
I've been had. They lied to me. You've had your demon in your house for 3 years. It was startling you at every corner at first, but now I just eat Cheetos together. I was like, you were going to talk about a cat or something, but okay. Because cats like doing that thing where they hide around the corner, and then you look, and then they stop, and then you hide, and then it moves closer, which is always incredibly cute when they do it, but also a little terrifying.
And I mean that in the most literal way possible. This is not real. First of all, it's a pre-order. So you can go to this website right now and you can pick between 3 colors, and then it's either $500 a month subscription for a standard delivery, or you can pay a flat $20,000 to own it outright and get priority delivery. Just drop it.
Three and a third years? Or like when you say subscription, how locked in are you? Interesting.
$200 fully refundable deposit to get in line today, and deliveries in the US start sometime next year. And that's just allegedly. We don't know when it's actually going to ship. Now, to be clear, it's not actually the price that I have a big problem with. Like, I know these numbers seem eye-popping on paper, but this is a first-generation, bleeding-edge humanoid robot assistant. Like, I never thought that this would be cheap. And also, there isn't really competition yet. So you got to imagine the target audience is going to be people whose time is worth more than the money they're spending on it. Like, this is for people who the idea of saving a few hours on chores every week so that they can use that time to make more money actually.
Which leads you to the ultimate question of what could they possibly do where a few hours a week is worth $20,000? Like, how is it possible that somebody could, what work could someone do? The only thing you could come to would be like, oh, life-saving surgery or something. But that's also inelastic in a sense of like what people's value is supposed to be. And most of those motherfuckers are like just, drop shippers or something, you know what I mean? That are making this much money and they are not providing value. If anything, they are removing value.
Actually makes logical sense. Like, people really think like that. It's for early.
Wait, do you mean like workers? Okay, hold on. Don't do that. What? Don't. Yeah, I mean, $500 a month for a maid to come in would be probably cheaper, right? It would definitely be cheaper than that. A live-in maid for $20,000 a year, or $20,000 flat, even if it is only for 1 year, probably not. Probably a good bargain, but I don't know, because if you have made only for a few hours every other day or something, that could be pretty. And then, but they would also have a human brain that could just do things, right? So that's kind of better than like an incredibly slow machine, very slowly grabbing and making sure it's grabbing that blanket just right to get it into the washing machine or whatever, because it doesn't look super dexterous. And this is the pre-order video. How good is it going to be for real?
Adopters, it's for people who want to spend however much they think it's worth on this brand new novel thing. That's fine. But
I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to speak ill of. I know that Tim Pool has a wife, and I guess that a joke would be that he bought it mail order or whatever. But there's probably somebody who's gone through that process.
My issue with this product is the gap.
Sounds like human trafficking, though, right? Let's be real. Okay. 20,000. What a steal! That's for the human trafficker who just doesn't want to afford the human part.
Between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video, because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream.
And that's what the news story here with the podcast expert implied.
But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this Neo robot also this week, where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in a...
So now we have elevated. We have gone from a guy in a spandex suit to a robot in a spandex suit with a guy remotely inside of it.
Another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing.
That's just me doing the dishes right there. Also, is it finger fucked? Oh my God. Don't worry, sir. I do not feel pain.
Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is like...
Okay, so the robot is $500 a month. And then renting... Oh, man. They're just going to put these headsets on people in Haiti or something, aren't they? That's all they're going to do. They're going to say that they have... It's just going to be slaves and robots put together. It's going to be... third world pricing. It's oh no. Yeah. For single suburban mom in Miami. At first I was saying that, you know, I didn't want to fuck the robot, but now apparently the robot wants to fuck you, which is terrifying in its own. But yes, now the potential for the robots to strangle you to death in your sleep is increasing ever so much.
Like best case scenario stuff. And I see a lot of people defending this robot online, like, oh, no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet.
Why would they do that? If they could do it actually autonomously, why would they go, we're just gonna keep that in our back pocket?
Really? You don't think they would show?
Those are all check marks and Tesla owners that are saying those things, right?
Over the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep.
You know what? It'll be the top rated, Pornhub category in no time, right? As soon as this releases out, boom, there's already, I don't know, famous creators in the porn spaces. They're working on it right now. You know what I mean?
Selling the dream. If you watch that keynote video back, to their credit, you'll notice that they actually are very careful to label exactly when the robot is doing something autonomously and
because they don't get sued. They want the 20 grand preloaded now.
Not teleoperated. And in that whole nearly 10-minute video, there's exactly 2 scenes that have this label. There's the get.
Man, also, if it's supposed to have this whole system, right? This whole back end, right? And then this company goes under, then you're just out. Right, all the software that runs this thing that's supposed to like teach it how to do things in your house, even if it ever does actually learn how to do things in your house, and it's not just running a fucking move exactly like I did before script, as it steps on your cat to death or whatever. You're gonna have like an incredibly expensive fucking mannequin in your house. If this AI bubble bursts and all these data centers and companies and all this shit goes away, then you're gonna have a very expensive mannequin in your house.
The door command.
Get the door, please. He kind of did, yeah.
Where the robot walks over to the door because someone's coming up. It grabs the handle, waits for the guest, and then sort of pulls the door open and fumbles backwards a little bit, kind of like a toddler, to let them inside. And then there's the put away the dishes command, where the robot toddles over to the person, recognizes the harmless, not glass, empty cup in its hand, grabs it, and then walks away with it. Cool. No, seriously, that's actually pretty impressive. Even if I could already today unlock the door with my Google Home and a smart lock with just my voice, there is something at least a little bit futuristic about a humanoid robot going to do that. That's part of the dream. It's doing it autonomously. But then that also means that everything else happening in this video and everything else we've ever seen.
Vagine and Bob. Okay. I didn't know what you were saying at first, but I was like, oh, wait, you're doing an accent. I guess the accent's kind of fucked up, but I said it out loud, so I whoops. But, oh, this is not happening. This is just Tesla all over again.
This Neo robot do, we can safely assume is remote controlled. So the gap between what this product can actually do today and what it can,
it's true.
Maybe, hopefully.
Also, he is the most like I would have a smart home with all these things hooked up to certain things kind of guy, because that's his whole shtick. So I've tried using, we got a Google Home for free for something. I forget what it was for. I've tried using it for some stuff. It sucks, but it's also based off its bad software, I guess, or whatever. I'm trying to think of the other smart things that we've had that just kind of like you just give up on them. It's at best the thing that can Google things for you quickly, and even then sometimes it doesn't do a good job. It definitely is like a booth type of thing for sure, but they wouldn't be able to get nearly as much outsider capital if they did that. Yeah, the fact that it's a speaker is kind of like a use. Sometimes if like Kara, I need to get a hold of her and she's not answering my Discord messages or not answering her phone because maybe it's dead or something, I could call the Mini and then just play a sound or just talk through it like speakerphone, and that's handy sometimes. That's like been the most useful thing of use for it. Tesla pedestrian sensors go off. I'm not sure who's centimeters. Centimetries. I'm not sure who that is.
Do someday in the ideal future are it is massive. They are massively far apart, and so that's really my main issue. There seems to be a bit of a lost art in waiting for a tech product to be actually finished before announcing and unveiling it. Like, do you remember when tech companies would unveil a brand new tech product that they've been working on?
A double adapter for power? What do you mean? Use your phone to turn on off through an app. Wait, you mean like you can turn your phone off? Oh, in cemeteries. Graveyard. Is that how cemeteries is spelled? Have I never seen it before? Wait, is it supposed to be like ghosts? Is that what it or is it just seeing the tombstones?
And then do a demo, and then the next slide was like, this thing is going on sale tomorrow or next week or something like that. And that hype would carry right into the buying cycle. You remember that? That was sick. But now, in this age of all of these AI products, it's like there's this.
I feel like there's an A, but either way, who am I to just talk about spelling, right? Yeah. Ones that go into the outlet, so you get two outlets. Oh, like a smart plug. Yeah, I mean, I have my lights turned on. Oh, I forgot I set up a thing so that way, if I did want to turn my lights off, I can have my light, my camera extra exposed or whatever. It looks like shit because I'm just cranking a bunch of gain or whatever, but so I've got some things turned on. I have a if this then that website connection to do a webhook, and then it pairs up with streamer.bot so that way I can trigger it here and then it goes through the Smart Things app and then it comes out. Wait, is this? I can turn the volume on. Here we go.
pulled into the cemetery. It looks like there's a person standing. What? Oh, no way, dude. There's nothing around us right now. Oh, what? It looks like there's a person right there. But there's nothing. What the heck, dude? Okay, I'm officially creeped out. It's gone now. Oh, no.
Classic ghost hunter. Dude, I'm so afraid right now. Bro, I am terrified right now. Oh, wrong one. That's the other one.
This thing where you end up selling the dream.
The guy's name was like something magic. Was his channel name? Averna Magic. So I definitely think it's not a real thing.
Or you sell the actual product. And that
it's fun, though.
Is dangerous.
Fun.
Like the promise of AI is so huge and so massive and magnificent and awesome, but is also so clearly not done yet that you end up with stuff like the Humane Pin, or even the Rabbit R1, for example, or heck, even Apple Intelligence, where you have these big promises, but the capabilities are still over here, while the promise is all the way over here. And I'm trying to figure out why they do that. And I think really there's two main reasons. And believe it or not, I think Tesla self-driving is a really perfect parallel example for a lot of.
Yep. Okay.
See, basically, in order for this robot to be everything people want it to be, they need to develop a super smart AI system that looks through the robot's sensors and is able to learn its environment and recognize everything it's looking at and teach itself to navigate that environment and perform tasks. It has to learn what a laundry room is.
There's a phone called a Rabbit A1 or something like that that I remember seeing stuff about it for a while, or maybe it's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a phone. But then there's some kind of like, they had a release and people said, it's not very good. What the hell? Like they were all mad after a Kickstarter or something. I forget what it was, but there's something like that. But right, there's also a Rabbit. I mean, yeah, there's probably all kinds of vibrators out there. I don't know if it's like a particularly well-named branded one, but.
And what the laundry looks like and how to fold each type of clothing. And it needs to learn what cups and forks and glasses are and how to pick them up. And it has to be adaptable to all these different sizes and shapes and materials and things of all these household objects. So that when the user asks for.
And also not to break your precious things or to kill your pets or to, do anything, right? It's got to navigate your fucking hoarder's house around all the stacks of newspapers and not to disturb the flat cats that are squished beneath. And imagine this thing in Asmongold's house. It wouldn't be able to do anything.
To do something, just like, hey, Neo, vacuum the living room when I'm gone, or something like that. Then Neo can go, okay, I know where the living room is. I know where the vacuum is. I know how to use the vacuum, where the handle's at, like how much battery life I have, how much I need to vacuum the whole living room. I know not to knock over lamps or certain objects in there. And even the laundry folding thing, like just that requires a ton of training data, or at least some way to understand all these different shapes of shirts and jackets and hoods and vests and all sorts of things and hooks and hangers and.
Like you washed my delicate panties with my rough sweater, and now the wash cycle has damaged this and then stained the colors on that.
What gets folded, what gets dry cleaned, all these different things. And the list just goes on.
Now I know
what if one of the tasks is going and getting the right medication for an elderly person and bringing it to them? That it has to get that right. Like it needs to identify the correct medication at the right time and the right intervals and bringing it to them like that. That is one of a ton of household objects that it has to specifically get really good at. Now, in the self-driving car world, no matter what you think of them, Tesla's definitely a leader here, and they've had a pretty clever approach to trying to work on this problem. Because their problem is their robots on wheels need to learn all of these possible and ways to navigate situations that could happen on the road and how to get around them. Traffic cones, construction zones, weird lane marking.
Every now and then I'm doing something out in the road and I see some kind of fucked up situation. And I'm like, oh man, the self-driving car would lose its mind at what I'm seeing right now. Whether it be like a stop sign that was twisted in the wind and it's pointing towards me when it shouldn't be. And it's meant for a different part of the intersection. So like it would be like coming to a dead stop in the middle of like a highway or something, or whatever these weird bizarro situations are, and you're like, yeah, this thing would be fucked right now.
Et cetera, et cetera. So, with their millions of cars already on the road, they have slowly, very slowly, let people turn on this beta self-driving feature in small states.
Speed limit 25, speed limit going 35. Interesting. Very interesting. Whatever, I mean.
Stages in their cars, while instructing people to keep their hands on the wheel, of course, so that they can slowly start to gather information from people willing to beta test. And so those cars will encounter and navigate all sorts of situations for the first time, and then the second time, and then the fifth time, and then the 100th time. And all this data can go back into the system to help all these cars learn and get better. And now at this point, this is like their primary advantage, is they have millions and millions of miles of training data from people essentially beta testing for Tesla. It's a robotics challenge. It's an AI challenge. But yeah, they're essentially using early adopters to beta test to make the systems better for the eventual masses. And now this home AI robot challenge is essentially the same thing, but in people's homes, which is...
Okay, got it. Oh, here's the Rabbit A1 thing.
They feel like they have to announce the product way before it's done, and they end up putting out this thing that is just nowhere near the dream. And that's how you get, we talked about the humane pin. Doesn't that sound familiar? Like getting announced with such a high potential ceiling and promising that this could maybe be a
such a dog shit thing,
post-smartphone world type of gadget. But it was just absolutely not good when it came out, and not enough people were willing to beta test something with that miserable of an experience. And then the Rabbit R1, like I said, that's another one. And, they are surviving.
Maybe it could be a vibrator.
And they're improving, but absolutely with those early adopters. But a $20,000, 5'6" humanoid that wanders around your house and does chores, like, are there really that many people, you think, that...
I mean, I appreciate him being a naysayer. He's still, a tech lover and a Tesla rider or whatever it is, by saying that they have some of the best training data. And I mean, he's not necessarily talking about the ethics of the training data and how it's been rolled out or whatever. Because I know there's plenty of cars that have self-driving or assisted driving on certain highways, right? Things that have been trained, data that has been logged before anyone had it. And then you could get it only on these super popular roads because that's what makes sense to give, because it's an actual product versus the calling it this and selling it at an insane price, and then people not really receiving it and making the claims that they can then all of a sudden just sell their car to Uber all night long and work for them. But obviously that's never the case. But saying that, like, the expectation of what this thing needs to be able to do, the tech that exists currently, even in the most charitable version of it, will never be able to handle that amount of tasking, and the selling of it can seem incredibly fucked. So I appreciate him keeping a level head, at least on that thing, where sometimes it can be easy to get kind of above and beyond. Oh, there's some local crime story stuff. Let's see. I forget. I think I said something like little bit of crime time. This one, kind of a weird video. It's like from a very specific part of, I guess I can just do this manually. It's very local news in a sense. Oh, I don't have the thing anymore. I guess I can just type /pin. Oh, I have to put in, wait, it's video link, I think. This. I can read it up here from before. Just because I save everything in the Discord as well, just so that way it's all logged in there. I think that should be it. Yep, video space link : etc. Manually unpin, da da da. All right. So reprehensible conduct across the board. They've fired some. Imagine police officers getting fired for being too bad, like too evil. That's crazy.
At reprehensible conduct across the board. That's what the Pinellas County Sheriff had to say about the firing of 5 jail employees. Tonight, we're looking at new video from one of the 2 incidents leading up to the terminations. News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker joins us live in Tampa tonight. So, Marilyn, one of the cases is from back in May, and it involved a former inmate at the jail who sparked an internal affairs investigation, right?
Yes, she had concerns after she says several of the deputies had come into her cell and they showed her a picture, an inappropriate picture of herself. She was worried that the picture might be shared. Well, according to the sheriff, he says due to the misconduct of these deputies, that's exactly what happened.
Surveillance from.
So I'm pretty sure sheriff means publicly elected individual running county police, which is different than police because those are city run individuals elected by city officials or whatever. Because a sheriff and the sheriff department is the county, and then cops and police are inside the city. That's my rough understanding. And then there's the sheriff, who is the one that runs that county, and then everyone else is a deputy, which is just basically a cop or a police officer, but just for the sheriff's office.
The Pinellas County Jail shows deputies helping a woman put on pants. The woman, arrested for disorderly intoxication, sat in a transport van for more than 3 hours, waiting to be processed.
We told you to cooperate. No, when I didn't cooperate?
Once inside, jail employees accused the woman of being uncooperative, intimidating staff, and not answering questions. Sheriff Bob Gualtieri says that wasn't the case.
I've watched the video. The woman was not uncooperative. She was intoxicated, and some of her reactions were slowed because of it.
They put her in a cell and left her in the handcuffs. She's seen
Even the coverage of this, of the framing of the place is not as fair to the humanity of the individual than it should be.
bending over several times, and the sheriff says it's to urinate in the floor drain. Though she's not near the drain when a deputy notices her from the main computer monitor.
Oh, look what she's doing. Look what she's doing.
The sheriff says that's Deputy Catherine Cantrell pulling out her cell phone to take a picture.
She was so eager to get that photo. She was whipping it out quick.
This becomes a joke to the employees.
That's what we looked at. Oh. They got me with it. They were like, is she I looked in and that's what I saw.
According to the sheriff office charge sheet, Lieutenant Jason Franjezovic directed a subordinate to print out a screenshot of the inmate.
Are you done? I don't think she was doing it. Are you going to show us? I certainly am.
Inside the cell, the employees try speaking with the woman. They tell her she was not cooperating with their commands, but she said she had no recollection of that.
She's laughing.
I was trying to go we have video and audio evidence of what occurred.
Well, the sheriff saw it all and fired these 4 employees Wednesday.
Disgusted, let down. You know, it's awful.
I never heard of the sheriff from Pinellas, but I am not willing to say the dude's based or whatever because he's a sheriff, right? But I'm surprised. I mean, maybe because the lady submitted a complaint or whatever. So I wonder if they were worried about it getting out and they just cut him out. But I guess theoretically it's possible that somebody could be less evil when they're in charge of police people. But I mean, this place is full of fucking ghouls. So
that people would treat other human beings like this.
Like, that's basically what cops do 24/7. You know what I mean?
Now, the second incident is unrelated. We're told that a deputy sprayed Lysol in the face of an inmate with mental health issues. He also used the Lysol can and slammed it on the inmate's hand. We're told this deputy was fired yesterday and that the department will not be pursuing criminal charges.
Like right there, not pursuing criminal charges is like, wait, why not? He not only did he do a bad thing, he completely lied. He betrayed the trust of all humans inside of this area of control. This is a newspaper, Tampa Bay Times, like a local newspaper, like the New York Times, I guess. Sheriff fired 5 deputies. It involved a lieutenant, a sergeant, a corporal, and a deputy. I guess they're all deputies, but they have different ranks, which makes sense based on how normally these things work. Reprehensible content across the board. All 5 people, by what they did, what they chose to do, have forfeited their right to serve, to be a deputy. That's it? That's the only crime that they lose? Is that the qualified immunity in play? Those fired are these names. Woman, who they did not identify because it's not good to dox this person extra. Seminole Bar. They were arrested for disorderly intoxication charge. Had a few drinks too many at a bar and got a little loud. Arrested for disorderly. That could be anybody. A very Florida thing to say. Kind of insane, but when she arrived, she sat in a van inside the entryway for 3 hours due to an influx of arriving prisoners. She took her pants off because she needed to pee, and deputies placed her in new pants and made her wait. Imagine being at a bar where you're drinking a lot and you're drunk, and you're very drunk to the point that you're so loud you're getting arrested. You have broken the seal a long time ago, and you've got to pee. And it's a lady. They pee even more. And you're in that van for 3 hours. And you're like, I gotta fucking pee. She was eventually brought into the booking room. They alleged she refused to look at the camera, tried to intimidate them or whatever. Bitch, that's your job. Fuck off. Who cares? Determined that she was merely slow due to being intoxicated. They said that she wasn't doing anything wrong. And you know, the sheriff that's firing everybody. Despite her complaints of needing to use the bathroom, woman was placed in a cell without a toilet, still handcuffed. Also, they handcuffed her behind her back, which is the pain position. You don't have to do that. So she walked to the drain and tried to pee, but was very drunk and also handcuffed. Got stuck trying to like get herself back up to pull her pants up with her thing behind her back, and not the most dexterous American, right? Because you're getting rowdy at a bar. And then her buttocks and genitals are in the air, and they run over. They ran over excitedly to take a picture of it, and they're all laughing and then using it against her. And used her cell phone to take a picture of the woman. Then she showed it to so-and-so who laughed. She sent the picture to her husband and shared it in a social media group chat. Literally crime. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Again, the trust that we have in these individuals to protect and serve. Wild. And it wasn't like someone's doing it and they go, yo, you're gross. And everyone's like, yeah, you're gross. This happened back in May. Had to go through a whole investigation when there's just footage of her being evil. And then finally now in October, it gets done. So I guess it kind of works with my statement that cops can be kind of fucking evil. Oh, here we go. This is one that I wanted to learn more about. Is this case and the person getting charged? Because I haven't heard it really hit the news. So put it into there, do that. And put it into there and do that. All automated, baby. All right.
First, we begin with that breaking news. Former Sheriff Deputy Sean Grayson has been found guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Sonia Massey. Back in 2024, Grayson shot and killed Massey while responding to her
Balls. Is this too quiet?
911 call about a prowler. Now, Grayson says he shot Massey in self-defense, fearing she would
Seems too quiet. And I don't have a volume thing turned on. Hold on, let me turn one on real quick. I think I erased the other one, which is fine. Whatever, I'll just turn one of these on.
boiling water at him. But prosecutors say Grayson could have left Massey's home rather than shooting and killing her. We want to show you body cam footage of that interaction, which may be disturbing to some viewers.
Yeah, the volume things are always like, oh, 170%. Like, dude, it's barely any louder. No way it's like 1 2/3 the same volume. Like, what?
Viewers.
Where you going? Away from your hot steaming water. Away from my hot steaming water? Yeah. Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of... I swear to God, you trade your face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop it.
All right, we want to
they
go
stopped it
live.
before.
Jerika Duncan out.
They stopped it before he shot her because holy fuck.
Side of the courthouse in Peoria, Illinois. Jerika, you were there when the verdict was read. What was the reaction in the courtroom?
It was emotional inside that courtroom.
Use the restroom
you
real
could
quick.
see tears from both the Massey family as well as Grayson's family when that verdict was read, guilty on the second-degree murder charge. Now, of course, Grayson was facing a first-degree murder charge, which could have had him in prison for the rest of his life. With this second-degree murder charge, he's facing, we're told, anywhere from 4 to 20 years behind bars. But there are things that still obviously need to be worked out at sentencing, which as of right now is January 29th of next year in Sangamon County, not here in Peoria County. But I can tell you that as I looked at Grayson's face, he was pretty stoic. He was looking straight at the judge. After the bailiffs came and they handcuffed him, he was looking for his family, or what appeared to be him looking for his family. His family had already left the courtroom, but there was clearly a moment where the judge thanks the jury, understanding that the video that they looked at twice in this trial was very graphic, very disturbing. He thanked them for their service, and everyone sort of went out on their way. But the process in of itself took about 5 minutes. The jurors came in, they announced the verdict, and that was it.
It's my understanding they deliberated for a total of 6 hours and then came up with this verdict. Have you heard from Sonia Massey's family?
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, I thought it did the green screen thing. Maybe I turned it. Did it blur the background? Why? Something's wrong with my fucking filters. Weird. Well, I guess it's fine. Did they say that the judge thanked him for his service after saying guilty?
Announced the verdict of itself took a was very graphic, very disturbing. He thanked them for their service, and everyone sort of went out.
Oh, the jury. That makes way more sense.
Have you heard from Sonia Massey's family?
So Sonia Massey's family, when I spoke to them before, they said, you know, the best they were hoping for, at least one of the family members said, was that first-degree murder conviction. They understood that second-degree murder was on the table, but of course they did not want Grayson to be acquitted on all charges. So they said they had mixed feelings.
If my understanding of first-degree murder, because apparently it's different in the area, like I found out with the Luigi case that first-degree murder can mean different things. I always thought it just meant murder with intent, and then other murders are murder 2 is like some kind of not. It's some kind of like a passionate murder happens in the moment, and then murder 3 is manslaughter, accidental murder, right? But maybe it's different. But with the intention that this place, you'd have to prove that the guy hates certain individuals and is willing to kill them at the drop of a hat to prove premeditation, like to say that I'm going to go into this house and drop this lady no matter what. But that seems like I would say it's closer to like, I'm fine dropping a lady like this and then give me an excuse. Now, is that full on premeditation, whether or not a fucking jury and a lawyer can like try to get that information across? I don't know. I can definitely see how it's definitely a second degree, because it was, you felt that you were willing to defend yourself, but a little too much, which I guess maybe could even lean into the first degree part of it. But only 4 years, I think, would not be the appropriate amount. 20 would probably be pretty good at, I mean, I don't know the specifics here, but What? Dude, the cat's just yelling at me. Hello. Hello. Yeah, now she's not yelling as much. She's just talking. She just comes in from the house and just wants to just chit chat. What a little cutie. I want to believe in rehabilitation and not the need to ruin another life for the sake of a life, but this is a person who became a cop to defend things, but then is so quick to kill somebody, to the point that even he was like, "Ah, shit," I kind of did this one. If I remember the fucking cops talking to each other and the body came afterward. If it is what I think it is.
Things going in. I have not gotten a chance to speak to them just yet. We ran right outside of this courthouse to set up to obviously bring you this breaking news. But I can tell you, having met with this family almost a year ago, that it's been very challenging for them. It's something that they can't shake. They will always sort of be attached to this graphic video that has been seen around the world. I was listening to Sonia Massey's, I think she's 16. I know she said she's in the 10th grade, 15 or 16-year-old daughter, just speak about how much she missed her mom and how her life has changed drastically as a result because she's the girl who, oh, your mom was killed by that police officer. So I think the family, I can't imagine what they've been through. And then when I think about Sean Grayson's family, I was actually sitting behind them yesterday for closing arguments, and it was clear that they've been torn apart by this too. When the defense was talking,
I want to give them some treats so they behave.
About how Sean Grayson was justified in what he did and he followed policy by the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office, you could see family members of his looking at the jurors kind of in that direction and shaking their head almost to say, yes, you see, like he did what he was supposed to do.
That's them definitely trying to say yes.
Didn't do anything wrong. When the defense attorney mentioned that it was Sonia Massey who sort of escalated the situation, were the words that the defense attorney used, you could see again Grayson's family shaking their head like, yes, if there wasn't a pot involved, and I guess in their opinion,
God, if she just didn't have a pot in her house, she had it coming. It's crazy. I mean, they're the defense. Obviously, they're going to be defending.
Their family member, Sean Grayson, did not feel threatened. None of this would have happened. But of course, the prosecution sees this completely different and said that this has to do with someone who, in the words of the prosecutor, was a bully, they said, who didn't like not being in control and did not respond the way that he should have in a case like that. So you have families that have obviously been torn apart by this tragedy, but there will be a sentencing, which is the next step in this. We don't know yet if there's any plans to appeal this verdict, which sometimes you see, but there will be a sentencing in January.
Jerika Duncan, thank you for your observations. Appreciate it. We want to bring in CBS News senior crime and public safety producer Anna Schechter. Anna, let's talk about this. Grayson not guilty.
Bro, this bit rate on this video is wild.
Of first-degree murder, but guilty of second-degree murder. So what does that verdict tell you?
Well, it tells me that the jury was convinced by Sean Grayson's testimony on the stand that he felt threatened by that pot of boiling water, that they thought that was a mitigating factor. We all watched that body cam footage. We all saw him pull the trigger and shoot her and cause her death. But the question at hand was there a reasonable impression? Just
a really slow and methodical way to describe it, as I don't know, as literal and neutral as possible. I guess I was just like, what?
On his part that he was in danger. And so to me, this second-degree murder charge with a sentencing guideline that caps at 20 years instead of that life, to me, this means that the jury was convinced that he did feel threatened and convinced enough that they brought that charge down to the second-degree murder.
Grayson testified, as you mentioned. Do you think that helped him?
I do think that it helped him. I think that the body camera video was so damning. It was actually It shocked the entire country. That video went viral even outside of this country. It ripped apart the community. It caused new training to be implemented at the...
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sure.
Sangamon County Sheriff's Office, a review, a bill that was signed into law in Illinois. So
If it was so bad and it required such new training, why the fuck are you guys saying he's innocent?
that was all in the prosecution's favor. So him taking the stand and testifying to his state of mind, even if he didn't do a perfect job, at one point he started talking about using a taser, and he thought that the taser darts might not get through her clothing, and that's why he fired the gun. When I was seeing that, I didn't know how a jury would react to that, but clearly it worked. Now, of course, it is rare for a law enforcement official to be convicted of something like this, of second-degree murder. So, you know, he didn't get off, but certainly that sentencing guideline is significantly lower than the first-degree murder.
Anna Schechter. Anna, thank you.
So just multiple stories taped together?
We have breaking news from Peoria, Illinois, where a verdict has been reached in the trial of a former Illinois sheriff deputy charged with first-degree murder of 36-year-old Sonia Massey. Sean Grayson was convicted of second-degree murder in connection with the July 2024 incident. Sentencing will be January
Trump will give him a pardon, like all the others, you know.
29th. Now, Grayson
weren't they talking about it for Derek Chauvin, the George Floyd killer?
Testified in his own defense, which can be rare in a murder case. He said he feared for his life and shot Massey in self-defense. This is a live look right now outside the courthouse. I want to show you body camera video that was very essential to this case. Prosecutors saying, no, Grayson fired prematurely and that Massey did not pose an immediate threat. This is that video we're talking about. Massey, a 36-year-old mother, had called 911 to report
that she called
a suspected prowler outside her home. Deputies showed up. This incident escalated.
Why'd you go into the house then, man? I mean,
involving a pot of boiling water on her stove.
It's not like she fucking started a pot. It's obviously she had a pot, man. Like she was cooking.
Grayson had asked her to move it. She had said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And there were
like he told her to go move it.
Expletives flying, and he had basically said, I'm going to shoot you. She had cowered and said sorry. And again, this was crucial to the case here. I want to go ahead and bring in Anna Schechter. She is the senior coordinating producer for our Crime and Public Safety unit. So Anna, I've sort of laid out this. You and your unit also have taken a deep dive into the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office. But go ahead and just tell us what you're learning here about this case and this verdict.
Well, we were looking at 3 counts of first-degree murder, and it was only a day ago that we learned that actually 2 days ago, right before jury deliberation began, that the jury could actually consider second-degree murder if mitigating factors led them to believe, yes, he did murder her, but...
I think it's just the same story, like, cut together from, like, the morning, then the afternoon, and then the evening, and it's like it's nothing new here. What the fuck, man? That's annoying. Okay. Florida crime. Let me unpin this. Wait. Unpin. Got it. Largo. A man chose an interesting strategy to cope with his anger, smashing pumpkins, and not the rock music variety. 1:15 a.m. Some 31-year-old guy went to a Target with his sights set on a box of pumpkins the store keeps outside during the fall. He was captured on surveillance video selecting pumpkins from the box and smashing them on the ground. An arrest affidavit said he victimized around What the fuck? Victimized 80 gourds, doing $472 worth of damage. That's a misdemeanor, brother. That means that he. Wait, what's the cash value of a misdemeanor? Damage limit of a misdemeanor. The damage property misdemeanor is less than $1,000. Specifically, between 201 and 999 is first degree misdemeanor. Or 200 or less is second degree misdemeanor. For Florida specifically. So it's a first degree misdemeanor. Days after his rampage, he boldly returned to the target and was directed to a loss prevention office by a sheriff deputy. I'm surprised they would even have had his face so plastered that they recognized him from like a fucking surveillance footage. And they asked if he could identify the person smashing the pumpkins. He said, "That's me." When they asked why, he said he did it because someone was messing with him on Facebook and it made him mad. Wild. Why Thompson chose pumpkin remains unclear. He was unrepentant for his crime, telling the deputy he went home and went to sleep when he was done. Arrested with felony criminal mischief. He was booked into the jail and be held on $5,000 bond. I don't know why he was charged with a felony if he just did damage to some pumpkins and then wasn't really belligerent, didn't even deny it, you know what I mean? Yeah, well, because he victimized the pumpkins. Like, this screams of like a, oh, let's make this fun, tongue-in-cheek, unrepentant. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I couldn't believe I did it. Like, obviously, he's got problems. If you're getting mad about something on Facebook, but then to run down to a store at 1 a.m. to then destroy the pumpkins is just like, but you know you can't do that. I'm not saying that he should just be totally allowed to just destroy whatever pumpkins he wants. But, again, problems that police aren't really good at doing because they charge him with something much more. And then they hold him on $5,000 bond and he has to go through this whole system just for a petty crime. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem right to me in a lot of ways. But that's where we live in. Let's see. Well, I had a Fox News video of them trying to fight some anti-ICE people, but I don't know, man. That's just kind of a bummer, honestly. Let's do the economy one. I'll just use the full button instead. Here we go. Yeah. Let this go. It pastes it into the thing. Beautiful.
Exactly 96 years ago today, billions of dollars were wiped out.
Yeah. But it's just because it's going to be them doing vitriol, saying these people are terrorists and evil people, and they're like just trying to defend their neighborhood. Like that guy was throwing rocks at a car, broke a side mirror or something as they drive away, and like they're acting like he's evil or something, and it's just like the SS are there kidnapping workers because they went to like a marijuana field in California where it's legal to grow shit, right? It's not like it's like an underground drug ring or something. It's just fucking workers, man. Then people in the Rapid Response Network go out to defend their neighbors and to put their bodies on the line, and then they identify him somehow because of clothes or something. I mean, the person seemed like they had their mask up the whole time, but whatever, man. They're just going to be saying some gross shit that's going to just really piss me off, so.
As the Dow plunged, investors gathered outside the New York Stock Exchange as many of them lost everything. Some called it the darkest day in American history.
I hate this. Like when they upload like a raw rip of their broadcast or something, and then the captions come through at TV speed which is worse. They uploaded an SRT file of just their delayed bad captions instead of having the automated, like, YouTube watches the video captions. And it's like, thanks for having a worse thing.
October 29th, 1929 became known as Black Tuesday, a key date in the stock market crash that sunk our country into a depression. As we mentioned earlier, that crash is the subject of a new book by my friend Andrew Russ Sorkin. It is called 1929, and it is already a New York Times bestseller. Our nightcap is still here. Take us there. 1920.
Another great example of how broadcast and television and the system in place is just behind the internet, which is frustrating as fuck. I worked at a place. We had our broadcast place sending off our signal through a fiber optic network all the way up to Pennsylvania to then fire back all back down towards us. And our captions were even slower than ever before because unlike, I mean, live video is live video, and that's tough. But I mean, we used to have people in person doing captions. Like they would watch the show and have a microphone and then speak into a dictation machine because the automated systems that could understand voice were not good at live television, and people had to speak into it because it was better than typing by hand. But yeah, it's wild the history we had with that. It's tough. That would make me go crazy, having to just repeat what other people are saying in like a very clear voice into a microphone for like hours at a time. That would drive me crazy.
This is the most famous financial event in our country's history.
We'll see.
It took you 8 years to write this book.
It did take me 8 years to write this book. And the truth is, you had just asked me off camera, did I think that when I was writing this book originally, that I was, the parallels with today? And the truth was, I was not thinking about that. But today.
Oh, yeah. This is the guy that's like on the stock network all the time. It's really funny how the stock network is surprisingly good. Awesome. How it's surprisingly good at doing truthful analysis. Yeah, I understand. No, I understand. This table probably has nobody based at all, right? Yeah. Yeah, he has something weird with his pupil, obviously. I think it's like something wrong with his eye. I thought he had two different colored eyes at first, just because it just has a different look to it. But then under closer inspection, it makes him unique and gives him character. Because he's a man, and man can have character, which is different, a lady has it. Gross. Ew, get out of here. Fired. Now I kind of forgot, but oh, right. The capitalists, they can't lie about certain things because the money is in the line. So they'll talk about China in the industry and how it's leading things and displacing things. And they'll talk about the tariffs and the way they are going to impact things. Like there's certain ways that they kind of like get to the nitty gritty. A lot of times, even like written articles will kind of be very in your face about like how the war will be beneficial to these industries, which will then change the futures of this, that, and why they are trying to keep it going or something. It's just like, oh, wow. Like you're just outright saying it. What the fuck? But it's boring ass stuff otherwise. So it can, I guess, just get overlooked.
The parallels between what was happening then and what's happening now is quite remarkable.
Explain it, because we all forget history.
So, the 1920s were this transformational, era. Technology, you had automobiles, you had technology, you had telecommunications, radio, all of these things. Very much, by the way, like AI today. The meme stock of that era was RCA, radio. The same way.
I mean, radio did something. Cars did something. Oh boy, now I can have poorly structured videos of Donald Trump being a king shitting on me. Sick. Awesome. The world will never be the same.
It would be like NVIDIA. And CEOs are all of a sudden, really for the first time actually in history, becoming, magazine cover stars. I mean, this is when the celebrity era of business, if you will. The American dream, I would argue, even changed. And it was all powered by leverage, by debt, by borrowing. It was really the first time in America. It was a moral sin to actually take a mortgage prior to 1920. People just didn't do that. You were the low of the low if you took a mortgage. And everybody started taking on debt. And frankly, the Wall Street.
The 30-year mortgage was, I think, an FDR thing, right? Wasn't that like a big thing? Fixed rate was another big thing, because apparently in Australia, fixed rate's not really very common.
Bankers led by a guy named Charlie Mitchell, who ran a bank called National City, which becomes Citigroup, was the leader of this. He thought that you needed to demystify the stock market. You needed to sell stock like neckties.
They're both like, oh, let me learn about this. They're both listening as if, they haven't, yeah. Because basically one of the first Twitch people I watched was Beagle Rush, now named Beegs and Jam on Twitch. Plays a lot of XCOM back in the day. Now he just plays a lot of like war games. War Thunder, Arma. He used to play a lot of Arma, but then he ended up doing a lot of other tactics, war games or whatever. Anyway, he talked about how since like the interest rates are going up, he and his wife are like fucked because their rates are going up. And I'm like, what? You don't have a fixed rate mortgage? And he's like, no. And I'm like, fuck, that's crazy.
We used to say, sell it like a necktie. And you had people who would be walking into brokerage houses all over the country playing the markets. It became a national pastime. And it really was this euphoric moment about the future. And it's very much in a way when we talk.
And then
about AI right now and the sort of the euphoria in the stock market that the whole world is about to change, it's about to transform. And that was the feeling in the 1920s.
But isn't that, I mean, you mentioned AI, that is where we are.
That is where we are.
This big debate that AI could be transforming the way we live in every possible way.
That's why he brought it up, but okay, yeah.
It's this extraordinary new frontier, or it's just overblown and the market's going to turn, or it's the Death Star that's going to take us down as this unregulated new frontier with a president who is surrounded right now by tech CEOs who I would argue are playing him.
And that's the fundamental question. What are we about to see in the future? And by the way, all of the spending back in the 1920s.
It's just that like it's important for your mortgage of how many years it is to have, it's your income. You'll be homeless if all of a sudden it's like if the interest rates go from 2% to 7%, your monthly bill will go up quite a lot, and like that can just throw you for a loop. You know what I mean?
Was somewhat indiscriminate. And
then also makes your loan much more dense and then causes problem as it compounds. It's just rough.
All the spending that's being spent now is indiscriminate, and all of it was in the context.
And then on the flip side, if you got a loan with a huge interest rate, and then all of a sudden the market changed significantly and much lower, and you would much rather have had the other one instead, you refinance. You use the equity that you had in the house that you paid off while it was not that much lower to then refinance and then structure underneath a different thing. It's not a complete one over, but you can lock in that other rate instead, depending upon how you work it out. We ended up refinancing our house without losing our equity, and we ended up gaining equity in a sense because we went from a higher rate down to like a 2.3 or something rate. We had to like pay some points and some closing costs, whatever it is. We rolled that into the loan, and it still ended up being the same payment, but we, instead of being a 27-year loan remaining on our 30-year loan, now it's just a 20-year loan. You've never had to loan $1 from a bank. If you've never used a credit card, then I suppose that's true. I loved my debit card because I used to do a checkbook because that was what you were told to do. We literally learned how to do it in fucking elementary school. And also I didn't really spend checks that much. You only have debt. Credit is weird. Well, credit is debt, right? It's a loan from a bank. When I don't know what credit card companies you have. I assume it's Visa, MasterCard, et cetera. Anyway, but all the same big banks. When you go in and say, I would like to buy this coffee or whatever it is, You know, one, vibrator, please. You buy it, but really the bank is the one that buys it, and then they front the money, and then you owe the bank now, but you get the vibrator now, and you get to walk away with it. So technically, it's a loan. And the only reason I ever changed, so I love debit cards because I could buy something with it, and then within 5 minutes, go online, check my balance, and it would tell me instantly what my real balance is. I saw the transaction and it's there, right? I hated having to go to credit cards because with credit cards, I had to go because I had no credit, and you need credit in order to buy a car, buy a house, even rent an apartment. You need to have credit, because if you don't have good credit, you're kind of like put on the outside of the place. So I had to just get a credit card, and I was begging. I was like, bro, like I would like to get a credit card, please. And then they would give me like a credit card with like $250 limit on it because I had no credit. I was terrifying for them. And like, in order to build credit correctly, you're not allowed to like use like more than 20% of your total credit limit. Otherwise, that's risky and your credit goes down. Finally, after slowly building up credit with that one credit card, I got a second credit card. As soon as I did that, they go, wait a minute, now you've got an additional card, another line of credit. Now your credit's worse because you just did that. Like, but I'm supposed to do that. And it would be this constant like yo-yoing of my credit back and forth, because you would open up a new card, or you'd slightly use 20% of, one credit line or something, depending on what you're having to buy. And I always 100% never once carried a balance. I always had it auto pay to pay off the full balance every time. But it still took me years to build my credit, which is fucking annoying. And that included also like being at like apartments and shit and paying those things on time. But the really bad thing about credit cards is you have to wait for the statement to come out. So you're buying things with a credit card, and then it's going into this statement. And then finally the statement is finalized and then reported to you. And then it takes like a month for that bill to be due. It's just, so it's really weird when like all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, July, and I'm paying for something that I feel like I bought back in like almost like April or some shit. But it was like, right at the end of April, right at the beginning of May, technically, and it's these pay periods, and I look in the balance and there's always a big number there. I go, oh fuck. But then like the bill is only like half of that or even less, because the statement includes both the previous statement and the full value of your current waiting for the next statement. And I missed the debit card where I can just go buy things instantly and see exactly how much money I have waiting for me at any moment in time. But credit cards now, even though I have good credit now, cashback, you get 3% off on all purchases with your PayPal card. Oh, fuck, that's awesome. 2% cash back on all purchases. You're buying gas, groceries, whatever it is. Just get 2% off of the fee. You know what I mean? I see the debt number, but I don't see what your bank account should have after you take away the things. I used to have a service called Mint that was like some free thing that TurboTax company, Intuit, would give you. And you could link a bunch of accounts because they're all the fucking banks that talk to each other anyway. I would link it all up, and then it all was in a thing. But then they stopped supporting that service. And I'm like, what? They just got rid of it. They didn't feel like doing it anymore. I'm like, well, you can go to Rocket Mortgage and they have something that's kind of similar, but you got to pay like a monthly fee. I'm like, fuck that. What the hell, man? So annoying. Oh, well. If I can get like a cashback debit card, that'd be awesome. But they would never do that because they want you to do cashback on a credit card because they just wait for you to fuck up and then have a bill and then you're fucked. That's what they want for you.
By the way, for investors, for the investor class, and for the public, for ordinary Americans, there was this idea of democratizing finance, that we all were going to be part of it for the first time. And so now you have everybody on their phone right now on Robinhood playing the markets, buying crypto.
Everybody's buying crypto, yeah.
Buying into all of these things, meme coins, all of that.
Individual investors in private markets.
It's that same idea that if I can just figure out a way, I too can become a millionaire. And it isn't.
There is that element for sure.
About blood, sweat.
Literally, like my best friend or whatever, before he had a kid and we hung out significantly less. He is like, I have to break it big. I have to do it. I have to do it outside the system. I have to find a way to get rich. Quick, preferably, but in general, but I need to be rich,
Tears are the reward of hard work, right? That is still so part of American mythology.
The hard work. Yeah, I bought this meme stock and it went to the moon. My hard work.
In this fascinating way. And yet along that way, similarly as we have now, millions of people are outside of that economy. There are millions of people who don't understand AI, are going to have their jobs impacted. You have Anthropic CEO saying white collar jobs are going to
A tale as old as time, man.
bottom out, especially entry level. So good luck for those of us in higher education who are trying to train a new workforce.
Yeah, I read this book. It reads like a novel. Some of these characters that he just mentioned, so there's Charles Mitchell, okay? There is a Charles Mitchell of this time. I'm going to let you say who it is, Andrew, because it's pretty fascinating. This guy he's
like, with all the corruption and all the fucking rug pulls and scams, like, it's all FOMO, and you're just waiting for the next guy to hold the bag. Because they're not buying these things because they believe in the company. Like, my friend at least believed in at least one or two of these NFT video games that he really wanted to be real, about how awesome it is or whatever. And I'm like, it's not going to be awesome. It's not going to be a good game. It's not, you know, like, people hate this. It's not good. It makes no sense. That's not how video games are made. There's no reason to have these things on blockchains. The way that these transactions are tracked will not be a beneficial product. What product is being made on a blockchain right now? What service is being done that these things, these world-shifting, you know, secure things are finally able to unlock? It's got a market cap of an insane number of trillions of dollars, and yet what does it do? It does nothing. Money is a concept. It is something made up. The market exists because it's a speculative asset. It is a risk reward matrix, and that's all it is. Everyone pretends that it's something that it's not. It's not doing anything. So the nephews, the mates, the bros, they're not on the inside. They're not doing the fucking scams. So then you're scammed. You're hoping to get in on the scam earlier and then to sell it to somebody else who's later on the scam. And then they get scammed more. They're holding the bag. They're holding the fucking, the piece of shit garbage. And they go, oh, wait, now I can't sell it. It's worthless. So even when you don't think that, well, I'm not the one scamming, I'm not the one rug pulling, but I want to get in on the rug pull early and then get out before the rug is pulled, you're just a much worse criminal. You're a much worse scam artist. You're just the one getting scammed less than the guy after you and hoping to then come out on top. And that is not a game that is going to be good for you.
He's the puppet master right now of this entire economy, of this entire stock market.
Who do you think?
And pretending that it's something not. Pretending that it's not taking advantage of another person who's just like you, trying to make it. Hoping that it's actually a crypto billionaire jerk who's buying it after me and gonna lose the money. I hope it's them that's buying my thing. Sure, bro.
I think he is. I think it's the CEO of NVIDIA. That would be Jensen Huang. I mean, like, literally, I'm reading this book.
Hold on, do you agree?
That's interesting. It could be. It could be. I was going to say, as a banker, he was as famous as like Jamie Dimon would be today. No question. But in terms of sort of they called him Sunshine Charlie. Always had a smile on his face.
Jamie Dimon, you mean building his gilded fortress right on Park Avenue?
But I think Jamie's actually much more conservative. I think Jensen Huang is the one who is the Sunshine Charlie of our time.
So I've been in the markets for nearly 30 years, okay? And, you know, this 1929 crash is the thing that's been hanging out in the background. And so I remember the dot-com bubble and how it burst. There was a lot of different, you know, like a lot of very similar things. And then what happened into the financial crisis, a lot of similar things. What's happening now is dwarfing them. When this thing crashes, okay, it's going to crash. When this thing crashes, it's going to be like mashing up the dot-com thing with the financial crisis.
I mean, there's more tied into it than ever before. They are doing more self-funding circles and loans or whatever. They are selling their market cap to themselves or to their subsidiaries, which are then selling it back to themselves. And somehow the books are allowed to keep adding numbers up instead of taking them down.
Because this is so much larger. We have 7 stocks that are $22 trillion in market cap. And just do the math. We just said before, we have a $30 trillion GDP. And you were talking about debt to GDP, market cap to GDP is going to be important.
Arthur?
I look at this whole thing from the lens of a behavioral scientist, and I think that the 1929 crash was the culmination of the self-improvement movement in America, and that's the parallel with today.
Oh, educate us.
Yeah, so after the Civil War, there was this huge amount of belief that America was not going to last. I mean, it's like the paroxysm that was the Civil War.
It's like, we could never continue on without this slavery thing. It'll never last. What the fuck are you talking about? Self-improvement? What the fuck?
Meant that this was like, it's just a matter of time before this whole thing breaks apart. And it didn't, because there was this huge, everything from the temperance movement to the Mormons to the all these evangelical tent revival.
Okay, he's talking about like puritanical, like religious chastity kind of shit, right? The Mormons, the temperance is like what? Is that not drinking, right? Is that prohibition? What does temperance mean? Hold on, it's hitting a few different like things. I want to make sure I get it right. Social movements, reduction, elimination of alcohol consumption. Yeah.
And Andrew Carnegie and Dale Carnegie and all these things. You can build your life with
the robber barons that stole labor value so hard and hurt its citizens so hard.
Whole idea of the American as an individual entrepreneur, you incorporated. All that stuff was after the Civil War, between the Civil War and the First World War, and this optimism. That's when we have this idea of the frontier.
This guy must be a horrible individual.
American spirit. Go west, young man. All that stuff came after.
Genocide happening. Got it. Yeah.
After the Civil War. And the top of it was when people started to say, and I can be a millionaire too, but I can only do it.
But I would tell you that the American dream, I think, actually shifted in the 1920s. So I think there was almost a Horatio Alger dream prior to that. There was this sort of rags to riches dream,
for sure.
Yeah, and I think the 20s became the lottery ticket dream. It became what's now on your infinite scroll on Instagram and TikTok. It is the dream, unfortunately. The get-rich-quick fantasy.
Yeah, except that's not the whole country. This is the interesting thing. The frontier spirit, the individual entrepreneur of You Incorporated, that has existed. That's still here. That's a wonderful thing. But there's always a cheesy version of it, or the easy version of it, the prosperity gospel version of it. Yes. And the way that you get that is through speculation.
Yeah, there's another thing, though. If prohibition wasn't going on right now, these people could have drank. I mean, my goodness. I don't think it would have happened like this, okay? But the other thing is, I'll just say...
The Oak Room Bar... in the Plaza Hotel in 1929 was turned into an E.F. Hutton. People would go in there and trade stock.
Here's what makes this moment so much.
My understanding of the bootstraps origin was that it was meant to be satirical in the sense that it's obvious that you can't do it because you can't defy gravity, Newton's laws and all that. Equal and opposite. You can't push up without something to push off of, and if your straps are in the air, you can't pull up because you have nothing to hit off of. But then everyone just ignored that part and said, just do it, and then they continued to say it without even having the fucking wherewithal to understand that it is actually impossible inside of the original statement, and now that you just look stupid for saying that you should do it. Because you're just telling people to do something impossible and acting like it is. You look like a moron.
Much worse than the Gilded Age, and all the corrections of social safety net that came after to make sure people, weren't starving in the street. That AI is not just a speculation technology advancement. It is a...
This is an interesting thought I was going to try to bring up, is because after everything fell apart from all their fucking worthlessness, FDR, New Deal, socialism fucking took root and people understood it. You know what I mean? Whether they understood it, like the theory, because no one read or whatever, but like they understood the needs and the solidarity or whatever and involved in it, on top of the other types of racism and other shit that they were doing back then. But that could be the same thing when this market crashes and these things shut down and the fascism is growing. That's the accelerationists won, and they won on both the financial markets and the political markets. And then socialism can do both financial and social. You know, they had their chance and they fucked it up. They're ceding the momentum. And they gave us a huge fucking rallying cry. So
social change as well dramatically changes.
I'm just wondering, what does it take for the bubble to pop? What did it take in 2008? What was the finale? Was it just the Ponzi scheme ran out of too much stuff to fucking loan into? What's going to have to push it over the edge? And I imagine that's what a lot of people are asking.
How we interact with each other. I compare it to the iPhone. If everyone's iPhone suddenly just died and we couldn't functionally use one anymore, everything about how we communicate, that was a changing functional social
internet,
technology.
And so that's where a lot of these comparisons come in.
But you take both of that at the same time.
He's just trying to interrupt. It's so funny.
10 years apart. I mean, the thing is that, you know, we had a misallocation of resources. That will be the thing.
But AI is not 10 years away from what's going on with the market right now.
I'm not talking about, so the technology is very different than what's going on in the financial markets. And I think that's what this book is about.
But I'll tell you one other thing that I worry about with the AI piece that relates to this. In success with AI, if all of these companies actually grow into these valuations, which I think some people think are.
Just seeing that guy be a dickhead and or just talk over her because she had her idea that she wanted to get out. She was almost there and you just kept stopping her. I have an overwhelming urge to share my thoughts and stop people from talking. And I do my best to hold it back because, oh, fuck, you know, is it strong?
Overvalued now. It means they have to create extraordinary productivity. What does that actually mean? Productivity is a euphemism for taking cost out. Where is that cost? That cost is us around this table.
Just
everybody
today,
watching.
it is
Just
an entire
today,
generation.
CNBC,
Gary Cohn was talking about all these layoffs we've seen in the last week. And he said, no. This isn't a downturn. This is companies, you know, they overhired and now they're just getting more efficient.
That's right.
Well, if AI is efficient in the way it wants to be.
Right.
It's such a market person thing to say. It's just like, oh yeah, all these people are gone, but don't worry, we're more efficient now. Because everyone else that's still there working now has to do more for the same. It's efficiency. It's not a downturn. It's not getting worse. No.
We're heading to the Jets.
Yeah,
because most jobs are fucking do nothing jobs that ultimately do nothing. You can make things worse, make things shitty, make things slow, make things corner cut because things don't matter, whatever the thing is. Most of the time, other than logistics, other than warehouses, other than construction, other, you know, obviously certain things are fixed.
What happens is, and this is an important thing to understand about historically about the way technology changes labor markets. Okay, so look back a little bit. A skilled job has about 40 discrete tasks in it. A big technological change takes all the tasks and mixes them up and is 40 new tasks in the new job. And there's usually a few years of real pain, and that's what we're about to face. Yes. That's
what a fucking top level job looking guy. You know, this job has 40 things. On average, every job is about 40 things. That's complete bullshit.
What's happening. Now, here's my big worry about AI, however, and it might play, and I'd love to hear if you think this has a historical precedent to it. AI, the way that people are using it, is all wrong, not just for their money, but for their happiness.
Tell us.
Here's why. AI is, so your brain is hemispherically.
This, oh my God. This is the guy who had all the worst fucking takes about the fucking revolution or the depression and the pre-war, the post-Civil War shit. So I can't wait.
Lateralized. That means the right and the left hemisphere do two different things. The left side is all your
actually a hyper, what do you call it? Oversimplification, obviously.
Tasks and efficiency and analysis. The right side is the mystery and the meaning and happiness. The meaning of life is on the right.
I have never heard of the happiness being on one side of the brain. That is so absolutely wrong. It's a wrong idea fermented in the head of a guy who is just breathing his own farts.
Side of the brain. People are using AI to try to find meaning in their life, and they're not going to find it. It's a left hemisphere tool. You should use it to actually answer questions that are tasks, and then free up your time and go spend it with your loved ones and go to church.
What do you? I don't understand what he's even trying to say. You mean art? Are you saying that art can't be made with it? I don't even understand. what he is trying to say, that, oh, they're not going to find the happiness, the meaning of their life in the AI tasks. You mean like, are you trying to say that people love working at, the slop factory? What do you mean? I definitely have heard of left brain, right brain, creative versus analytical, right? That's how I have always been talked about it. But beyond, but then it's commonly corrected to be like, wait, it's not that literal, But the idea that it's happiness on the right brain is like, I've never heard that before. And also like the dopamine receptors and whatever, like obviously it's not all just one side of the brain.
Church or whatever you do to find meaning in your life. But they're using it for their lover and their friend and their therapist. And that's where the money's going to be.
Okay, therapist is not really happiness for directly. Lover is like insane. It's crazy and people need help when they need that, like obviously. So
social
that's
change.
Going to ruin our lives.
That is the social change I'm talking about. That is the fundamental shift of how we use technology.
Back in 1929, people would go visit with a woman named Evangeline Adams. She was an astrologer. And you would
She was the Miss Cleo of 1929.
She was based on 57th Street in Carnegie Hall. And you would go visit with her, and she would tell you about your own happiness and about whether to buy stock in the stock market.
What happened to her?
She lost all her money. See, I really read this.
She lost all. By the way, people like even J.P. Morgan, who was no longer alive in 1920, used to literally go visit with her. I mean, everybody in town would go visit with her. It was extraordinary.
And if she was alive today, there'd be a feature on Humans of New York all about her.
Wow, that was a terrible roundtable. I thought it was going to be about the bubbles and shit. I mean, I guess I could have figured that out halfway through or whatever, but that was just fucking dog shit. That was not good. We can do the Bill de Blasio thing was like a thing with Zoran where they're like, oh, look, we didn't watch your link to cleanse. It's quick. Ooh, that's a long title. Let's see. Sure.
Beneath the Flemington Housing Commission towers in inner...
Okay, this sounds like, not to like overly pause or whatever, but this reminds me of like HGTV style show with both like the music staying out of break and then like the talking, although painfully Australian.
City, Melbourne, is one of my favourite community gardens. For nearly 50...
Melbourne. I think I learned how to say Melbourne, not Melbourne, but Melbourne from Beagle.
15 years, it's been a haven for migrants and refugees from all over the world. Today, a special visitor has come here. Ron Finlay has a unique story to tell about starting his own garden on the streets of South Central LA.
I'm Ron Finlay. They call me the Gangster Gardener from South Central Los Angeles.
Did they call you that when you were in LA, or do they call you that when you're here? I'm worried that they're calling him gangster because he's black. Like that's like, I'm just worried they go, oh look, a black guy, a gangster gardening or whatever. Like I'm worried that that's what it is. Maybe he literally had a gang background or something, and it was an LA thing, and it was totally like, I don't know, chill. But I just am worried is all.
What I've noticed about this garden is the proliferation of all this beautiful food. The difficulties of sourcing fresh food in South Los Angeles is, there is none. South Central was known for gang violence, drug dealing. There is a proliferation of drive-thrus all over South Central. To me, they should be illegal. I mean, because literally, they're killing people. See, I want to eat organic. I want all my food, I want everything around me organic, and that's not happening. You know, in South Los Angeles, you can get liquor before you can get an organic apple. And all this to me is by design, because every community of color I go through across the nation, it's the same thing. You know, there is no fresh, organic, wholesome food that you can get. That's why
I'm less of an organic. I'm definitely an organic hater. Not so much that the food itself is bad or whatever, but just like, and not to like buy into the, you know, anti whatever kind of garbage, whatever. But I'm not afraid of progress. I'll eat the fucking gas turned into butter, right? I'll eat the fucking factory fake meat. I will eat the stem cell beef, stem cell chicken breast, or whatever. I'm all for it. I don't want I Monsanto is bad for IP of seeds and then proliferating fucking toxins everywhere. But the idea of factory farming is what makes us actually able to feed the world, and this have solved the idea of hunger. It's just capitalism that keeps it fucking at, you know, at bay. Having a machine that can run an entire field and plant, harvest, and process all of that food, I think, is a good thing. So the idea of it being organic, like, obviously, I think maybe it's anti-vegan propaganda, but if like everybody ate organic, the world would not have enough, you know, water or land or whatever it is. Organic is almost like a luxury version of food for the sake of it, in a sense. And again, I don't have any type of way to verify how right that claim is. It is a claim I've heard, and one that makes sense because what they considered processed food or factory farmed things, to me, the idea of like everybody having a tomato field in their backyard or having a tomato plant in the backyard, that's totally fine, and that would be an organic version of things. But that's not enough to feed you. Like, you can eat the tomatoes off of it, but then it'll be a long time before you can eat enough tomatoes again. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be able to live an entire life off of just your backyard's food. Your backyard's food can add a little variety and add some nice stuff, but it's not going to be enough for you to eat 100% of just your backyard. You know what I mean? You don't have enough thing. I'd never heard of white oil before. Do you mean vegetable oil? I have not heard that white oil is petroleum stuff. I've never heard that before.
I started growing food on the street like I did.
Oh.
Well, my garden, which we call a parkway, is a strip of grass in front of my house. One of the first things I did was I planted some watermelons, and they came out amazing. It makes you realize where food actually comes from and what food is supposed to taste like, because a lot of the food that we have in the store, it tastes like nothing. But once you're in the garden and you pull that carrot out the ground and you wipe it off, you taste that earthiness and you taste the crunch and you taste the sweetness. I had a pretty significant fight to maintain my garden because originally I got an arrest warrant because I planted the food on the parkway. I didn't know it was illegal. I fought the citation, and it took a while. What happened was I got a lot of press from all over the world, and that's how we wound up getting the law changed where now in the city of Los Angeles, you can grow food on the parkways throughout the whole city. Having your own garden is akin to freedom, you know, freedom from an oppressive system. And that's why I started growing my own food. I mean, if people only realize what gardens can do for you, we need to be outside. We shouldn't be cooped up in these buildings. And people don't realize that cities are made for commerce.
Yeah, that seems weird. Because it's like, how would they even tie it to you, of all things? Like, it's just shit, man. You know, if I kick my feet around in the dirt, no one's like, hey, that's illegal. It's like, okay. What? No. Like, so just trying to over police, I think, for sure. Like, theoretically, is it illegal to disturb city-owned blah, 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 right? I guess. You know, like if I was there taking out a big knife and cutting out the grass, what is it? They call those sod. Like if I cut out the sod from it and then stole it from my own yard, they'd be like, hey, that's grass that we paid for the sod and put it in there. Now you're destroying property. Or if I'm intentionally ripping apart. So maybe because he had destroyed the grass by putting other things in there, right? That would be considered destruction of property, but it's just planting some different grass. You know what I mean? So it's like, why is that a crime? But they can make anything a crime because the law is set up in a way that it's technically written out, but realistically, everything is criminalizable, you know. Oh, you looked at me with intent, therefore that is resisting an officer. You know, all the kind of bullshit that they're able to get away with. The gardens for the people in the apartment block. This is not the parkway / parking lot of the apartment block. This is something different. This is like a community garden or something.
They're not made for people. Where we are today is in this beautiful garden in Flemington. You can tell that people care about this because of the way this place looks. There's people from all nations here in this garden, from Africa to different parts of Asia.
Okay, I show you. This is my garden. This one bitter melon.
Bitter melon.
Yes, this one very good.
For what? Good for what?
This one for to treat the sugar in the blood.
Diabetes?
Yes, this one
blood.
is so good for diabetes.
This is the plant? Oh, yeah, I see a little teeny one back there.
Yes,
hanging.
That's one I plant this season.
This season.
Oh, yeah, I thought you meant like it's like in the parking lot or something. So it's like in all the different, like between the cars, there's grass or something, but this is just a garden. And then could be apartments nearby but it's still its own dedicated piece of land.
And chilies. Hot chili. Hot chili.
Very hot. So all of this basically is that you use for Vietnam cooking?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. Kids.
Because the entire apartment complex came down to eat. They would eat the entire garden out in one meal, still be hungry, and then it would take weeks for anything else to grow. Sometimes a whole season has to go through before something can grow again. Like that, it's cool to have a garden for the community and all that stuff. I'm not against it. We used to plant apple trees as trees for shade that would then provide apples for anyone who wanted it. Free food for the individuals of the city, homeless, pets, animals, whatever. But then they were like, oh, these apples fall down sometimes. And who's going to pick up all the rotten apples? Therefore, let's get trees that have no fruit whatsoever. That's better. And it's like, that's not really better, is it? You know, it wasn't that big.
Let's look at images of gangster rap and you're being... Also,
what apartment can afford a gigantic lot to turn into a garden specifically just for itself? Like if it was that huge... Because I think of an apartment lot, it's like multiple buildings, parking paths, driving paths to get to between all the different buildings. So like the bigger the apartment complex, the bigger it would need to be. And there was a lot of pavement. It was like a bunch of just like raised beds. So it's already kind of like a lot of empty space around each individual plant growth thing.
Being bad and you're being cool.
I guess I'm being a hater or whatever, but it's like look how much food you eat a day and you're one person. And now imagine all of them. Like how many salads would you have to eat? What goes into making one salad? You know what I mean? To include green space in construction things. But like the green space is a lot of times the medians or like the little things at the edges of the parking lot or whatever. But again, there's not enough space to grow a substantial amount of food. I think it's fine to plant stuff in places. I'm not against it. in general or whatever. It's just pretending that it's going to be able to feed everybody. You mean like a park specifically? Like Central Park in the middle of Manhattan as like a green space? Because that's because we have trees and medians set up here and there. Yeah. I mean, but then depending on how you want to use that park, a portion of it could be dedicated to a community garden, sure. But then you have less room to then play because you don't want, you can't just run around in a garden. It's not really a good idea in the same way.
My whole thing is I wanted to flip that. No, that's not cool. That's gonna get you confined or dead somewhere. This right here, this is gangster. The soil, these plants, being self-sufficient, you can't get no more gangster than that. The shovel is my weapon of choice. You don't need a gun. You don't need a knife. You need a shovel to cultivate soil. This garden that we're in, you see the different nationalities of people that are here, but what is the common goal?
I mean, I think community gardens are great. Kara and I, we went to a community garden in St. Petersburg somewhere. I'm bad with directions, but and we were like helping them pull weeds in between seasons and stuff. And it's kind of a big place, but it would only grow so much food. You know what I mean?
To grow their own food, to grow healthy food. So you have this cross-pollination happening with the plants, the butterflies, and the people. Gardens equal community to me. What is like native here from Ethiopia?
The chili, that also Ethiopian chili.
Really?
Ethiopian cabbage.
I noticed you have the purple beans.
Maybe in some very sparse rural areas, totally, right? For sure. But then also, depending upon what it is, it requires dedication. The types of food, tending, treating it just right, reseeding it, regrowing it, whatever. The community garden, people do come in from the community and work on it. I don't know exactly with a community garden, I don't think it's just chill to walk up and just grab something and eat it. I think all the food goes to a thing specifically for the community, whether it's a shelter or something. I'm not really sure exactly, but it's not like it's policed or whatever. So if you're over there eating a berry, no one's going to notice, but it's run by a few people. Yeah. I remember I used to walk around my neighborhood, and people would look at this weird tree and pick the things off of it and eat it. And then people come out of the house and get mad. And it's like kids eating like these weird, like not even really fruits. And they'd be like, don't eat my fruits, they're for me. It's like, hey man, this shit's in the front yard. And also like, how many things are these kids going to eat? You know what I mean? Now, if they're over there, like just pulling them off and throwing them on the ground and squishing them, that's obviously wasteful and bad. But that's America, I guess.
That's the name itself suggesting eat with this and you'll be fine. This one is multi-purpose, he said. We can put it on stew, and also we can melt a butter with this one's in.
Butter will have the flavor in it.
This flavor in it.
Nice, nice. My mission is you should know where your food comes from, because there's a plot out to get you, and you need to know that.
I mean, our food is unhealthy in certain ways, for sure. So that is a plot out to get you, to slowly fill you up with little bits of unhealthy things, unregulated things. So there's no lie in that. And then also a person of color feeling like there are malign forces. Again, not wrong. I sort of scoffed at the message directly because I guess I'm still pro big farms in the sense of just like economics of scale and the value of that. But I need to make sure to understand this perspective more. You know what I mean?
Being here in the garden, how does that make you feel?
I feel very happy because I come in the morning, I put some water and I take it many things like cucumber, some chili, beans. I cook it, I eat. I give it some for a friend. Right. I can eat all. I have too many.
You have to share it.
Yeah.
Being in this garden in Flemington has been an inspiration for me to see all these different cultures growing food from their native lands, to see the care that's been put.
It's impressive that so many different, I guess California's got just some fucking awesome weather in general. It's sunny, but not too hot. It probably needs a lot of watering because there's not a lot of water in that area, but like the fact that all these different cultures can grow their native plants in this foreign area, it's kind of like, wow, huh.
Put into a lot of these gardens, you see the personality, and I have some things that I can take back and I can cultivate.
I see, right, because he's from LA, but this is the one in Australia. Right. They made him dance? That's crazy. Okay. Interesting. I'm pro gardens. No problem with gardens. Hell, fucking lawns should be gardens. Makes sense. Way better, cause less problems. So, I'm down. Also, Monsanto should not fucking make their plants intentionally fucking, what do you call it, infertile. They should not gatekeep the seeds or whatever. That's bullshit, man. So, against that as well. What up, gamers? I'm not a gamer. Let's see, I thought I had more. Let me see. Okay, here we go. I think I was going to do this one. I'll just play it as is. Why do I have to do it? All right. Go, thing. Yeah, look at it go. Automatic system. I am straight. I was a gamer earlier. I was playing Duolingo. After playing my penis Wordle. Starting off Wordle with penis every time. It's a great 5-letter word. It has a good variety. S-E-I-P. P is a good one. There's probably like a better like meta word to use as your first word, but that's okay. I was able to get one win on Minesweeper. Oh wait, is this it? Yeah, this is it. I stopped playing after I got it. I was like, yeah, because I was kept getting fucked by other things. I didn't play this on stream, but I kept getting fucked. Abode. It's a pretty good one. Some pretty high tier letters. Bernie.
In just 3 days, on November 1st, 42 million people in this country will have their food assistance benefits, known as SNAP, cut off. That is because of an apparent violation of...
We're kind of like flying back and forth. Yeah, vowels are big, yeah. You kind of want to get all the vowels figured out because the word's got to have some. There's probably some weird word that has like Y is the only vowel or something, but...
Of the law by the Trump administration. The federal government currently has roughly $5 billion in a SNAP contingency fund. It's there for emergencies, and some argue required to be used in emergencies like this one. The Trump administration is not allowing those funds to be used because they want to turn up what Mike Johnson has called the pain dial on Americans during a government shutdown.
What's the point of a contingency if during this contingency you don't use it? What contingency do you want to use it, and why isn't this one of them?
Putting millions of families at risk of going hungry.
I'm only down to 1 pack of chicken, and I don't even know what I'm going to do for the next months.
Cheyenne Hayworth's SNAP benefits are gone.
How old is he?
She's left wondering how she'll feed her young autistic son.
My son won't have his milk, and we won't have food.
And she's not alone.
Hi.
Parents worry that without SNAP benefits by November 1st, they'll have some tough decisions.
I mean, a community garden would help in times like this, right? Wouldn't not help.
Go without eating it or anything as long as my kids eat.
Families shop here at the Community Cooperative in Fort Myers.
I just hope and pray that they don't shut it down, because a lot of people and a lot of mothers that are really dependent on the SNAP benefits.
That was some excellent local reporting out of Florida. We're hearing stories like this all over the country. Senator Bernie Sanders is an independent of Vermont, a ranking member of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee. Just today, he was on Capitol Hill advocating for those emergency funds to be used, and he joins me now. Senator, we've been in this shutdown now for weeks. I think pain is increasing for a lot of people.
Think of the shareholder value. If you don't use this, then all of those craft products and different things, all the milk sellers won't be able to sell their milk because people won't have the SNAP funds to buy it. Think of the economy. Will that work? Will that get them to do it? Come on. You're bad for business.
Particularly federal workers who have not been paid at all. How dire do you see this November 1st cutoff in terms of what it's going to mean for, again, tens of millions of American recipients of SNAP?
Chris, I really think that many folks don't fully appreciate the horror that we're looking at right now. Trump's war against the working class and low-income people is literally unprecedented. At a time when tens of millions of people are just hanging in, trying to feed their families or pay their rent or pay for health care, what we're looking at right now is some 20 million people seeing a doubling in their health insurance premiums. In my state of Vermont, we're hearing that people are looking at a tripling or a quadrupling of their health insurance premiums. Shortly, we're going to be seeing, if we don't prevent it, which we must, 15 million people losing.
Triple the prices, and then when their quantity that they have spoils, has to be thrown out, put cops around the garbage dumpster so that way nobody can get the trash. That's the American system.
Their health insurance.
What would going after, how, in what, well, he has all, whatever way he wants, he can go after Bernie, but it's weird because his base understands the, like, he's tried saying some negative shit at Bernie back when, like, they weren't sure if he was going to be able to, run. Call him a little bit of a crazy commie or whatever, but a big portion of his base is very sympathetic to Bernie because he's here for a few issues. Now, the most sycophantic freaks, like my dad, will be like, he's got $1 million and he's got a fucking 3 houses. And it's like, no, he has his house, a cabin, and his like apartment in DC or something. And he has $1 million because he wrote a book and people bought it, which is like, okay, should he have made the book free or whatever? Like, I don't, it's like, of all of the things, like, it's not like he's over here being a fucking factory owner. I just don't, and like my dad tells me that he hates billionaires and thinks that there should be a fucking money cap where you just don't have money anymore after a certain cap. And I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. But then also believes all the things that he does.
Because of Trump's massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act.
I don't like always bringing up my dad, but it happens. We talk about different things, and he has a take that he's shared. Whoa, hold on. Dude, you remind me of a German. What does that mean? Why? Huh? I don't understand.
Which studies suggest will result in the deaths every year of some 50,000 Americans. And now, on top of all of that, when there is a contingency fund put in by Congress to provide.
WAFBot has the ability to use Google Translate, but in general, it's an English-only chat for moderation purposes, as you can imagine. So, also, you're talking to you saying dude, so I would appreciate it if you That's what I was worried you were going to do. Goodbye. Permanent ban. Easy peasy.
Emergency.
Also, he's writing in fucking Cyrillic. I don't know which one it is, but one of those. Also, not speaking English. Like, you were warned, dog. Come on.
See funding during a shutdown for SNAP, for food stamps, etc. Something that was on the website of the Department.
Probably, but as soon as he was like, "You look German," I'm like, "I know where this is going, but I'm going to have the best faith in mind." And then, oh well.
Of Agriculture 2 weeks ago, they deleted it, and now what Trump is.
Also, do I look German? Do I look like Hitler? My mustache is thin, but it's not like small. My hair is parted slightly, but it's not like parted Hitler-y. I'm wearing a shirt with fucking Garfield on it. You know, like it's it's not really maybe German, yeah. I mean, I'm white. So by Benjamin Franklin's definition, I'm not German. Although when I was a child, I had blonde hair, obviously, and I would wake up and I would stretch. And I'm resisting the urge to automatically do it because it's a part of the story. But apparently I would, yeah, by his definition, exactly. I would extend one arm straight as I stretched. My dad's like, look, he's a little Hitler. I guess that means he loved me more. I don't know. And also at one point I combed my hair over for like a school photo or something. Yeah, I mean, I imagine a lot of people have a lot of places. And also, I make sure to just not give a shit about that at all. He is a little weird. He's very weird. Especially with like, oh man. I mean, he's very simple now. It's very easy to see what he is now, but his whole journey.
Saying is we're not going to provide SNAP benefits to over 16 million children, their parents and their grandparents. So as you just seen in the brief interviews that your reporter did, you're going to see families literally in the richest country in the history of the world, where the wealthiest people have never had it so good. Millions of people are going to say, how am I going to feed my children? This is unspeakable.
Yeah, I was texting with someone who works at a food bank today, actually, talking about they're already seeing it, right? There's a kind of preparatory move as people start to prepare for this. I want to just confirm the point you made about these contingency funds. I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but there's $5 billion in contingency fund. This is from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's own website, dated September 30th. It's lapse of funding plan.
I think that's like the congressional room when they do this shit. I don't know. It's something like that.
And I'll read just one sentence here. These multi-year contingency funds are also available to fund participant benefits in the event that a lapse occurs in the middle of the fiscal year. That was on the website just 2 weeks ago. The Trump administration...
It does kind of sound like a bathroom, yeah.
...has said that the shutdown gives them ability to go after what they call Democrat programs. So Trump has said this many times. Russ Vought has said this. you guys, meaning you Democratic senators and Democratic representatives, are going to be upset because we're going to go after your guys' stuff, and that SNAP is in that category. What do you say to that?
I mean, look, what can you say? It is beyond disgraceful. It is beyond outrageous. Feeding hungry children is a Democratic proposal, really? But I want to give you some good news, and it's not just that some 26 attorneys general all over the country have gone to court to prevent Trump from doing this, and I think they have very strong legal grounds. As you just indicated, Congress has appropriated this money. It is there, and the Trump administration is refusing to spend it. But maybe more significantly, Chris, 11 Republicans in the United States Senate have signed on to legislation introduced by Senator Hawley, which would extend the SNAP program. And that is the first time. Not only is that the right thing.
There was a thing where 50 senators voted for the stopping of the Canadian tariffs. That required some Republicans to get on board, I think, but didn't it? So,
to do. From a moral perspective, it is the very first time that we have seen that many Republicans finally break.
He's just going with, they're going with the thing that, like, actually they'll blame the other people. Actually, they'll blame the other people. Historically, that's never been the case, but also shit's fucking weird. So it's never really been historically similar to now either. So they just want to run it because they just really want to fuck over people's healthcare that bad. It's just fucking stupid, man. Do they talk about the last second, but then try to blame the others? I don't know.
Taking away from Donald Trump and having the courage to do the right thing. So I hope, by the way, that with every member of the Democratic caucus and 11 Republicans, that's something like 58 members, saying we want to extend in a bipartisan way this program, I hope that Majority Leader Thune will have the decency to put that legislation on the floor. And if he does, I'm confident we'll get over 60 votes. So let's do the right thing. And the other thing that has to happen is Mike Johnson, unbelievably, has given a now 6-week paid vacation to members of the House of Representatives. So here you have a government shutdown. Children are about to be denied food.
We just watched it. Biden got blamed for everything.
We're seeing the health care costs in America going up. And Johnson has said to the House of Representatives, hey, take a vacation. You don't have to be in Washington for this crisis. That is insane. That is unbelievable. And that is the arrogance of some of these Republican leaders.
I should note the House Speaker refers to it not as a vacation or recess, but a in-district work period is the phrase that they're using.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
That's the Speaker's term. I will say I've covered House recesses my entire career. That's a new one. I think that might even be an innovation of the House Speaker. I guess the final question to you is, when's this going to end? I mean, there's this very strange thing. I've never seen this before. The House is out of session. He's keeping them out of session, Johnson, because he doesn't want to swear in a duly elected Democrat who's now missed, 5 weeks of her term. I mean, to be clear.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And to pressure and to jam you in the Senate. The president's off eating, sort of elevated fancy Happy Meals at his working lunch in South Korea. What's going to break it? He said today he'll meet with you when he gets back, I guess. What?
Look, this is what is going to break. I mean, Trump may be crazy and he may be a pathological liar, but he reads polls. And what the polls are telling him that people are holding the Republicans accountable for the shutdown. They control the House, the Senate, and the White House. And once people, I think millions of people, receive their new health insurance bills, which will be double or triple what they have been and are unable to afford it, I think that you're going to see Donald Trump telling his Republican colleagues that we've got to do something. Yeah. And when that happens, I think we're going to end the shutdown, and I think we're going to be able to preserve health care for the American people and prevent the collapse of our health care system.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for your time tonight.
I always get clickbaited by their fucking. Didn't really say anything I wasn't already aware of. I thought I pulled this to this side. Yeah, here we go. Maybe a bad idea, or maybe a good idea, if I want to increase lurkers. ASPA, as soon as possible science. This is a channel I've liked in the past. Kind of accidentally stopped watching them for a little bit, but they're interesting.
Struggling to fall asleep right now, 2 minutes after trying.
Trump is visiting all these countries without guns, as well as mass protests of starving children. Yeah. I don't see how anybody could not like Xi, but I guess anybody not paying attention would just only get fed wherever they get fed.
Trying to fall asleep, your best bet is simple relaxation techniques. Engage in gentle breathing exercises and a mental body scan where you slowly go over each body part, starting with your toes and moving up the body, trying to relax them one by one. This can activate your parasympathetic nervous system and decrease stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol, all while slowing down your heart rate.
Now you want to avoid checking the time, but after what feels like 5 to 10 minutes of struggling to fall asleep, studies show the best way to rest your brain is to distract it, but in a very specific way. You need to do something neurologically easy enough that it won't keep you awake, but hard enough that it will stop you from ruminating. This is known as thought blocking, and while counting sheep can help, it's often too simple for people. Some researchers suggest counting down from 1,000 by increments of 7, or going through the alphabet in order and trying to name a fruit or vegetable that starts with each letter of the alphabet. 20 to 30 minutes in and still struggling, it may be time to get up and walk around. Some studies show that getting out of bed can lower rumination and stress. And the longer you lay awake in bed, the more your brain and body start to associate your bed with being awake and anxious, which isn't great long term. When you get up, it's key that you don't turn any lights on. Typical home lighting of 100 to 250 lux is a lot for the eye. Studies show that even a hallway bulb can raise overnight heart rate enough to impair sleep. So consider low intensity amber lights at night or none at all if you can do it.
Now that you're out of bed, try and find a non-electronic and non-stimulating activity under very low amber light. This could be reading a book, not on your iPad, listening to relaxing music, or meditating. Meditation and mindfulness has been shown to not only improve sleep quality in the moment by helping to regulate stress, but it can also play a long-term role in stress management and help with chronic insomnia as well. After the third
I had a friend who was super into meditation or whatever and talked about all the benefits. I think that they were mostly just trying to hype it up in their own head to make it better. But I mean, I enjoy shower thoughts. I enjoy driving thoughts. Like I don't drive with music on, famously, in the sense that I say it a lot. It's helpful. When I doze up my oil. What?
30 to 60 minute mark of a low stimulation activity, you can try to go back to bed if you're genuinely tired and repeat the first couple steps. But if you're simply feeling bored or frustrated, it's better not to force yourself back to bed just yet.
1 to 2 hours.
Oh, you mean weed. Got it. Okay.
Hours in and you're still struggling, you might need to consider your hunger. Studies show that if you are too hungry, it can impair your ability to fall asleep, but it is all about balance. You want to stick to a small snack that is easy to digest, such as a spoonful of yogurt or a handful of walnuts, which are additionally shown to boost melatonin levels. The snacks need to be small because eating large meals late at night can raise blood flow to the gut, which then causes core body temperature to rise, which can counter the natural nighttime cooling that promotes good sleep. Also, elevating glucose levels too high at night can neurologically.
Oh, because it's colder at night, that is what your body wants for sleep. So getting hot in your sleep makes you less thinking it's bedtime because it's hot, like when sun up. Got it.
uncouple the connection between your brain and liver and kidney, which makes you go to the bathroom more often at night. But what if you fell asleep fine, got up to go to the bathroom, and now you can't fall back asleep? Start again at the beginning of this process. Passing the 2-hour mark and your mind is still running, time for a worry dump. On a non-electronic device and not in your bed with low amber light, write down what is on your mind. This act externalizes and processes your concerns, allowing your worries to not interfere with your sleep.
3 hours in, maybe you're feeling physically uncomfortable. Focus on your temperature regulation. In general, it's best to sleep in a cool room because the body naturally drops its core temperature when it's trying to sleep. If you can't change the temperature, try wearing socks. Researchers found that warming your extremities can actually dilate the blood vessels, and as a result, it redistributes heat from your core to your skin. It's the same.
Oh, very interesting. So because your feet are warm and fuzzy, they dilate, which then helps them release more heat from your body into your socks, which then help keep your blood dilated, which then helps you release more heat, which keeps you dilated, gives you more heat. Interesting.
Reason a bath before bed can also be helpful. Your warm skin radiates heat away from you, helping to cool down your core quickly and trigger sleepiness. Now, if you've made it to the 4-hour mark, then it's likely time to consider some daytime problems that may be impacting your sleep. So here are the top 3 most important factors, according to science, that will not only help you fall asleep faster, but have better quality sleep.
Number 3, or the third most important, back to the topic of food, how you eat plays a key role in how you're gonna fall asleep, but not for the reasons you might think. Of course, some studies do find that things.
There was that one guy who was eating an entire rotisserie chicken every day or something. He was doing it crazy style.
Like a greater daytime intake of fruits and vegetables is associated with having an easier time falling asleep, but it is more complicated than that. It's important to remember that calorie intake is intrinsically linked to circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm is the timekeeping machinery of your body. Human physiology changes throughout the day. Like your liver at 10 a.m. is different than your liver at 10 p.m. Your physiological system is primed to do the right things at the right time. For example, your body.
Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh, dude, oh my God. Really? Oh no.
Body knows when it's time to digest food and when it's time to sleep, and these two biological systems are deeply linked. Hunger hormones, digestive enzymes, and glucose regulating insulin have rhythms throughout the day and night, so how you eat controls how you sleep. Late morning and early afternoons are when your body is most primed to take in calories. Eating late at night disrupts circadian rhythm and leaves key parts of the digestion process incomplete. Eating late at night can also disrupt your microbiome and lead to insomnia. If you are really concerned about sleep, it is simple and easy to remember the age-old adage, eat like a king in the morning, a prince in the afternoon, and a peasant at dinner.
That's a cute little way to think about it. A king, a something, a peasant. What was the middle one?
Old adage, eat like a king in the morning, a prince in the afternoon.
Oh, king, prince, and then like how about like a, I don't know, like a business leader or something. I don't know. Like king to prince, like they eat the same, don't they? Maybe that's the whole point. Eat the same, but you know, big, little, smallest. A duke, but that's still kind of royalty. I'm trying to think of like, I don't know, a magistrate.
And a peasant at dinner, with 2 studies showing that your last meal should always occur at least 3 hours before bedtime.
Number 2, or the second most important, ensure that you're getting enough blue or natural light hitting your skin in the middle of the day. Since humans evolved outside and under the sky, midday light provides one of the most powerful signals to your circadian rhythm. The midday sun is so rich in blue light, and there are actually light-sensitive cells in your eyes that are specific to synchronizing the body clock, as opposed to being for vision. These cells detect the intensity and wavelength of midday sun, and with input from your rods and cones, relay the data to the circadian pacemaker in your brain.
Are you fucking kidding me? Really? That's wild. Also, they have an accurate eyeball shape. That's crazy. I always forget that the eye has that weird little to it. Yeah. Well, it's helping resync your rhythm, which might help you get back in your rhythm if you want to be in the rhythm of whatever, right? So interesting that could be a thing that could help.
Which supports,
because I was immediately thinking of like when I am doing canvassing and then I'm busy during the days, out during the afternoon hours, like between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., I'm thinking about what my sort of like how that feels and then the aftermath. Now it's also like through the memory of it's all fucked up by how I'm trying to remember it and then maybe painting the history with rose tinted glasses or whatever, but there's definitely something to it. Something about the being outside, touching grass is good for you or whatever. To some degree. I don't know if it's the degree that they're saying, but something. You don't receive a certain shade of blue light, part of your dyslexia in spectrum of UV light. I don't know that dyslexia, which is like a learning disorder, is actually like a physical reduction of your eyes. I don't know. I mean, I don't not believe you, but I've just never heard it being so literally physical. You know what I mean? Yeah.
a nightly surge of melatonin, the hormone signal that tells your body it's time to sleep. Some people think that lights from indoor sources is enough, but it's actually not. Even on an overcast day, the blue-rich light from the sun can reach like 10,000 lux, whereas your indoor lighting actually leans more into green wavelengths, which serve your vision, but not your circadian rhythm. So spending more time outside in the middle of the day with natural light is super helpful, and if you can't do that, being near a window, working inside but close to the natural light is the next best thing. Of course, at night you'll want to limit the amount of light hitting your eyes, so it's best to lower bright lamps and minimize using screens. If you do
I love low lighting, man.
need to use screens, it's best to use the apps that turn them onto a warmer spectrum as opposed to blue light.
And number one, the most
I could be misremembering what I just watched, but I thought they were saying that it helps. Not that it's required and the only thing that does it.
most important factor for sleep is time consistency. You need to be doing your best to fall asleep and wake up at the same time every day. Your body relies on rhythms and it builds systems for the rhythms of your body to best adapt to your life. It's why if you wake up at 7 a.m. for work during the weekdays, even if you stay up late on the weekends, a lot of people will still...
They said no other light source works for that. Like, in order to get the bright blue light benefit, just staring at your computer monitor or in your kitchen with like a LED bulb put in is not the same thing. It's not the same effectiveness. It's not the same impact that you would get from the day sunlight. These guys, I mean, they are just a couple of guys on YouTube, but like these are all based off of articles and shit. You know, they don't just make shit up. It's not like it's the end all be all. You need to change everything you do in your life, but like new information is cool, especially new scientific peer reviewed information is cool. It can be a little bit of like popular science in the sense of like sensationalizing things. I understand that. I don't, you're so against, you're so anti. I didn't know you were such an LGBT foe. Got a couple of, you know, zesty men telling you something and you don't want to believe them, even though they have the receipts.
Wake up around 7 a.m. on the weekend. Your body has a system that starts waking you up around 7 a.m. every day, but if you don't have a consistent sleep schedule, your body can't adapt. Adenosine builds up in your body while you're awake and then is broken down while you're asleep. Going to bed at the same time helps regulate these adenosine levels. The optimal sleep time will change.
Like where you see, it helps regulate these adenosine levels. He didn't say that you'll never get adenosine levels at all if you don't do this exact thing. These are things that studies have shown help. When people are exposed to indoor light, that's bright, they noticed that they did not get the same impact and effect of those inside of a, double blind fucking whatever, peer reviewed, analysis of those that did. Test group, control group, all these different things. That's the only way you can ever do anything. Again, not saying that it's the most important thing, but it's a thing that you can do that can help.
Based on if you're an early bird or a night owl.
Maybe you just want to have fun and just shit on stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm taking it too seriously.
We have other videos about that, but it's important that you try and find a consistent time that works for you. In fact, new research has found that an unstable day-to-day sleep schedule alone predicted all-cause mortality better than did total sleep hours. So take that in. Your sleep consistency or inconsistency is a better predictor of all-cause death than the actual hours and amount of sleep you are getting night after night.
Now they're saying that you don't have to sleep that much as long as it's consistent, because then that shows that it's, as far as all death, which is death combined of all the different types of things that can lead to death, from both your ability to stay alert and stay focused from dangers to also getting cancers developed and all the different things that eventually lead to death in one way or the other. People who had a more consistent type of sleep is better than even those who got the most sleep. And everyone thought that sleeping the most was really important because they had studies that worked off of it from the previous stuff. These studies will probably be preceded eventually by even better things. And knowledge is built in a stack. You know what I mean?
Another study shows that people with heart failure who had irregular sleep patterns had twice the risk of another medical event such as hospitalization or death compared with regular sleepers. Of course, the amount of sleep you're getting matters too, but this research really shows the importance of the rhythm and time consistency of your sleep.
Combining all these tricks.
Now who's doing random hyperbole garbage? You're very consistent.
Is your best bet to getting a great night's sleep. Of course, we all live complicated lives, so the occasional late dinner or late night out with friends or, not being able to be outside on some days, it's not the end of the world, but it's just good to know that these practices can help your sleep. Not only should these steps help you fall asleep faster, but they also might help you not die as early. That's a good thing too. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you're able.
They also might help. Again, keeping it pretty restrained. There's a clickbait title, but that's YouTube, right? They immediately were saying, okay, if you're staying up more than 5 minutes, do this. Higher daytime intakes of fruits and vegetables predict less disrupted nighttime sleep in younger adults. Abstract. Clinical trial registry. Day-night fluctuations of breast milk bioactive factors and microbiome. All these different schools and scientists involved. Not all studies are the same. Some random science with a catchy title. Investigating bidirectional causal relations between gut microbiome and insomnia. Peer-reviewed. Intense. Shit that I could never understand if my life depended upon it. Sleep regularity is a stronger predictor of mortality risk than sleep duration. A prospective cohort study. Oxford University Press on behalf of the Research Society. 2023. They didn't say it's a proven fact. Stronger predictor. You're the one now using words incorrectly. Effect of photohospitalization, sleep regularity on clinical effects in adults with heart failure. You think these fuckers are just some random assholes? This is not fucking RFK shit, man. Daytime eating prevents internal circadian misalignment and glucose intolerance in night work. Dude, even more scientists involved in this one. Sure, dude. I mean, I thought you were like a pro facts and science kind of guy. Why are you just deciding to shit on this? Because they packaged it in a fun way? They made it understandable to a dumbass like me? I don't get the animosity. I mean, again, I think that maybe I'm taking the piss out of it because you just wanted to be a naysayer for the sake of fun. But then it seems like you're really getting dead set into it, right? What is this? What do you say? I didn't say this. It's not even just one study. I'm not going to actually fucking, pull up the fucking actual goddamn papers and do all of this fucking shit. I mean, do you really want me to fucking sit here and download the PDF? It's a lot of scientists. Yes, a lot of scientists is good. 97% of climate scientists agree. That's important to me. A lot of scientists, good. A lot of scientists equal good. A big number equal good. In certain circumstances, absolutely yes. These are not pop sci articles. They're looking at the most relevant, up-to-date information by peer-reviewed fucking big medical organizations to find what they can talk about with a certain topic. Instead of saying, there was a study that I saw on the news with a fucking headline from a long time ago that said that actually eating nothing in the morning is good. So I'm just going to live with that because that works with my worldview. And I'm never going to reassess that whatsoever. That's what you're saying. You're coming in here shitting up with random bullshit that you fucking heard of a long time ago that you registered in your head as a fact so that you have a fact in your head that you can fucking, call up on command to feel fucking good. And now this new one is saying that one's wrong. And I don't like that. Ridiculous. Shitting on things for the sake of shitting on things is not fucking cool. Especially when it's science.
Oh, hi again. Welcome back from the ads and things. Cody, news guy. Ty.
He like made me think that there was in the middle of the video somehow.
Beards. Did we do this part already? Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I ordered something I really, really need, and it says it's 9 stops away, but it said that. For the last
Countless studies. I haven't seen any studies that you showed me. I gave you all the studies that they linked in the video. But the most recent, up-to-date stuff, you say there's countless. So many. Didn't say that it's a proven theory, whatever it is. We're just watching a fun video and then looking at some of the latest research and like, oh, this could help. Oh, that's interesting because when I live my life in a certain way, things feel like a certain way. It sort of goes with it. Not saying that it's a fucking 100% thing. Yeah. sun make you feel awake. It ain't magic. They're trying to make it seem like it's specific light that does this thing and nothing else works. Didn't say that. It's silly. They just literally said no other light source works. According to science, as if it isn't just a bunch of random shit grabbed from a bunch of bullshit studies. That's you fucking right off rip, man. It doesn't. But you came in with so much vitriol for it. It's weird. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe you're just having fun. You know, but you're like, no, I'm not. It is actually bad. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, maybe I'm being too serious about it. And it's just poking fun to poke fun because we like to poke fun. And then you didn't go, you're right. We are just having fun. You were like, nah, I'm in.
That's like 3 hours. Whatever. It's still fine. I can't complain, right? Everything is so convenient these days.
Did you not just hear what I just said? Do you not remember when that happened? And then you kept fighting me? And I was like, oh, I'm willing to drop it. Whatever. It's all good. You know, maybe you're not being so serious about it. Because, you know, Goat sometimes pokes at stuff all the time. Right? And then you're like, no, I'm serious. By then doubling down again on the whatever it was in that individual instance. And I'm like, oh, one of my, you know, longest viewers is very different than what I was expecting them to be. This is something.
Thank you, capitalist Mr. Clean.
I'm playing the next video. You're over here still talking to me about it.
Dog! It is now 8 stops away. Cool. We really are finally living in the rad future that we were promised. A world where we can get anything we want with a touch of a button. Groceries, rides, late night booze, laundry detergent, a Super Mario DVD, I'm not sure which one, and a guy who will pay cash for your old lottery tickets. I don't know why. It was an intriguing ad and he responded very quickly. Pretty soon, you won't even have to press a button anymore. You will press a button to press the button for you. Oh wait, we did that too. It truly is a time of wonders. But hey, here's some news. Oh, hold on. 9 stops away? Again? The high cost of modern convenience.
I have utilized a lot of modern conveniences, so this will be a tough one. Let's see.
Well, while we're waiting, there's really nothing else to do, but like this video and subscribe to our channel, please! Anyway.
You were not being scientific about it to even give it a chance. That's the thing. You weren't scientific about it to understand what studies they were showing. You weren't scientific about it at all. You were just ready to have your opinion. You know what I mean? You were saying, fuck this. Because it was packaged in a cute way, you said, fuck this. And I said, hey, don't be so fast to say, fuck this. These guys do their research. And you were like, fuck this. And I was like, don't be like that. That's what the issue was, in a sense, boiled down. Because you felt like it was too much fun for being good science. And that was a jump to conclusions that you made and then decided no matter what I showed you, it was never enough. I'm pulling devil's advocate and trying to say it's scientific because a few scientific studies are linked. And they cite the science and then summarize it into a way to say, okay, we've read a bunch of different sciences about the way your circadian rhythm, your sleep cycles, your restfulness, all are linked together. So we put all of it into a video that is packaged as how to help you fall asleep. They had all the most recent research on all these different topics to put together into that one thing. And then you did not want to, like I said, they weren't saying it's the end all be all and that this is the only correct way to do it. They're just new, interesting studies that are even multiple studies compiled together in certain circumstances. Dude, you're the guy that doesn't even type fucking correct words in my chat, and you're from Appalachia, and you are like in the middle of nowhere. What do you mean, good science? You're acting like you're a fucking PhD in some shit. No. You're over here trying to be holier than thou, telling them that they can't be doing good science, but you are the arbiter of all good science. And I'm like, you don't even type good. What do you mean the arbiter of science and knowledge? I'm telling you how fucking science works. I'll take your word for it then. Can I please watch my next video? After I've asked you for like the 10th time to just be like, okay, you're just fucking around, let's move on. But you want to make this a thing?
Way, look, I'm not against convenience.
But you've told me a fucking science works, so thank you. Thank you, my superior. Thank you, the person who knows all. I made it a thing, clearly. Clearly.
love convenience. Some of my
Yogi's typing out a big thing about a big consensus study, but whatever, we'll just ignore it. You're telling me a fucking science works.
My best friends are extremely convenient. But in the wacky world of corporations, convenience always comes at a price. And we know it. Workers get exploited, companies dodge responsibility, and customers get fleeced, if not put in harm's way. And that's what today is about. There is an arms race of various tech companies pushing to disrupt every industry in the name of convenience, which we've allowed to thrive because, for the most part, they do seem really convenient. You know, as long as we don't mind the occasional burst of terror and pain. Like, wow, an app that sends a taxi right to your door? That's really convenient. Will those drivers occasionally assault people? Yeah. Both Uber and Lyft have dealt with this issue, which is ongoing.
I mean, Curtis Lewa was almost assassinated in the back of a taxi, so. The original also had its own issues.
For example, last year, on what was supposed to be a routine trip home from a Denver co-working space, Colorado State Representative Jenny Wilford was picked up by a Lyft driver who wasn't the man in the driver's profile. During that ride, Wilford says she was sexually assaulted. Eventually, she got out of the car and walked to a different location so the driver wouldn't know where she lived. All of Lyft's drivers are supposed to be vetted, but sometimes they super are not. According to the details of the lawsuit, a company called Shanu Transportation created a Lyft account for one of its cars, then handed access to that account to other drivers, who never went through Lyft's background checks or the driver qualification process. So a middleman to a middleman was added to the process, resulting in an unvetted driver behind the wheel when Wilford...
I didn't even know they vetted the drivers as much as they say they did. I always figured... They're like, join today, become a driver. But I guess I've never gone through the process. There's probably a background check, and that's the extent of it. I mean, not to be devil's advocate, but like, I feel like if you're not a felon or whatever it is, right? I don't know what they're going to be able to do to vet you. They're not going to like see you in person. We have very clearly moved on. I pointed out that you have bad spelling, and you're telling people how science is done, and then you had even worse spelling again. Watch your video. You're going to fuck off for a bit. Okay, cool. I mean, I could have just timed you out, but I didn't want to do that. But you're mad. Okay, whatever. You don't want to address the multiple study replicated reinforcement linking thing. You don't want to address any of that because that's not how science works. You're probably not even watching anymore, but this is how science works. It's taking new things into account and addressing them. Just because a study from the past had more studies under its belt at the one point doesn't mean the new studies are now worthless and not worth looking at. You know that. You just want to be right. You were acting like this was just some fucking bullshit video, and I'm like, oh no, I know this channel. They do good work. And I was willing to stand by that they do decent work. And then you felt threatened by that non-agreement, and then you just laid into it and would never let go. Beyond all other fucking headline fucking reading, oh wow, look, it turns out chocolate's good for you. Let's all love chocolate. Woo! That's all how most articles are written. That's how most news stories are done. Not packaged in that way whatsoever. Citing and talking about the studies, disseminating them down. About as good as any fucking piece of media can ever really fucking talk about these things. If it was a Hank Green video, you'd fucking love it. If it was a SciShow video, you'd be all for it. But this other one, no, that can't be right. It's wild.
Stepped into her Lyft ride. And again, this is one of way too many examples of this. Surely the company is aware of this issue and working diligently on a fix, you might be saying. And let me assure you, who might be saying that, the answer is a firm, sort of. Lyft's big fix for this extremely ongoing problem was the Women Plus Connect feature. More stuff. I love it when they plus a thing. It's a toggle that lets women and non-binary riders match with women and non-binary drivers. And sure, that sounds like a step in the right direction. Men are statistically the problem with this kind of stuff. And Lyft's CEO even pitched it as empowerment. Now women can earn money on their terms. Problem is, Lyft doesn't have to give you a driver if none are available. So even if you use this feature, there's a good chance you'll end up with a male driver anyway. Plus, both passengers and drivers are pointing out that this solution might actually make things less safe for them. See, because Lyft and Uber don't verify anyone's identities when you sign in, a female driver might get matched with a female passenger who is actually just a guy using his girlfriend's account, possibly with worse intentions than just avoiding surge pricing, and vice versa. I mean, I just pointed out that a person was assaulted by someone using another person's account, which is the actual problem. So it's essentially a placebo button, and not one that gets you a ride with the band, which is probably...
I'm not sure what else could be done. I'm trying to think of what Lyft, other than, I guess, this deeper vetting of the drivers and then making sure that the drivers are always the drivers on the profiles. That would be a pretty clear one. But the threat of a passenger assaulting a driver, like in the situation of the Women Plus feature, right? Fingerprint them so that way if they are accused of something, then they have a direct tie. But then, but in the example of Women Plus feature, women driver being paired with what they believe is a woman passenger, but then I guess when the dude is there saying, yeah, I'm just using my girlfriend's account, you would go, oh, well, sorry, this was supposed to be a women-on-women ride. I'm going to decline. But then I guess that would be what you might expect them to have to do. But then that sucks for them because they get no money because they drove all the way over there to then get nothing. I'm trying to think of ways that things that I should be able to expect them to do, whether it's more expensive or not. That would be like the background checks and stuff. Fingerprinting, like what do taxi drivers go through in order to be a taxi driver to help them? To know that there's medallions, but that's usually done by a taxi service. And I guess there's just employment paperwork, social security numbers, all that stuff to get through the system. To me, that would be something that would help that. Because limos and taxi drivers you know, people driving people around is it's been around since carriages and shit. So whatever the industry standard or even industry leading methods to stop this would be, all I could think would be reasonable to expect from them, right?
Good, who wants that? But also, this is worse because it's basically a big sign that says, "Here be all the women." And while Lyft's PR says Women Plus Connect will give riders and drivers more choice, longtime drivers point out that female riders were already doing this on their own by canceling trips until a female driver showed up. And all of this is layered on top of a reality where, as one Chicago driver bluntly put it, people doing rideshare have no presumption of safety. Hey, that could be their new slogan. Obviously, it's not just ride shares. The same issues are present in every popular convenience service. Airbnb, to name one, is the crown jewel of the convenience economy. Millions of listings, 275 million users, and
definitely one of the weirdest things to me, because it just seems like a much more complicated and shitty hotel. I could see it being somewhat interesting and useful if like a place is not amount of good hotels nearby, but there's usually more hotels than there are random individuals that were willing to just, you know, Airbnb out their house. Also, when I think of a B&B, usually it's like the side room inside of a house, and then the old couple like makes breakfast for you and you just hang out before you leave to go up the mountain or something. That's how I've always seen B&Bs inside of like media. But I guess maybe more often it's actually an unattended house that you then make an arrangement to rent for a very brief period. Because that's kind of what it becomes. It's these weird little mini hotels. And people buy houses that turn them into mini hotels to be a mini Trump. ID of taxi driver with their taxi license number in plain sight. Yeah, that's definitely a thing for sure. It's kind of like an elevator where there's got to be like a little accreditation and a safety rating thing for sure. Where Lyft, you see their ID when you look at the account on your phone and it says, "Look, so and so is pulling up in a gray Dodge Challenger," or whatever it is. I don't know what cars, you know. It's probably a bad car for an Uber, but you get the idea. That's the closest thing to that. And then you're like, "Hey, hopefully you look like your profile picture." Otherwise, I'm like, "Hey, who are you?" So that's bad in that other situation where you go, "Hey, who are you?" But nope, this is the right car. This is the right, you know, it's located right here. This is it. But that's a different guy. But I guess that's what Lyft gave me. So here I go. What, it'd be like a face verify before you can start your drive as a driver? That would be one way to make sure that it's the right person using the right account, other than maybe just like a password or something that they would have to know their own password to sign in. That might be easier than a face scan and less weird information stealing stuff.
over $11 billion in revenue last year. But of course, they're able to do that by sidestepping all the regulations that make hotels safe and accountable. No front desk, no security, no housekeeping staff. Accountability is essentially replaced with vibe checks and crossing your fingers that the owner isn't a barbarian, like the barbarian from Barbarian. And sex pests abound. Airbnb has spent an average of $50 million a year to settle claims ranging from wrecked homes to sexual assaults, including one case where a man used a copied house key to enter a rented unit and attack the guest inside. In Fort Lauderdale, a woman hired to clean an Airbnb was violently attacked by an intruder while she was on the job. She filed a lawsuit against the company and the hosts for failing to implement basic security, arguing that the owners were aware of previous break-ins and that the platform left her exposed to violence just by...
Oh, that's even more fucked, is to like create a place of business out of it by not even like cleaning the house yourself. Because I mean, I know that there's like some cleaning fees and all this weird shit and weird rules, like, oh, you got to use the door, but you got to hold it just right, and because it's just some random house, it's not like an actual hotel. But then having a cleaning staff come in and then them getting assaulted in the middle of a prone break-in area or whatever, Jesus.
Showing up to work. I'm no lawyer, despite what my Trump University degree says. Law knower guy. But it seems like she has a pretty strong case. Airbnb is also jacking up local economies, and not in a good way like Wheeljack, in a bad way like Gunjack. Short-term rentals have hammered local housing markets around the world, causing many places to enact laws to protect citizens and communities. Dallas is trying to block short-term rentals in some neighborhoods. San Francisco and Seattle capped listings per host, and cities like London and Paris limit how many nights a property can be rented out. Barcelona even went so far as to ban private room rentals entirely after years of climbing rents, anti-tourism protests, and neighborhoods getting hollowed out into D-list celebrity birthday parties for the weekend. See, because cities zone for hotels, they are a commercial property. But Airbnb breaks that and turns what should be housing into unofficial, unsanctioned businesses. And that's, confusing, on top of hurting the rental market. In fact, the Economic Policy Institute found that Airbnb's economic downsides often far exceed its supposed perks. Sure, it boosts short-term lodging supply and may slightly lower prices, but housing prices skyrocket as the housing supply drops because units that used to be long-term rentals are changed to short-term Airbnb listings. Researchers looked at what actually happens when Airbnb activity doubles in a neighborhood and found it increases housing prices by 6 to 11%. That's your rent eating another whole paycheck to finance the passive income of a digital landlord, which is nowhere near as cool a phrase as it should have been. Digital landlord should have been what the lawnmower man forced us all to call him in his server churches. Instead, it's some yahoo rolling Bitcoin dice on a neighborhood to the immediate detriment of everyone living there. A study of New York City found that from 2015 to 2017, rents went up 1.4% citywide just because of Airbnb expansion. That's about $384 a year extra for the average renter. Money that could have gone to food, bills, medication, or literally anything besides helping some aspiring real estate mogul buy another ring light for his podcast. You could buy a really convincing fake degree from the president's fake university, a degree that I now realize should have said law knower man for the reference synergy. And beyond the economic effects, neighborhoods shift from being communities to tourist traps. Again, they weren't zoned for that. In Miami Beach, over 1,000 police calls in 1 year connected to Airbnb addresses, including several related to violent crimes. Because people on vacation are different from people who live in a place, right? Have you seen yourself on vacation? You are a fucking monster. That's the entire point of being on vacation, after all. You didn't cash in your sick days to not drink tequila at 10 a.m. on a Monday, right? You sure can. You can rim anything, in theory. This rental increase and commercialization creates something called a doom loop, like a Latvian real estate scam. Basically, it's when renters get financially locked into using Airbnb. During the height of the pandemic, amateur investors flooded into the Airbnb game, especially in small towns and rural areas, snatching up cheap properties like a kid in a candy store, except the candy is overpriced real estate and the kid has access to predatory lending. Between mid-2021 and mid-2022, the number of new hosts jumped by more than 50%. Now, the market's oversaturated. We've got too many Airbnbs and not enough guests. But prices haven't dropped because hosts are trying to cover fees and inflated mortgages.
Oh, wow. I was trying to think of other things to add, but I don't travel a lot, and I'd never use an Airbnb. I have heard that they used to be much cheaper than hotels, and now they are the same, if not more expensive. also with weird rules that you have to follow. You have to clean yourself. You have to do all these different things. But yeah, at one point I was like, oh, maybe, because I never really considered it, because like when I would go to a convention, there's a reason to get the convention, because like the convention is held in a hotel, and then you would get like the hotel block of rooms that are supposed to be a reduced rate because they're buying them in the bulk. And then you're also like in the hotel, you take the elevator right down to the fucking convention. You go, I'm here. And it's awesome. You know, no reason to ever, you know, an Airbnb would be bad because you got to drive to the fucking event, and you could just live at the event basically. Yeah, I don't know what those are like, other than just like a motel, I guess, which is just a cheaper hotel. And honestly, I'm pro motel just because like I want a place to sit down and relax and do whatever. But if I'm like in like a place, like in like a destination, if I'm in like a city or something, like I don't really need it to be super fancy. I just need a place to put stuff down and sleep and shower. That's really all I want in the place. AC, right? You know, something, you know, keep me good for the night so I can like strip off all the fucking filth and relax and sleep well. Hotels have like a fitness center. They have like a lobby and a, you know, concierge service. And it's like, I don't need any of that, man. Interesting. All I know about hostels is the movie Hostel, which is probably not a good example of a hostel. But now all the Airbnbs are empty with inflated mortgages, trying to constantly keep the properties, you know, valuable. But I guess they can always just fucking all of a sudden, okay, fine, sell the place or rent it out for real.
The end result is the doom loop, Richards! Independent hosts can't cut prices without losing money, so guests gravitate.
The movie Hostel was like about like murderers in Eastern Europe somewhere, so probably not.
Back to the hotels that can. It's a Groundhog Day of financial ruin. Everyone's miserable except Airbnb, which in 2023 earned nearly $5 billion, its biggest profit ever. Boy, seems like we really nailed it that first time with hotels, right? You know, how hotels were kind of the ideal version of this, and then we disrupted it to end up back where we started, but worse.
Especially when it's all like condensed into one place, you know?
And that reminds me, streaming sure sucks these days, doesn't it? Over at Amazon, you can purchase all the digital movies and music your swollen heart desires, but everything in your library is fair game for predatory and misleading practices that hide what you're actually spending money on. There's currently a lawsuit arguing that Prime Video misleads customers when it says you can buy a movie. Because you're not buying Jack Booty, which is worse than Wheeljack, but better than Gunjack. Because at least Jack Booty can't clobber you with its powerful arms. When you buy something on Prime Video, you're just licensing it. It's Jeff Bezos subletting you a DVD. The second the licensing deal changes, poof, your purchase is gone. It's the same for any streaming purchase. Last year, anime streaming service Funimation shut down and shoved everyone over to Crunchyroll. But in the process, they also nuked the digital copies of Blu-rays and DVDs customers thought they owned.
Oh, that's fucked. If you get bought out by another place... Oh my god, dude. Okay, that's... So... like Netflix had like the right to play Friends or whatever sitcom it was. So like when Amazon has the right to have Friends on its service, but then all of a sudden Friends then changes its contract after it's done being licensed out to Amazon and then wants to go back to Netflix. would that mean that anybody bought it now is just, sorry, dog, we don't got it no more. So you don't got it no more either. That's wild.
So at any moment, your precious library of hentai research could suddenly vanish. And that's the through line with all of these platforms. They give you less ownership while charging you for things you can't even hold in your hand. And when you try to complain, your only recourse in most situations is frustrating interactions with chatbot support that end with us yelling, "Talk to a human!" into the void. Because that's the punctuation to all of these. Something we've all dealt with more and more. Fucking bots. We're told automated support.
What? That's crazy. If they just didn't offer a cheaper version, they would have been fine. What? Fuck. Fuck my yawns. I hate my yawning fits.
Support is more efficient, but what they've actually built is a recursive maze where a chatbot apologizes 300 times without ever solving your problem, like the worst Alice in Wonderland character, ironically turning you into a mad chatter. Again, I don't need to tell you how frustrating this is. But unsurprisingly, studies have shown people negatively review bots more than humans, even when the service provided was identical. A whopping 70% of users still say they'd pick a human over a chatbot, which makes sense when
71%. Who wouldn't prefer a human?
60% of users say bots don't even understand what they're asking to begin with. 65% of consumers think humans are better at understanding complex problems, and 54% said humans were better at solving their problems in a single call or support session. It's just better to talk to a human being who you know understands the situation and will at least give a polite chuckle when you crack a lukewarm joke. Of course, food delivery apps are among the worst of all these, and not just because of poorly automated customer service for my misdelivered ham fries. DoorDash and Grubhub have more hidden fees than a Faustian bargain. In 2024, the FTC hit Grubhub for running.
Just thinking, I wonder if the best way to go about it would be, hi, thanks for calling. We're connecting you with an associate. But while you wait, let's see if I, the AI companion or whatever the fuck chatbot chat service thing, can help you with until they're ready. I'll let you know as soon as they're ready, even if we're in the middle of something. And then you can decide if you want to continue with me or go to the caller. That would probably be best. That way you get the best of both worlds. Because if it is something super easy, the AI can handle it while you're on hold. But you're going to get a person as soon as possible, because it sucks to go through a whole fucking long, like, hi, I'm here to help. What can I do? Hi, what's your account number? Hi. Oh, what's your name? Hi. Oh, well, you know, I could actually help with that. Hold on. Wait a minute. Stop. No, I can't help. And it's like all this time wasted. I could have been on hold already. And then when you're on hold, it's just bad music. Wasted time, wasted time. Put it together.
What a former executive had called a pricing shell game, hiding delivery charges behind misleading labels like service fee or small order fee. These were junk fees in disguise, and Grubhub had to cough up $25 million to settle that case. And they're not alone. Uber Eats was found to have quietly marked up menu prices above what the restaurant actually charges, pocketing the difference for themselves while still charging restaurants high commissions. And in June, DoorDash got slapped by
just illegal, just criminal.
By Canada's antitrust watchdog for luring customers with low prices, then slamming them with surprise fees at checkout. On top of all that, like a thin slice of tomato I absolutely did not ask for, these apps bundle fees into vague line items you have to carefully read to make sure you're not getting hit with a bag fee or something. Even when you demand a refund, which is supposed to be one of the easier processes in customer service, these apps find a way to make it everyone else's problem. Sure, you might get...
Dude, we bought a bunch of stuff from like Little Caesars, and then it was like, oh, well, you bought it through DoorDash, actually, even though you used our website. So you get to call DoorDash to figure it out. And then I call DoorDash and they go, no, you got to call Little Caesars to figure it out. And it's like, you can't both be right. What the fuck? One of you took my money and then they just shut down the store. They said that they were going to make the order and then it was not closing time. They just shut down the store. I tried calling the store. They wouldn't answer, it's because they were shut down, You refuse to use those services? Well, like, it used to be pizza delivery was a part of pizza. That was what they did. It's like ordering Chinese. Chinese always had delivery no matter where I've been. But now these places sometimes use DoorDash instead of their own normal delivery service. Just built into the fucking thing.
Your money back if something goes wrong. However, the platform usually makes the restaurant pay the refund instead of covering it themselves. And in some cases, the place you thought you ordered from had no idea you were ordering. Grubhub at one point listed over 300,000 restaurants without their consent, resulting in customers ordering items that were out of stock or no longer even on the menu.
Oh my
and the
God.
Restaurants getting blamed for Grubhub's chicanery. That's chicanery in the kitchen. Much like the hidden fees, these companies will routinely hide legalese that absolves them from all responsibility within lengthy terms of service documents that every single person on planet Earth scrolls through without reading. And it's not just because we're lazy, even though this entire video is about how we're carving ourselves up like the greed murder in Seven for the sake of not having to drive all the way to Publix for my Mike's Hard. We're not lazy. We all know the deal here. We've all accepted it blindly, and for some reason, terms of services are everywhere and impossibly long. And because no one actually reads those things, companies sneak in bizarre clauses. To prove that point, one study found that students who signed up for a fake social network with a long TOS had to agree to give the company their future firstborn children, and only a quarter of them even read it.
Wait, a quarter of them read it? I mean, probably read it because they go, wait, this is fishy. Like when I would do random studies at college, and I would always be like, I want to figure out what the real reason for this study is. Because there's no way. Also, it's dumb. Technically, or at least what I've been told. So, what the fuck? I can't talk with. I can't speak with complete knowledge, but even the verbiage inside of the terms of service, or because it's America, everything can be a lawsuit. It's only accepted when you go, I guess, and then don't do anything with it and just let them, whatever they're going to say, whether they say firstborn child, whether they say we have rights to your face in perpetuity, whatever it is, if you take it to court and then fight it and win, then you do. And then that was actually bullshit in the paperwork. But if you just go, I guess, and then just let them do it, then they win because you just don't fight it. And then I guess there's also the middle case where you fight it, it goes to court, and then you lose. But if anything is obscenely, ridiculous, then they'll go, well, it doesn't matter that I was in there. It doesn't matter that I signed it because nobody reads these things. So fuck you. You're not allowed to do it. You can sign a contract that says you're allowed to eat me alive, and I'll sign it and guarantee that I read it and say it on camera. You still can't do it, right? That's an extreme version of the same. Technically, the extreme version of the same idea, but everything is legal until you go through the courts, according to our system. Because, you can always be at threat of a lawsuit for anything. If it's super ridiculous, it'll just be thrown out very, very, very early. But that's how all these things work.
Real-world TOS agreements haven't become that egregious yet, but they're routinely used to trick customers into granting companies privileges they are not entitled to in any way.
Because it does give them a larger leg up in the legal process to get away with these things. And it makes it a slightly harder or even significantly harder burden to actually sue against them for doing that thing. Because suing always has a massive burden at the beginning, which is just gathering lawyers and pitching a case to them to see if they'll even take it, and then the expense of all these different elements involved. So they leverage that. So that's what the whole point of the thing is, just to give them legal deniability or plausibility or protection, whatever the exact clause is. And then they just hope that you're never going to actually ever question it. You're just going to let them. They have the upfront defense of all of that giant barrier to entry.
The on-demand service Handy, which I was disappointed to learn is only a house cleaning service, once tried to make its customers pay for future tax bills if their workers were ever legally reclassified from independent contractors to employees. So if you don't read carefully, you might find yourself as a tax co-signer on a bunch of labor disputes. Which reminds me, while these apps are a nightmare for us,
so like that's a very bold, ridiculous one that if you took it to a court, they'd be like, yeah, fuck you, you can't do that. That's stupid. Right? But then you have to take them to a court, otherwise you'd be fucked. And you might be like, it's not worth my time, I'll just pay the difference or whatever, but that's still bullshit.
The customer, they are even more of a nightmare for the worker. It's their nightmare after all. We're just guest starring in them. So that's the next thing we're gonna talk about. Oh, snap. Speaking of entitlement, a drone just dropped a guy in here. He tossed a package at me, and the drone grabbed the guy and left. Oh, the future's amazing. But hey, it's finally here. God! This is not what I ordered. Stop! But it could be what you ordered. Enjoy even more commercials while I yell at a chatbot or something. I don't know.
Friends and well-wishers, welcome to Katie's Corner. It's the part of the show where we take a deep
Oh no, they
breath,
didn't do the thing that they
slow
put
down,
the things.
maybe eat some string
but
cheese
they
and
have a border on
almonds,
it.
and think about how we can bring some mind.
You find out in the 4th season finale that Jerry's dad's wallet was just in Jerry's couch the whole time. Sitcoms, you know? Talk to a person. Human. Cody want human. Hi, hey, okay. Welcome back from those ads. I hope they showed you all kinds of ways you can torment your fellow man by smashing that next day delivery button. Speaking of which, it's time to talk about the other side of the equation. The workers. Forced henchmen, you could say. Here in America, we don't really have any choice except to work for the bad guys. But somehow, with worse benefits than in the movies, LeFou would have presumably been invited to Gaston's forced marriage wedding, but not a single Amazon driver was granted access to Jeff Bezos' oceanside nuptials. Curious. Companies treat the humans doing the actual work behind all this convenience worse than carnival goldfish. I at least had the decency to cry when my carny fish died. R.I.P. Cody 2. So just to start, many DoorDash drivers are lured in by earnings estimates that are about as honest as Elon Musk's robot demonstrations. DoorDash recently paid a $16 million settlement after the company was caught misappropriating tips, specifically by using them to subsidize base pay instead of...
It's like the one thing I always worry about with the tipping shit is that they're just going to take it for themselves, even if it's just a percentage of it, because it makes it really gross. But you still have to tip, because if they take a percentage of it, like, what, you're gonna not tip? It's fucking crazy. But it's like, I would want to really bitch and complain about it if that's the case. And then it was
actually giving them to the drivers. So if a driver was guaranteed $10 for a delivery and you tipped...
Hold on, I want to see. 16.7 million. You wonder how many millions they made off of it, though, right? What are those like? Do it, do crimes, be evil, and then see if you get caught. And then if you do, you pay it all back or less, never more.
So if a driver was guaranteed $10 for a delivery and you tipped $3, DoorDash would pay the driver $7 plus your $3, meaning your tip covered part of DoorDash's contribution. You were actually tipping DoorDash, the corporation. And of course, most drivers are labeled independent contractors, which means they receive no benefits, no protections, no health care, and no guaranteed income. What might you need protections for? I don't know, the occasional attack by an angry customer wielding a tire iron because their chicken wings didn't arrive. That actually happened. Specifically, a Milwaukee driver had to cancel a delivery because her phone lost service, which angered the customer, who could still see her car on the app. And so that customer used the app to follow her home and smash up her car, resulting in $10,000 in damages and, one imagines, no vehicle to do her job with. 7 stops away. Supposedly, anyway, this dehumanizing system plays perfectly into these companies' promise of an inhuman delivery speed. We're in an on-demand economy now, baby, and we want our shit today. Between 2015 and 2017, Google searches for same-day shipping jumped 120%. But promises of speedy same-day delivery don't happen by magic. They're built on exploiting human workers, which is a kind of magic, I guess. A New York Times investigation shows that brands farm out hiring to staffing agencies to fulfill same-day shipping demands. Those agencies often recruit undocumented migrants desperate for work, but these workers are routinely abused with long hours and unsafe working conditions. Then the staffing agencies cut corners, shorting wages, skipping payroll taxes, and writing paychecks that bounce because the agency's accounts don't have the funds. And because the warehouse labor is technically being performed by employees on the staffing agency's books, the name brand companies get to dodge direct legal responsibility for any of the, let's call them employer shenanigans. Or you know what? Crimes. When workers for style companies Aloe Yoga and Bella Plus Canvas organized to demand fair pay and treatment, the brands simply switched to using a different staffing agency, leaving the original workers without a job entirely. So just zero power to the worker, opposite of power. Middlemen hiring middlemen hiring middlemen. Everyone laundering human suffering so the end user can shelter themselves in plausible deniability. So the customers are frustrated and the workers are frustrated.
Just like, was it the cocoa miners? A few different industries, I think, overall have had like the child slave labor thing, where they go, whoa, 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 we had no idea there was this slave labor in this cocoa facility. We hire a company that then hires the workers, and we're very disappointed with this company. Name falls off the front of the warehouse, new name goes onto it. Ah, yes, our new, better company. They will handle it. What's this? They are using slave labor? We could never. Who? What? Well, we didn't do it directly. Therefore, U.S. Supreme Court goes, hey, checks out to me. All good. Proceed.
In other words, it's miserable people interacting with other miserable people, all trapped in an economy where every transaction has a middleman skimming off the top like a digital parasite. It's what economists call neo-feudalism. Tech platform lords collecting rent while delivery driver serfs break their backs hauling your pad thai through traffic. But at least in old-timey feudalism, the serfs got to keep the land they lived on. Yes, that's right. I'm being nostalgic for regular feudalism. Cody, dearest news papa, you're probably saying in that weird voice of yours. Dearest news papa, there it is, that's what you sound like. Why don't workers just sue these companies into oblivion? Well, my love, a lawsuit in this space is like a coyote on rocket skates, doomed to fail and infested with desert fleas. Convenience apps like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash collect legal troubles like they're Labubu dolls. They're constantly getting hit with lawsuits over stolen tips, wage theft, or unsafe conditions. For example, that $16 million DoorDash stolen tip settlement was split between 60,000 drivers. And while the payouts varied based on how many deliveries each one made, that's an average of $279 per worker. Uber and Lyft have thrown billions at avoiding liability because they have billions to spare. In 2024, both companies settled a lawsuit for a total of $328 million over misclassification and wage theft claims in New York. But nothing about the working conditions that resulted in those payouts.
Yeah, that's another element of it, is that these are settlements, because it's a long and lengthy process, and they offer you something and they get to claim no fault, no wrongdoing. It's not enough to cover, but at least you don't lose. It's just one of these things, man. Because of that, they can just sort of continue their bullshit.
Actually changed. Employees are still classified as independent contractors, even when states like California try to sue on behalf of drivers. As of the writing of this episode, Smilin' Gavin Newsom signed a bill giving California's gig drivers the right to collectively bargain, meaning Uber and Lyft drivers can now negotiate wages and benefits as a group. But companies like Uber and Lyft drag out these court battles like your one weird friend who insists on finishing Monopoly. The point is, as we've discussed in the past, lawsuits are just another cost of doing business. Like, people should still try, but it's factored into their budgets, doesn't really translate into much money for the worker, and doesn't seem to change much of anything. It's weird, because we used to know how to deal with situations like this. Lawsuits and regulations used to actually matter. Back in the early 20th century, new industries held tremendous power. Railroads dictated shipping terms. Alexander Graham Bell wanted to own every phone call in America, and RCA tried to hog the radio waves. The government actually stepped in to break up monopolies and regulate rates to make sure consumers had at least some protection against the rise of corporate America. For a while, the balance kind of worked. We had strong unions, robust public agencies, and most conflicts played out in actual courts instead of arbitrations in corporate back rooms. But then, well, the 1980s rolled around. Oh God, it's him again! The freaking Kimmy Gibbler of presidents. Ronald Reagan showed up and spun the very idea of government regulation as a bad thing. Public services got sold off to the private sector. Prisons, schools, even some of the damn firefighters. And along with that came the spread of arbitration as a liability loophole. Arbitration is when a matter gets settled outside of the courtroom. This allows corporations to avoid public scrutiny and class action lawsuits and implement other tactics that give them the upper hand. In 1995, the Supreme Court decided that arbitration requirements could be stuck into consumer contracts.
I thought that was arbitrage. I was like, what? Arbitration is arbitrage? But no. It's settlements, basically, like we were talking about.
Like terms of service. Translation, even if a company was breaking the law like Johnny Cage testing his might, you might still end up in arbitration instead of a courtroom. And in the decades since, the court has doubled and tripled.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting to actually force it into a settlement type of thing, which I guess is the arbitration part.
Tripled down on arbitration as though the very concept of corporate accountability shot its parents in crime alley. The worst alley. Unless you need money. Or drugs. Buried arbitration clauses hidden within those boring walls of text you never read before hitting I agree became corporate super weapons. A few elite...
But as you can see, it went up through the Supreme Court because I guess people said, hey, you can't make me do arbitration. And then they decided, actually, yes, we can. So they sued or tried to push back legally until the highest court said you lose. And then I guess you're fucked. So that sucks. I did not know that.
Lawyers rewrote the rules so that what started as a statute to resolve contract disputes between companies is now a national policy stripping rights from workers and consumers, all with zero public oversight. Corporations like Amazon, Apple, and Google effectively write their own laws via terms of service. Wow. Amazon alone has 2.5 million third-party sellers who must play by its rules, pay a laundry list of fees to compete against Amazon's own products, and agree to arbitration if they want to complain.
I mean, that makes it the most feudalism of everything I've seen so far. Just the fact that they can say these laws in our terms are a bit more intense and true than you would normally think. And then the courts that we live in agree and push you to their fucking fiefdom. And then you're at risk of whatever it is they're going to do to you. Wild.
So Amazon gets to be both the referee and the player, while everyone else fights over scraps. Lyft's own 2019 public safety report admitted there were over 4,000 sexual assaults reported on its platform in just 3 years. And that's only the reported cases. A lot of those victims were forced into arbitration before they could even file a lawsuit demanding changes that should have been built into the system from the start. Thankfully, they have since ended forced arbitration agreements for sexual assault, probably because that pissed everybody off. So yeah, it's all bad, seemingly evil at times. But I guess the reason we put up with all of this and why we all haven't deleted Amazon, DoorDash, and Lyft several Lycan moon cycles ago is because they are really convenient, right? I think most people would agree that it's easier this way and hard to think about going back. We can get Taco Bell delivered now. That never used to be the case. People used to have to drunk drive for that. So I guess that is one good thing that we got rid of. And I think the big transition point was, of course, the height of the pandemic. During that time,
I was a late night. I would close a lot. And Taco Bell would be because like KFC would close after 10 p.m. or something, and Taco Bell would stay open until like 1 a.m. or whatever it was at the time. And yeah, people showed up drunk for sure. Absolutely. Or high. Either way, DUI in progress.
These companies weren't just desired, but necessary, and for some, life-saving. Even now, there are people with disabilities that rely on this stuff. For the elderly, people with chronic health or mobility issues, or anyone without reliable transportation, visiting a food pantry can be very difficult. At the beginning of COVID, anti-hunger organizations worked quickly to tackle this issue, and companies like DoorDash stepped up with programs like Project Dash. By the end of 2022, more than 300...
It's just very corporate to make sure to include their name for recognition for it. It's not even completely unreasonable, but it's just very corporate.
Nonprofit partners were using it to deliver food to people who couldn't get it on their own. That makes a measurable difference. For instance, in Detroit, about a third of people live more than a mile from an actual grocery store. A University of Michigan study found that these grocery delivery services actually help people who've had the hardest time getting food, especially those relying on nutrition assistance or dealing with mobility issues. The point is that I don't think we should abolish these things, but try to make them better, especially for people who actually need them beyond just the convenience aspects of them.
I mean, to me, like everything I want, I don't see a reason that the basic delivery services that these are, especially with how I'm trying to think of a reason not to make it a part of a government entity. It's not a necessity as 100%, but it's just the two companies holding a monopoly over it with bad faith shown by doing endless amounts of rule breaking over and over and over again. They are belligerent entities in this, negotiation. They've stopped offering anything that's new and innovative in their element. The free market has not created the mother of all invention or whatever. They're just doing the same thing over and over again, and they are hurting the other businesses around, right? So you can see this as a protecting of the other businesses, especially stuff like DoorDash. So government employees actually having benefits and protections to do a service that people actually want, right? So a good job in your community to help your community. And that way it keeps costs low and keeps them employed and paid. And then it also funnels a little bit of money to the tax system to then work on those roads that they drive on. They deliver all these things instead of the companies that then pay no taxes. Just take it. Just it's ours now. Thank you. We own it. Fuck you.
And not every convenience business is a soulless cash grab. Some of them actually solve real problems, like GoGo Grandparent, which is an on-demand service for people who can't or don't want to fiddle with a multitude of apps on a smartphone. You just call a number on a phone, which for our younger viewers is what your phone used to be for, and they will handle rides, groceries, even meals, all without downloading a single app, which is helpful if you're a senior, if you're blind, or if you just drop your phone in an icy machine. But you may notice that even that service only exists to ease the burden of navigating all the apps. It adds a middleman to the mass of middlemen, or maybe a collection of middlemen is called a murder. Again, not saying we should abolish all of these, but
it's a callback to the connections we played earlier with murder in it.
I can argue that these convenience apps aren't actually that much more convenient or cheap. I mean, we all know this, right? Having Taco Bell delivered while saving you and pedestrians a highly irresponsible and illegal drunk drive, it's gonna triple what you pay, assuming you tip well, which you fucking should. Going back to that study around Detroit, the more transportation challenges their residents faced, the more likely they were to see the cost of online grocery delivery as a barrier. This was particularly true for those with significant transportation issues, as 69% of them cited cost as a major obstacle, compared to 50% of people with fewer issues and only 37% of those with no challenges. So the people who need it most can afford it the least, which is basically the American healthcare system, but for groceries. I could also argue that food is a part of healthcare, actually. Water too, but that's another episode. And a survey by the American Foundation for the Blind found that many blind or low vision users were locked out of these benefits because the apps themselves weren't accessible.
That's crazy that they don't have an accessibility option built in. Because usually the person's phone will be in accessibility mode, but then when they go into the app, there's nothing for it to sort of work off of. That's crazy.
Thanks to design choices that didn't account for disabilities. In other words, these apps would be good for people with disabilities or a lack of transportation if they were actually made for those people, but they aren't. There's a fundamental problem with all these so-called convenience apps. You can never get something cheap, fast, and good. You only ever get maybe two. Food delivery apps, fast and decent, but outrageously expensive. Amazon is fast and cheap, but there's no oversight, so you could end up with something wildly different than what you thought you ordered. Also, its very existence is a blight on the human world, which is a bit of a setback. That's the dirty secret. Convenience always starts great until reality sets in. For instance, let's go back to streaming. Netflix was once the golden child, no doubt offering the golden child. In 2008, it cost a few bucks a month for no commercials and deals with all the big studios, so you had brand new blockbusters right next to old classics. They didn't even care if you shared your password. Over time, people cut cable for Netflix, which inspired 10 more streaming apps to sprout up. Amazon threw in Prime Video as a free bonus, and suddenly every company was clawing for screen space. Studios wanted their own slice of streaming pie, which is how we got Peacock, Disney Plus, HBO Max, Max HBO, Paramount Plus, and so on. Quibi was there. Briefly. And throughout all this time, Netflix kept changing the deal. 2011 saw them change pricing so streaming and getting physical DVDs were separate tiers. In 2014, they raised the price by another $2 a month. After all, since everyone was competing, holding on to their IP, Netflix has to start making original shows too. Fast forward to 2025, and Netflix's basic plan has been completely phased out. Their standard plan that started in 2013 at $9.99 is now $17.99. Their premium plan also climbed from $11.99 to $24.99. Or if you'd like, you can pay $7.99 for the pleasure of their standard with ads, which comes to around 5 minutes of ads per hour. Prime Video is still technically included with Prime, but now you get ads unless you cough up extra for ad-free viewing. Hulu, Disney Plus, and HBO have all implemented similar tiers where the privilege of not watching commercials costs more collectively than cable ever did. Because movies and TV cost money to make. These companies promised way more than they could deliver. You simply can't offer people hundreds of movies for a few bucks. That was never gonna happen. They basically lied to disrupt an entire functioning industry and replaced it with something worse. And the illusions are only getting bolder. The next frontier of easy and convenient is AI. Pitched by every tech company as the ultimate time saver. We got an AI actress now. Entire movies will be AI, and it won't cost a thing, except for all the money it'll cost, if only in the lawsuits. It's just unsustainable. We have companies who want to cut out workers entirely, and customers who want really, really convenient services for cheap and also good. You see how none of that really meshes? You know, at least until robots, I guess. And then we won't have to pay them, which will be good because no one will have money because the robots took the jobs. Again, none of it really meshes. The pieces don't really fit together. It's weird to just say, we shouldn't do a lot of this, but we shouldn't do a lot of this. Because there are consequences beyond what we've already talked about. Consequences to our society that are perhaps negative. Hold that thought. Finally, a person. Oh my God. Hi, this is Cody, the man. I'm the human man. I'm just gonna take this. Who knows when I'll get to talk to another person again. I'm so glad you're a person. I'm yelling, but please stay on the line. Enjoy these ads, which are also automated. I have no idea what they're gonna be. No, you didn't hang up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still speaking very loudly. I'm so excited. Woo! Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never? That's weird.
Well, it has ads, so.
Someone must have thrown my phone on the floor and stepped on it a bunch of times. Hi again. Just got off the phone with the customer service person who assured me that they do not care whether I live or die, which I totally get. So we've been talking about the convenience app industry, like Ubers and Lyfts and Netflix and Amazons and the others, and how they aren't really very cheap or really that convenient. Like, do we really need to pay double to have a miserable person bring us the wrong order from Chili's? I mean, I do, but does everybody? I don't know. The point here isn't to abolish this stuff or refuse technological progress. But if we're paying a lot for all of it, can't that money go to the workers or to make them good? Ultimately, that's the problem. These apps, which, as we keep saying, are middlemen with zero oversight or accountability, they simply don't deserve to take the majority of the money we're paying them. Jeff Bezos should not be a zillionaire for simply hosting other people's stores on his webpage. He runs a shipping logistics company, and that's not nothing. But it's not going to space money. The creator of those Squid Games should not be struggling to get paid. Why does Netflix need that money? So they can afford to put out 6 episodes of Stranger Things every 4 years? There's clearly an imbalance between the workers and the corporations and the customers, where these services only really serve the executives. And that's a whole other thing I can't really solve here, at least not without renting a bunch of pitchforks. I hear there's a good app for that though. It's called Fork, like a 4 and then a K. But even if we did solve all the legal and ethical problems with these apps, we really need to ask ourselves if these conveniences are something we actually should have and use all the time. I don't want to sound like an old guy because I'm very young and spry, but we're so goddamn isolated from each other. And one of the things these apps do that we don't really think about enough is create this weird digital wall between workers and customers, more than the wall we already had. Like, fast food joints figured out decades ago that they could shove a speaker box between you and the cashier, both for the sake of efficiency and so you don't have to look them in the eye while you order the family.
It's, I've said it a bunch. The drive-through customer is significantly more dehumanizing and rude than the in-lobby customer. I could say 10 times more, 5 times more, whatever, but when you are speaking to the customer through the box, there is that disassociation, the disconnection. Even when they pull up to the window, either because you started off the thing or there's a barrier between them and their car and you and the building, the way that they treat the average person. This also could be selective bias because the people that are willing to go inside are the more considerate, and the ones that will never go inside are the more inconsiderate. That could also be a factor in it. But something about it, the self-selecting process, the something, whatever, different psychological dynamics at play. It was a thing. And then I've witnessed people be incredibly, beautifully kind to all workers they've ever encountered. And then they say some horrible shit about the delivery person. Hell, every time I do a delivery, I always say, contact, let's just leave it. I know it's going to be there. I don't need to have a strange interaction. And I also don't want you to judge me for me buying that much Taco Bell and for you to see me grabbing it, right? I'd rather you can just leave it at the door. Okay, it's fine. But that, again, creates a disassociation, and then you blame the driver, and then you report them negatively or offer them no tip or whatever it is. It's easier to say no when you don't look at them. When the person says, oh, look, here's the iPad, why don't you take a look at this for a second? And then there's an option to tip. You're looking them in the face. You see them. You just talk to them. You're willing to maybe tip them. But this stuff, there's a disconnect. It makes complete sense why that's an issue.
Family bundle with extra slop for just yourself. But the apps have perfected it so that the dehumanization is now total. Your delivery driver is just a dot on a map. If your order's wrong, you don't talk to a person. You tap a little report button in the app. You don't even have to see the human being you are complaining about. You go to an Airbnb, and most of the time, the owner isn't even there. You just open a lockbox. It's class isolation, right? These apps don't just offer convenience, but an isolation from workers. You can have someone buy your groceries and leave them at your door without ever speaking to them. Tip them a few measly bucks without seeing the sadness on their face. If you think they did something wrong, well, you can use your Ring camera to spy on and report them or turn them into content. Get a person fired without them ever seeing your face, without exchanging a single word with them. Miserable people interacting with other miserable people with the added bonus of total dehumanization thanks to never having to see or speak to them. All in the name of this futurist convenience that isn't really that convenient, and most importantly, not really that futuristic either. You ever hear of an automat? It was a wall of doors where you'd put in coins and could take out a meal. It was in the movie Dark City. You love that movie. You love Dark City. They sort of died out in part because the technology at the time couldn't adjust to price changes. But now that everything is digital, some people are bringing it back.
But this new version doesn't take coins. Your order is placed and paid for on your smartphone. A text notifies you when it's ready.
Scan your phone.
Scan it right there.
Yep, it'll tell you which locker to go to.
And then
it's
the door
number
opens.
6.
The thing about the automat is that it was always a gimmick to create the illusion of the future, when the reality is that there were a bunch of people behind that wall constantly stalking those cubbies. And that is exactly what these new automats are too.
Just 3 employees can serve 300 people.
Wow, just 3 employees to serve 300 people. I wonder who's benefiting from that. See, that's the thing. It's all just an automat. Everything.
I mean, that's what the workerless McDonald's was. They talked about, oh, look, you don't need $20 an hour. You don't need $15 an hour. We got these now. You complained and look what you got. And it's like, did you even read the article? There's a full staff behind it. It's just only kiosks in the front. That's it. They're not robots yet. You know what I mean?
We've talked about. It's the illusion of an advanced Jetsons future that's actually just a bunch of low-paid people behind the scenes. Fewer workers handling more people at the cost of the worker. And it's all being spearheaded by people like Elon Musk, a guy who compares human beings to NPCs in a video game. You know, they're all the people you run over with minivans in GTA. And if Musk sees people as empty shells programmed to populate a world built for him, how do you think he views the workers making it all run? At a We Robot event, Musk showed off his Tesla Optimus robot, supposedly demonstrating advanced AI capabilities like chatting with guests, pouring drinks, and dancing. But the robots were being remotely controlled by Musk's employees the entire time. In one video, the guy behind an Optimus robot humorously admitted it was assisted by a human and not fully autonomous. But Tesla didn't openly disclose this during Musk's presentation. Again, automats. The human workers were effectively invisible, serving as the engine under the hood of Musk's self-driving robot. They weren't even worth a mention because, again, to him, they're just NPCs. Like most things Musk invents, he didn't actually come up with this grift. He can't even grift originally. It's basically a version of the Mechanical Turk. Back in the 1770s, Wolfgang von Kempelen made a splash with a chess automaton that could play an entire game of chess while dressed like a German maniac. He'd even pop it open to show off its mechanical innards. The only thing was, the Mechanical Turk was just a guy in a robot costume. Cut to now, and that hasn't really changed.
Wait, really? That's ridiculous.
Amazon actually runs a platform with the same name. Amazon's Mechanical Turk, which launched in 2005 and lets people and companies farm out tiny online tasks that actually require human judgment. And the whole system is designed to mimic artificial intelligence so you don't have to think about the human workers you are exploiting.
Wait, what? Oh, wait. Did they name it Mechanical Turk? Or that?
The Mechanical Turk was just a guy in a robot costume. Cut to now, and that hasn't really changed. Amazon actually runs a platform with the same name. Amazon's Mechanical Turk, which launched in 2005 and...
Wow. That's crazy that they named it that. And then they just bought workers from India that told them to do things that they said was an AI, which I remember hearing that as a thing when people were making it out that, computers were doing stuff. But I do think that was before the big AI boom, but
lets people and companies farm out tiny online tasks that actually require human judgment. And the whole system is designed to mimic artificial intelligence so you don't have to think about the human workers you are exploiting. Early on, Jeff Bezos even referred to the dehumanized workers behind the scenes as artificial intelligence. The basic idea is that a user can post a task to MTurk and then set a price for that task, sometimes as low as 1 cent. Then workers get to decide which tasks to accept, many of which are incredibly fucked up. 5 years ago, Gizmodo surveyed over 1,000 workers about being paid less than $1 to watch videos of botched surgeries, mail their underwear, take photos of their feet, or even draw pictures of their genitals. One worker claimed they were paid 50 cents to remember the most painful memory of their lives, adding, "It fucked me up for the entire day."
What?
In some cases, the workers don't get paid at all. Requesters can reject work for basically no reason and still keep the data, leaving workers screwed. One person said they completed 200 micro jobs on MTurk, only to have them all mass rejected, tanking their approval rating and future potential earnings. Some of the Gizmodo survey respondents called MTurk a godsend because they were disabled or laid off and couldn't hold a traditional job. But even the positive stories came with qualifiers. As one worker said, "I know I'm not making a livable wage doing this, but that's okay. It's a heck of a lot better than nothing." All right, that's another great company slogan. And, of course, the AI era is no different. Now, instead of paying people pennies to draw dicks for research, Silicon Valley is hiring armies of invisible workers to make their AIs look like magic. Google has been quietly hiring thousands of people to moderate and correct its AI output, which often involves drinking the worst swill the internet has to offer. This includes reviewing medical misinformation hallucinated by Google's Gemini or prompts for hardcore porn. All of this so you never see a Lovecraftian star spawn when you ask Gemini about pizza toppings. The deadlines are brutal, the pay is low, and the workers themselves say the pressure leaves them anxious and disillusioned at best and downright traumatized at worst. And as you may have guessed, if you've been following along at home with your decoding rings, these workers aren't Google employees reaping the benefits that come with employment at a giant tech company. They're independent contractors employed through product engineering firms whose entire job is to make sure stuff like Google's AI chatbot work as intended. OpenAI does a similar thing with ChatGPT, using workers in Kenya who get $2 an hour to make sure the AI doesn't make you a cursed greeting card like the absolutely real Batman and Robin rape fantasy that some unfortunate person was paid far too little to grade. In other words, much of the learning these programs do is actually performed by underpaid humans. It's all still a guy dressed like a chess robot. As one researcher put it, AI isn't magic, it's a pyramid scheme of human labor. At the top, you have billionaires boasting about their robots. At the bottom, you have an underpaid workforce getting PTSD from dealing with images of torture, hate speech, and sexual violence until the output looks good enough for a Coke commercial. Side note, Coca-Cola's current slogan is literally real magic. In other words, it's, spoilers, Snowpiercer. Little hands in the machine. Congratulations, society, you did a Snowpiercer. What we're actually talking about in all of this is an industry that's automated humans.
I've never seen the movie. I guess child labor.
Like they were cogs. That's actually it. All these apps serve the same way as an automat, a wall between the customer and the scores of miserable people being put on these forced loops of labor. It's that tweet about a Rube Goldberg of human suffering. That's really what we've created. People in warehouses running around to pack boxes to get on a truck where a driver speeds off among the many other drivers all getting your shit to you while you watch on a little screen as if it's all happening in this magical, contrapulous Willy Wonka world, except it's not. The robots and drones that were supposed to be doing this stuff haven't been invented yet. So in the meantime, we're just using poor people as a placeholder, or Oompa Loompas actually. I guess it is just like Willy Wonka. The point is, what the fuck? Just a suggestion, but maybe we don't get to pretend the world is automated until we actually automate it. Again, not saying we have to abolish all of this stuff, but people aren't robots, so let's not treat them that way, no matter how convenient it feels to us. The cost is not worth it. Oh, hell yeah! It was all worth it! It's finally arrived! Yes! Oh, yeah! Oh my gosh. Look at that! Oh! Maybe the future is so bright we gotta be wearing shades. You know what? I'm actually feeling pretty inspired. I think this calls for a shody tune. Hey, Spotify AI, write an inspirational song about my misdelivered ham fries. A good song. Prompt equals ham fries. Good song. Best song. Not too long. King Friday. Yeah, King Friday. King Friday with large breasts and Darth Vader as a bird. Can you even imagine that world? He'd say things like, Mallard Finch Beak with you, or I'm altering the deal. Osprey, I don't foul turkey it any feather. Yeah.
Oh man, that was a stretch.
I find your lack of feather chirpwing. No, I'm your feather. Sure seems like there's a lot of feather stuff that's easy, I guess. Okay, here's some tune. Okay, well, just roll the prompter back to where it says song about my misdelivered ham fries.
I'm using this pick.
Good song. Prompt equals ham fries. Good song.
Okay. Got it. Thanks for watching. Here's some merch, etc. Okay. It's getting a little late, and nobody's chatted in quite a while. So I could take a hint. And I got some work I can do. Got hit up for helping with an edit with some dumb Duke B-roll. Then I really want to finish the one video that I have on my docket to finish. Finishing it before Halloween is a really big deal for me, just in my own deadline. So I'll take this time. I'll take the hint for the low viewership and move on. I've been having a lot of fun with the actual news stories. No, it's all good. Sometimes at this time of night we have like 6, 7, up to almost 10 viewers if I have like Hassan in the title. Just not happening today, which is fine. But I've been having decent enjoyment with the more news-focused things. It helps keep the things full of variety and stuff. Some of these longer React videos, like I haven't done a Cody Shody in a while, but I figured I kind of ran out of news videos that seemed good and then wanted to play something, so. Happy that the new version of things is doing well both for me and others, so. I'll call it here. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll probably have our pumpkin carving stream tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun. Karen and I'll have to figure out something. I'll get to figure out some unusual ways to set up the stream so that way it's both audio and video going to be decent. It'll probably be in this room, but I can also do it somewhere else. So we might even do it in the shed. Just figure out how to stream that properly. So anyway, tomorrow will be cool. Hope you tune in for that. Make sure to get something done from your to-do list. That's the closest thing I have to a call-off sign. Goodbye. Have fun.